What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was a Kitsune and married with Mirko. Born suddenly, Izuku came into this world with fox-like features. While at first they seemed like a blessing, after finding out that they weren't his quirk but were instead mutated recessive genes from his father, he found himself fated to live tragically. With his heroic dream dead, only a stroke of good luck can save him. Good thing a bunny girl's foot counts as a good luck charm. Watch as he can start his journey as a hero again. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author HeroDarkyDark for writing this story. Now, let's get into the part 1. Chapter 1. Fated Origin. Page 1. The kid is born. In this bizarre world of quirks, anything is possible. Whether it's the destruction of mankind or the creation of a peaceful utopia, all have the possibility of happening based on one small decision. Words couldn't even describe how jarring it was that the world could be shaped in such a way where millions if not billions of choices are made a day, and many of them have little significance in making the world turn, but every once in a while, a decision is made that may at first seem small, but actually change the wheels of history forever. Who would have thought one of those moments would happen because of a pair of fox ears? Izuku Midoriya was a strange case. The day he was born was eventful. It began when his mom went into labor much sooner than doctors expected, sending everyone into a panic. To make things stranger, during labor the unborn boy was flailing the entire time. It was as if a wild beast was fighting to be free from the cage that had imprisoned him for so long, or, as Inko Midoriya described it, "Who the fuck put a headless chicken in my womb?" The doctors rushed to get her situated both out of worry of the baby's strange behavior and because Inko, in her labor pains, threatened the doctors with such a wide variety of words that would surprise even linguists. Despite not being born yet, the boy kept up this amount of ferocity until he was delivered, whereafter he immediately calmed. Beside the green hair that he had inherited from his mother, he was also born with unnaturally sharp canines, nails, and thin marks that looked like whiskers on the very side of his face. At the time, it was passed off as a part of his quirk, since it wasn't unusual for some children to have their quirk manifest or partially manifest at birth, seeing as the first official quirk-bearing person was a baby that was barely a few hours old. As a precaution, the head doctor requested that Inko and her newly born son stay at the hospital for a few extra days, just to make sure everything was okay. Midoriya's dad, despite frequent travel for work, stayed with his family the entire time they were there. Once the hospital released the mother and her baby, they continued to live a considerably normal life. Hisashi Midoriya went back to his business travels, and Inko raised their son. There was little concern about their baby's body, as they expected it was going to be connected to his quirk once he grew up, most likely taking traits from his father. Lo and behold, one day a few months after Izuku turned 3, something happened. Poof. Moo. A young Izuku yelled from his room. The surprise in his voice triggered any mother's intuition. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and her eyes were wide as she came rushing into the room. What, Izuku? I have 4 ears. He wasn't exaggerating either. He really did have 4 ears, 2 on each side of his head like any regular person, and 2 more ears on top that didn't look human. They resembled the fox ears his father had, except they were still furless and were really small, meaning they probably weren't done growing out yet. With the relief of knowing her baby was alright, Inko passed out and fell to the ground, having drained herself from worrying about her baby. Unfortunately, Izuku at the time thought his fox ears were the reason his mom lost consciousness because they freaked her out and felt ashamed of his ears. Despite his mom's constant apologies and explanation, he kept his ears hidden from everyone with a hat he refused to take off for the next 9 weeks. That was the day his dad came home from his travels to visit, fully dressed with a hat and everything. After a quick talk with his wife, he knew he needed to have a chat with his son. Izuku, I'm back. The sound of rushing little feet echoed throughout the hall before the small child ran his way in front of his father to happily greet him. Daddy, you're back. Did you bring me any souvenirs? Of course, but we can save that for later. Oh. But I think you might have a surprise to show me. I do. Something that popped up on your head one day. It took a second for Izuku to get what he was referring to, before the excited young boy quickly turned more shy and introverted, turning his head slightly away to avoid eye contact. There was uncertainty in his voice. I don't think you'll want to see them. Why not? Because you might faint like mommy. Hisashi chuckled a bit to himself before telling his son. Well, you know your mom, her heart is weak and it takes more effort to not scare than any person I've ever met. Hey. Inko exclaimed, blushing, feeling embarrassed that her presence was made out to look so frail despite how accurate it was. But, she's strong-willed. He continued. At least strong enough to have given birth to you, and you were a strong rascal when you were being born. I was? Izuku asked, tilting his head. She practically went ballistic on everyone to get you out, that's how powerful you were. I've never seen your mom say such things that day. My favorite line was, I don't care if you need to use a ladle to scoop that little F. Let's stay on topic. Inko shouted again, her face became redder than a tomato. That day will forever haunt her because of her actions. Clearing his throat, Hisashi told his son. Point is, I'll be fine. Still, the boy was hesitant. I'm not sure, you promise you won't pass out. It was really scary when mommy did it. Only if you don't faint seeing mine. Removing his hat, Hisashi showed his son his fully grown fur-covered fox ears, wiggling them around a bit to show him that they were real. Such adorable things will awe any child who saw them, and Izuku was no exception. His dad was even kind enough to let him touch them for fun, only if Izuku promised to show him his own right after. Finally building the confidence to do so, Izuku lowered his head toward his dad so he could get a better look, removing his own small hat to reveal his small, furless, still maturing ears. Silence filled the room as Izuku braced himself for his father's reaction. He feared that he would have the same reaction as his mother. Would his father faint or be frightened by his ears as well? Was he actually a freak of nature with his appearance? These were the questions that plagued such a little mind. But those chilling thoughts melted away when he felt a warm hand settle on his head and heard his father's voice. They're fine. Letting out a gasp of relief, Izuku felt secure about himself. Oh hey, I see a bit of fur on one of them, that's pretty cute. His father said as he began softly rubbing the ear he mentioned, causing the young child to begin squirming. Stoop. The boy begged. His ears were still too sensitive. Having had enough fun messing with his son and seeing as the results made his mother smile, the father patted him once more before giving him some words of advice. You are both a kind soul and a powerful person, Izuku Midoriya, never forget that and never be ashamed of your body, especially of those ears of yours. Hisashi's inspiring message, one that would spark Izuku's ambition to become a hero, was quickly followed by Izuku turning around and pulling down his pants to show a tiny hairless tail he had as well. What about this? Izuku asked. This popped out like a week ago. Hisashi had nothing to say. He hadn't been prepared for that as he had only been told about the ears and assumed if a tail showed up he would have been told so, as it would be pretty hard to miss. Inko wasn't expecting that either and fainted again from the shock and suddenness of it all. Honey. Oh no, Mom. I did it again. Don't worry son, she'll be fine. She fainted when she first saw mine as well. A heartwarming little family moment together. That was the last time Izuku would physically see his father. As usual, he would be gone for long periods of time, with Izuku's only chance of seeing him being by phone and video calls. When Izuku was a few weeks away from turning 5, Inko began to grow concerned about his growth. Izuku's tail and ears had barely grown at all since that day almost 2 years ago. They were still in the same unmatured state and had only grown just enough fur to cover them. Even then, the fur hadn't molted yet to the proper color. Only his whiskers kept their very thin shape. It was passable at first since he was young, but after some research on fox growth, she found out that this was pretty abnormal. Usually, it took 4 weeks for just about everything to set in, not over 2 years. Even his father, who was a self-proclaimed late bloomer, only took 5.5 weeks to grow his mature coat. After some debate, she finally took him to the hospital to have him checked out. It was good timing, as she had a second concern she was worried about. Nope, not happening. The kid is quirkless. Shocking news to a kid who wanted to become a hero. But how can that be? Inko asked the doctor with a concerned face. His ears, his claws, the whiskers, and the tail. I don't know what to tell you, but all I know is that his biology says he's quirkless. The doctor took the time to explain to them medically how a hospital can determine whether someone has a quirk or not. My guess is, your son's fox-like features are a result of some recessive genes in his DNA that have been mutated because of the quirks of the parents. It has happened before, it's how we got people with unique body features and hair colors without it being related to their quirks, and in some cases they were quirkless. Though I've never encountered an occurrence this rare, I assume he got it from his father. How have they been functioning for him? The doctor shifted in his chair as he got a bit more interested in the subject. That's actually the other reason why I came. He's been displaying little to no signs of activity in either of those parts. He can barely hear through his fox ears, and any sound he does hear through them usually ends up as incomprehensible sounds that hurt his head, so I had to get him earplugs. He can't even wriggle them. He has no control over his claws, can't wag his tail, and his sense of smell didn't get better. Were these all traits your husband had? Yes. He had all those things on top of his ability to spit fire. Combined with my ability to bring small objects toward me, I always thought his fox traits would only be secondary, much less this. is there anything we can do? That's the thing, ma'am, there are still many things we don't know about how quirk will affect the human body. From what I can see, your son has a bunch of fox body parts that he can't use because of how neurology works. In simple terms, his brain is unable to properly send messages to the nerves in those parts. I'm still unsure why, but him being born early the way he was could have probably had something to do with it. We can do something about his claws, but everything else we can't do much about without strapping him to a test table. Just like that, any dream of him being a hero, much less a normal person, was crushed in one cruel twist of fate. His father stopped calling the family completely a few months later. Izuku stopped being proud of his ears and began to hide them again soon after. By age 6, the stress was causing his mom to gain weight and strangely decrease in size. At age 8, Izuku's mother began having health problems. And at age 10 he found out what was the cause, and it shook him to his core. It's tragic how quickly a life can be seen as cursed. One moment the day is as bright as the shining heavens above, and then the next it's a never-ending nightmare, a kind of nightmare where anyone would be willing to do anything to help them escape their hardships. That wasn't an option for Izuku, as his curse was something he could never escape, especially with the never-ending reminder that was Izuku's fox ears. In situations like these, it seems almost certain that destiny had chosen the boy's path, and there was nothing he could do about it. With no hope, he can only look up at the moon floating in the sky, still shining brightly throughout the vastness of the night, and pray for good fortune. Only the saving grace of a miracle can save the boy from his fate, a stroke of good luck to change the wheels of fate. On the night of a full moon, a young fox boy was in his room, staring up at the moonlit sky a few minutes before he had to go to bed. Among the many stars that floated in the sky, the boy's eyes were always drawn to the moon. He remembered a story his mom told him about how if you look carefully at the moon, you can spot a cute animal of some kind standing on a pot, pounding something. The exact details were hazy to him. He doesn't even remember what the animal was supposed to be or why it was pounding into a random pot on the moon. All he knew was that he liked its ears. Whatever it was, if it can make its way to the moon and become a legend, then it has to be magical, or at least special, something that can perform a miracle. Looking at the moon with innocent eyes, holding a memento from his father, the boy made a silent prayer. Please, cute creature on the moon, bring me some good luck. Years passed, and before Izuku Midoriya knew it, he was 13. Many things have changed. His mom was no longer the tall, slender, man-catcher that she once was. Life hadn't been so grateful to her. She has yet to find out what happened to her husband, or if he was even still alive, and suddenly becoming a single mom took a toll on her health as the years dragged on. Then there was the situation with Izuku still hid his ears and tail from everyone, mostly through clever clothing choices. Makeup helped cover up his face whiskers. For his tail, he tied it to his back with a belt, as he didn't want to go through the painful process of sitting on it all day during school. It sucked that despite not being able to move his fox parts, he can still feel pain from them. He had to get more tricky for his ears, purposely growing out his hair to cover most of the base, and then tying down his ear with string, so he can brush his hair over it. The last thing he hid was a black fox tail, a souvenir from the day his father saw his fox ears for the first time. Now it's a memento and the only thing he had to remind him of his dad. He had worn it in a couple of different ways, first trying to be discreet by using it as a phone decoration, then as a keychain, and finally an earpiece. After those failed because they obviously did the opposite of his goal, he settled on making it a bracelet that he would occasionally wear on during a test for good luck. During a test is the only time he was certain no one would pay attention to him, so he found it safe to keep his memento out. The only people who would naturally see his hidden parts were the ones he lived with, like his mother, since the boy's awareness slipped the most around her, though usually by accident, and it resulted in Izuku hiding in his room all day. He never wanted his mom to see his fox side again, not after overhearing something he wasn't meant to hear. He truly wished he hadn't heard what he had heard that day. He already heard a lot because of the cruel and unforgiving hell on earth at his school. Of course, the lie Inko told his school was that Izuku had an undeveloped fox quirk, to explain why he had a fox boy's appearance, and yet none of the capabilities of a fox. While at first, when he was 3, having something that can be taken as a quirk being manifested so early in life made him easily accepted and popular among his peers. When everyone else's quirk began manifesting fully and his quirk remained undeveloped years after, the ridicule began. At first, it was a one specific person making a few harmless cracks about him, then a couple of kids joined in, and from there the inevitable spiral into a group of people cruelly mocking him began, calling him things like defective, half-baked, primitive beast, alpha test, beta dog, and pre-evolution trash. Luckily, most of it stopped as time went by, the only exception being the more delinquent students in his classes. As cruel as kids could be, all they knew was that he had an underdeveloped weak quirk. It wasn't one he would be praised for, but since he wasn't known as quirkless, he was no different from everyone else in society. He could blend into the endless waves of society without fear of being singled out if he wanted to. But the damage had already been done, and yet no one knew it. It wasn't all bad. For one, Izuku's ears grew out a bit more, and he could pick up more sound from them. Not that it meant he could understand anything he heard, but at least by the time he's hopefully 21, they'll look like regular fully grown fox ears. Speaking of regular fox ears, he managed to grow a decent amount of fur around them, and they finally gained some color. Now they had a dark green look to them that was only a few shades lighter than his hair. They were as big or fluffy as they should have been, but at least it's something. His tail followed the same pattern as well, though it still doesn't have that signature fluff or length yet. The only thing that was semi-functional was his nails. Well, he can't naturally extend or retract it, but he can manually do it with a pair of pliers. It may be a painful process to go through to control a few nails, but now they became the easiest thing to hide, usually keeping them retracted. They were all essentially useless to have, except for his nails, but a dull box cutter was just as effective. If he was going to be stuck with them, he may as well have it look normal. That's the best he can do, look normal. Look normal, look normal. In public, it's okay to seem like you're quirkless. If worse comes, I'll just show them my teeth. He repeated these lines in his mind over and over again in his mind as he walked down the city streets from school. Even though no one on the streets would care about his appearance, seeing as a society of quirks give form to make different shapes and sizes, Izuku put an unwarranted amount of care in concealing himself, all to avoid the glares of people whose eyes aren't even focused on him. When we're unsure about ourselves, logic always seems to slip out of our minds. Izuku doesn't even realize that sometimes his intensive internal thoughts would leak into vocal mumbling nonsense. "Boy, stop your mumbling," shouted a very annoyed ash blonde. "What, is your mouth defective as well?" Itsuki Bakugo was one of Midoriya's childhood friends. They've collectively been friends ever since they went to the same daycare when they were 3. What was truly shocking was when they all found out that their moms knew each other since high school. What were the odds? Like most kids, having mothers that were good friends meant that they got to see a lot more of each other. That was amplified after Midoriya's father disappeared and Inko's health began to waver. The two spent a lot more time with each other as Mitsuki Bakugo, Kitsuki's mom, came over to support Inko during those difficult times. Eventually, it happened so frequently that Mitsuki just had them move in with her family, and she didn't take no as an answer. Quite literally did she pack up their stuff for them. She also ordered the moving company and dragged his mom to their house by the wrist despite protest. After an extremely awkward explanation to the police, Inko relented and the Midoriyas moved in with the Bakugos. Being snapped out of his internal monologue, Izuku stammered with his words. What? You're mumbling, you're damn mumbling. You're doing it again. Oh, I didn't. You've been doing that a lot lately, even at night when I'm trying to sleep. Like what the hell? Sorry. You better be, geez, you're such a fucking bothersome Deku. Deku, someone who is worthless or can't do anything, a signature nickname given to him by his longtime friend sometime after they've lived under the same roof. First coming into fruition when one of their classmates pointed out how him having an underdeveloped fox quirk where he received the physical features but can't use them was a pretty worthless thing to have. It didn't take long for Kitsuki to start using the word Deku, mostly referring to how often he saw Izuku at home struggling to do nearly everything. The only exception was his studies, but even then, Bakugo would get nagged at by his mom to help him study more. It wasn't Izuku's fault. It was around the time his ears became too big for his usual earplugs and started picking up more sound, it became difficult for him to pay attention in class. Every noise those cursive ears picked up became a pounding sound that echoed in his head. At one point it caused him to be sent to the nurse's office because the sound of the school bell brought him to the verge of tears once. He wasn't able to return to school till after he had custom earplugs made for his fox ears. That didn't help make him a fan of his ears anytime soon. He was lucky Bakugo was such a great note-taker, or else he would have easily fallen behind in class. How they get to the current status of their current relationship was a mystery to Izuku. They used to be the best of friends as children, but now they're like begrudging associates, with them growing further apart despite living under the same roof. Izuku can barely tell you a lot of personal things about Bakugo, besides the few snippets he picked up from living with him, like his love for spicy food. It started around the time they were 7, about a year before Bakugo's mom persuasively invited them to her home. Bakugo was among the first of the kids who started making jokes about him. It was mostly light-hearted and didn't affect him any worse than when anyone ever mentions his fox ears. Then suddenly, as if he had a lifetime of pent-up hatred toward him, his remarks started becoming more cynical, and he repeatedly brought up how troublesome it was for him to deal with him and all issues, medical or otherwise. That was when the nickname Deku was slapped on by Kitsuki, his personal branding mark to signify how he felt about Izuku's presence in his life. Being reminded of it always brought Deku to silence considering his current feelings about his birth. I swear it's one thing after another with you, you'll probably forget your fucking head if it wasn't screwed on your shoulders. You remembered to take home your textbooks, right? We got that math test next week. You probably forgot, didn't you? Hey. Not getting an answer, Kitsune turned to his usual methods of getting Izuku's attention, pulling hard at his fox ears, knowing the pain would make it irresistible to ignore. It was easy for him to find even though Izuku has hidden them in his hair, he can probably pick out his ears with his eyes closed. Living with someone for so long will have that he didn't use too much force. To Izuku it felt like his ear was being tortured. Answer me already, Dumbus. I don't want crap from my mom if you fail. Why yes. Yes. I brought my books. Please let go, it hurts. Usually, he wasn't this rough with his ear when he just wanted his attention, but today was different. Kitsune was already in a bad mood due to an incident in school. It started when Midoriya got a little carried away this morning and went to go watch a hero stopping a villain, despite already being late in heading to school, just because he wanted to collect a bit more notes about heroes in his handbook. If it wasn't for Kitsune finding him and dragging him to school by his neck collar while saying 99 reasons why he's the dumbest person he knows for his hero obsession, he would have been late to class. That was strike 1, strike 2 came a bit later during class. Unfortunately, their teacher didn't bother obeying the note Izuku wrote and announced to the whole class that both Kitsune and he planned to attend UA High School after graduating. It sent Kitsune ballistic. Izuku has yet to find out why, but for some reason, whenever Izuku's dream of becoming a hero gets brought up, the ash blonde takes great care in stomping the thought 6 feet deep with a raging fury. Izuku was lucky they were still in class at the moment, so all that happened was the usual fury of insults that the other class members joined in on, and purposely going through his bag to get the hero handbook he worked so hard on to blow it out the window. A little bit before school ended and the pair had to walk home, he quickly went to receive the book in secret and was lucky that the book was only lightly charred. At least then he had some saving grace from his enraged housemate, who finally relented and let go of his ear before scolding him a bit more. Next time listen. I'm sorry. That was when a small group of boys, friends that usually hang out with Kitsune, approached them. Hey Bakugo, what up? One of the boys asked. I see you're walking home the beta dog. How are his half-baked ears? As the boy reached to grab Izuku's already aching fox ears, he suddenly stopped dead cold mid-motion. For any bystander, this would seem strange, but Izuku knew if he looked to his side he'd know the answer. It was Bakugo. Right as his own friend was about to lay his hands on Izuku, Bakugo's red eyes gave him a steely cold look that froze his core, one that conveyed to the boy that it was probably best if he didn't go through with his actions, if he knew what was good for him. Knowing he had control of the situation, he continued the conversation. The sound of his voice was in a tone that was chillingly between calm but aggressive. What do you want? Putting his hand down, the boy told him. We were about to head downtown to do something and wanted to see if you wanted to come with us. I'm down, oi Dumbus. Kitsune called out to Izuku, even though he was right next to him. Guess he didn't want him to mishear anything. Get your defective ass straight home, no fucking detours, got it? Midoriya nodded, watching as his housemate walked off with his friends. He knew the importance of why Kitsune wanted him home so bad. It's because his mom said that between the time they leave the house for school until he comes back, Izuku was his responsibility. Once he gets home and one of their parents sees him, he won't be held accountable for what happens to him. Another unintentional weight Izuku's presence brought to his life that he's unwillingly dealing with. It was clear there was some disdain for him, but Izuku couldn't tell if Kitsune truly hated him or not. He was both the person who bullied him the most and the worst, but it's also because of him that he's his only real bully. It couldn't just be because of his parents ordering him to ensure his safety. Kitsune was the biggest danger of his life, having caused more bruises to him than anyone else he met. If he hated him so much, then why did he also prevent anyone from laying a finger on him? He's weird, the Bakugos in general are weird. Doing as he was told, Izuku walked home alone, but instead of taking the usual route home he would take with Kitsune, he took another way home. It was a street not far from his home he loved going through because it had an attraction he couldn't resist, Hirozu Street, the Street of Heroes. It was one of those streets that dedicated itself solely to one theme. You can find countless hero-themed stores, buildings, and merchandise here. While there are many other places in the city where one can get their hero fix, streets like these are where the nichest of things can be found for the most dedicated of fans. For someone like Izuku, this place was a goldmine. Technically it wasn't a detour he was taking as the street did lead him home, there was only a teenish minute difference between his regular route. The only reason he doesn't usually take it is because Kitsune would get sick of him stopping every 5 seconds to awe something he saw, turning an extra 10 minutes of walking into a 2-hour adventure if they were lucky. Izuku was just too addicted to heroes, taking comfort in fawning over everything related to them and doing whatever he can to feel as if he's experiencing a taste of hero life. What else can he do about it? His dreams of being a hero, despite him pitifully telling himself that maybe one day he can, was virtually dead. If being quirkless wasn't already a red herring of being ineligible, having parts of his body that does nothing but damper his ability to do anything drove it in. Like his ears having super sensitive hearing but everything is inaudible and hurts his ears, that only proves he wasn't meant to be a hero. Yet through it all, he kept telling himself maybe a stroke of good luck will come past him one day and his destined life would change forever. Then he tripped, trampling on someone's leg before face planting on the ground because life hasn't already made a lot of bad things happen to him today. Compared to everything else he dealt with today, this was pretty light, at least it couldn't get any worse. Kaboom! An explosion happened. Where did it come from? Izuku didn't know, his face was barely off the ground when it happened, all four of his ears were ringing from the explosion, and he couldn't see what was happening because a flash of light blinded him. All he felt was his weak body being forcefully carried off into the air. Was this his soul flying up to heaven? No, he felt gravity pulling his body toward the ground. He was still alive, but it might not be for long. He should come crashing to the ground any second now. If he's lucky he'll make it out of it alive with a broken arm. Izuku braced himself for impact. He never felt himself hit the ground, more like he's suspended in midair. Did he actually die? His mom would be devastated. Opening his eyes he found himself looking below at rubble in the street caused by the attack. Now he was actually scared that he died because only birds and floating ghosts can look down at destruction like this. Hey, you okay kid? He heard a vigorous but feminine voice say to him. With his vision returning he looked up to find a dark-skinned young girl staring down at him. Sticking out from her flowing straight white hair was a pair of long white rabbit ears. If it wasn't for the fact that Izuku was still trying to comprehend what was happening, he would have been tempted to ask if he can pet them. He liked fluffy things. Gaining back some of his senses he looked down to see that her left leg was wrapped around his waist, keeping him in air, while her other leg and arms held onto a street pole. They were about several feet off the ground. It amazed the fox boy seeing her hold him up like that in her position. Izuku thought to himself. Wow. What an insane amount of leg strength she must have to be to carry me in the air with just her thigh. Using her left hand the dark-skinned girl tilted around the fox boy's face. After giving him a quick check she said out loud. Yeah, you look fine, lucky I was right next to you, huh? She smiled, satisfied with herself because she knew if it wasn't for her powerful legs, this boy might have gotten seriously injured. Neither of them knew it yet, but this tiny encounter that can be chalked up to pure luck will forever change the current conditions of both their lives, and the course of destiny shifts ever so slightly, leading to new possibilities. The wheels of fate for two unexpecting people have been altered, and doors to new possibilities are opened. Their clothes might be a little scuffed, but hey, least you're not dead, right? The girl who saved him said as she looked down at him. She had striking red eyes, her confident smile was remarkable to look at, and her bunny ears looked so fluffy. Izuku couldn't think of anything to say. So much had happened in the short amount of time that he didn't know what to start with. Should he ask about the explosion? Who did it? Why? Who she was? If he could pet her ears? Or how her thighs are so strong? He couldn't make a decision and ended up just staring back at her with a dazed look. Seeing the funny look she was getting, the girl said. You better not be one of those dumbasses who thinks it's the end of the world when your one pair of clothes gets ruined. At worst, it's one bad day. You can't let your life be defined by one bad day. Izuku continued to stare at her. This dark-skinned bunny girl intrigued him in so many ways, from her cute ears all the way down to her insanely strong legs. He didn't mind being given decent advice from the girl, even though they're not on the same subject as she thinks he's silent because of his clothes when it's actually because the last 10 seconds of his life has been the most eventful it's been in years. Steer your own life. To me, as long as you have a sliver of it left, you can do something with it and make it count. The rabbit girl told him as she used her left hand to dust some dirt off him while sliding down the pole until her free foot touched the ground while her other legs were still wrapped around him. She turned her attention toward the direction of a rising smoke cloud, supposedly where the explosion came from. How do you like that? Screamed a jagged voice out of the smoke. I got a lot more where that came from if you wanted. Who wants some? Come one, come all for a grand treat. Izuku couldn't see the man through the smoke, but judging by his demeanor, he was definitely a villain and the one who had caused the explosion. When the man started going on a long monologue about society, it became certain that he was a villain. As the man was monologuing, the rabbit-eared girl mumbled under her breath. Ugh, I hate his kind, talks too much. Before looking down at Izuku. Hey, if anyone asks, you mind saying you never saw my face? She asked with a bright smile as she threw on the hood of her white jacket and then, without warning, she dropped him flat onto his back. His body jerked as he felt his full weight slam against his tail. Too distracted by the pain, Izuku only saw his white-haired savior walking off in the direction of the smoke out of the corner of his eye, and from there, he only heard what happened next. "You wanna try me, you little bunny?" "Yup." "Ha. You fool, let's." He never finished that sentence. The sudden gust of wind causes the smoke to flutter and twist, though not enough to dissipate it entirely. Over the whistling of the wind, Izuku could hear several thuds. The cockiness in the villain's voice quickly dropped as he shouted out. Wait. Nah, fuck that. Ow. Hold on. Stop, I didn't finish. Come here. Mercy. Wanting to see what was happening, Izuku quickly turned around, with the smoke dissipating, only to see that the fight was practically over. The villain was already beaten with his hands over his head, shivering. Izuku had never seen a grown man on the ground crying like that before, and the girl wasn't done with him yet. She just kept kicking his helpless body while hurling insults at him with every kick. "Stupid motherfucker. You talk way too much. Yet you weren't shit. And I'm not a damn bunny." Once she made sure the emasculated villain wasn't going to move anymore, she stomped on his back as a humiliating sign of victory before stating, "You're lucky I can't stay or else I'd kick your ass 30 more times." Her ears perked up for a moment and then she dashed off, gone as quick as she had appeared. Speechless from what he had witnessed, the fox boy stayed seated with a grin of excitement. He didn't know who that girl with bunny ears was, but in the short minutes since they had met, she had left an impression on him he wouldn't dare forget anytime soon. His body was still tingling with exhilaration, despite missing all the action. Simply hearing how she took down that villain in a matter of seconds brought thrills. Her having an animal mutation quirk made everything better as Izuku felt he could relate his condition with her. While his fox features weren't because of a quirk, it did give him a sliver of hope that someone with hybrid biology like him could still be strong. When the sound of footsteps started approaching him, Izuku thought that he would meet a policeman. He had been expecting it to happen since the explosion and was already committed to keeping his silent deal with the mystery bunny girl. Instead, he came face to face with Kitsune. His friend's eyes dilated as soon as he saw the state Izuku was in, and for a moment his face expressed concern. His voice quivered a bit as he spoke his name. "Izuku." "Hey Kaken." Izuku responded, stunned from both the Kitsune's unexpected arrival and from being referred to by his first name. Not even at home did he ever do that, always finding a way to go around it and secretly call him some mock name. The blonde paused for a moment, scanning Izuku up and down before asking, "Are you hurt?" "And no." "Can you stand?" he asked, hesitantly holding his arm out. "Yeah, I can." The fox boy replied, getting up on his feet with no problem. "Oh." It was almost like a dream, seeing him sigh in relief. He was extremely fortunate to come out of that explosion with nothing more than grazing scratches, and he began to think that maybe his luck wasn't so bad. "It's okay Kaken," Izuku assured him. "A villain attack happened here, but I was." Izuku was stopped mid-sentence by a massive force that exploded against his abdomen, knocking the wind out of him and sending him flying into the nearby brick wall. His stomach was on fire from the pain, the aches caused his body to tremble, and he was left gasping on the floor. Through his blurry vision, Izuku managed to see Kitsune standing in front of him, his bold red eyes looking down at him with unbridled anger. As the enraged blonde stepped forward, he extended out his hand to the side, cracking each finger and causing tiny sparks to erupt from his palm that showed off his quirk. This was a new sensation of pain Izuku was feeling. He's been hit before and been hit harder by Kitsune on many different occasions, but never had it been this painful. As Kitsune stomped closer he yelled, "What the ever-loving fuck is wrong with you?" Stunned by the sudden hit, Izuku couldn't speak, only propped himself up off the ground. "I told you, no detours, straight home. Why the fuck are you here?" Bakugo continued to yell at him through gritted teeth. Still shaken to his core from getting hit, Izuku stammered. I was just passing by to take a look and." "You fucking degenerate, you think I was born yesterday? You didn't just pass by, you're here because of your damn hero addiction. This is why I said straight home, but no, you and your goddamn heroes. I'm sick and tired of your fucking bullshit about heroes." Snapping his head to the side, Kitsune eyed the contents of Izuku's school bag that had been spilled on the ground from the explosion, spotting among them a specific book he remembered tossing earlier that day. The thing that helped foster Izuku's desire to be a hero, a single book most people would consider to just be a bunch of fan notes, and Kitsune's wrathful eyes began focusing his anger on that damn book. With a new objective, the blonde marched his way over to what he had set his eyes upon. It took Izuku a confused second to wonder why Kitsuki's explosive rage had suddenly been turned away from him, and upon realizing what was directed toward instead made his heart sink. Izuku stumbled to his feet, trying to protest against what he was going to do, but another, smaller explosion erupted in front of him, knocking him back to the cold ground. All of his ears were ringing again. He grunted from the pounding sound echoing inside of his head before trying to get back up again. This time he didn't even get to his knees before he was stopped again, a pair of red eyes glaring coldly at him like they had those kids from before, and Izuku suddenly felt the strength in his legs leave him. He was left there, with trembling hands and frightened eyes, as he had to witness what happened next. In a single motion, Kitsuki swung his arm down to the ground, releasing an explosion bigger than either of the two he used against Izuku, and everything that was under his hand was obliterated. The notebook, the one Izuku had dedicated countless hours to, the one he took the punishment for being tardy to school for, the one he would go to as many villain attacks as possible to record in, and the thing that made him think he was doing anything toward his dream, was gone. Its once smooth white pages were now charred embers floating in the air, no different from the other smoldered objects that were in the area. Complete destruction, a favorite trademark of the blonde. There, it's gone. Shouted Kitsuki, turning back to Izuku with the same cold glare as before. No more of this crap. Stop being a hero, you are not hero material and never will be. Your defective quirk is still underdeveloped at your age and causes more harm than good. You just have useless fox parts. You can't take care of yourself, you can't protect yourself, you probably don't even understand yourself, and you definitely don't understand your place in society, yet you still want to be a hero. If half your body doesn't even fucking work, then who the hell are you going to save? As the words got to him, Izuku's efforts to get back up lessened, staying on the ground as he endured the verbal assault. No one, that's who, so stop trying. You'll never save anyone, you won't even come close to helping anyone, you'll just get in the way and sit there like a baby like you are now. I'm the one who usually has to pick up after you, do you know how annoying that is? I quite literally cannot leave you alone to walk home, so I can hang out with friends without you being stupid and getting yourself caught in something just to be saved by someone else. If you had listened to me for once, you would have been out of harm's way, but hey, you're not the one who'll get yelled at if something happens to you, right? That's probably why you don't have a bit of life perseverance, you fucking half-breed. I hate how much of an inconvenience you are to everyone around you. Every time it's one thing or another, do you not care about how your actions will affect others who are responsible for you? Probably not, you don't even care how much of a drag you are to your own mother. Izuku grabbed his own arms, his nails digging into his skin, almost puncturing it from the strength of his grip. If you're going to live such a worthless and pathetic life, then go somewhere else and do it. At least that way no one will have to deal with your crappy existence. Silence encased the two boys after Kitsuki's scolding, and only the sound of a vicious growl broke it. Looking up from his seated position, Izuku's green eyes were sharp as they stared back into Kitsuki's red ones, and his face became vexed from the blonde's words. For a moment, he openly bared his sharp teeth, grinding them against each other, before standing straight on his feet and showing Kitsuki the full extent of his expression. His clenched fist shook from how angry he was. Then suddenly Izuku ran off, his head hanging low the entire way before disappearing down the street. Seeing him run off didn't surprise Kitsuki. He took 3 steps in the direction Izuku ran off in before turning around. His eyes constantly flickered between the 2 directions the street led before sighing to himself. Fucking idiot. He turned back the way he came and went to go rejoin his friends. Izuku didn't stop running until he reached an underpass, where he collapsed in the shade against a wall, his body was shaking. He hated what he was feeling at the moment, that special feeling of being a burden, the kind that makes one regret being born. People barely came this way, so it was a seclusive spot. It wasn't the first time he had been here in a similar situation. The first time was when he was 10 years old. He remembers that day too well. It was like every other night that day, during the time they were staying with the Bakugos. At the time Izuku would be a bit laxer about his foxtail and ears at home, mostly due to the constant encouragement Mitsuki gave him. She would exaggerate her interest in his features and often fawned over them whenever a chance presented itself, it gave him some assurance about his body. Izuku's mom thought Izuku was asleep in the room they shared, since it was late when actually, like most young children, he was staying up playing the new video game he got. At one point when Izuku took a short break to go to the bathroom, he knew he had a valid excuse if he was asked why he's awake, a voice coming from the kitchen caught his attention. More specifically a line did, he didn't hear the entire conversation, but by some string of fate, he understood just one part of it. So Inko, what did the doctor say? Curious about this Izuku listened in, copying all the spy movies he watched and sneaking down the stairs quietly to listen. He had noticed some of his mother's health issues over the last 2 years, but would never get a direct answer whenever any questions were asked. Now she went to the doctor, and he didn't even know she had an appointment. Being kept in the dark about the situation was daunting to the child, and a golden opportunity to discover something just appeared. Of course, he was going to listen in. It went as expected. But Tsuki's voice could also be heard coming from the kitchen. Does that mean it was the scarring? Scarring? Izuku thought. Is mommy hurt? I don't remember seeing her with a scar or getting hurt, except for a few times in the kitchen. Yes, it was. They said the internal scarring from my pregnancy was the cause of the pain and gave way for the infection. I'm guessing that means no more kids. They said the rate is extremely low if I tried. It's fine though, not like I had much of a plan to have another kid anyways. It was probably a blessing in disguise that we didn't try for a second kid. The doctor said if our second one also had those claws, then my condition could have been fatal. I see. Well, don't worry about treatment. I can move around some stuff to help. Then no, please, you've done enough for these last few years. Honestly, I'm more concerned about how to keep all this from Izuku. I already lied to him about how he was born. It's going to be more difficult hiding why I step. The room immediately went silent. The jarred-looking Inko would look to the entrance of the kitchen and see him looking back at her. Inko looked mortified seeing her son there, and Mitsuki had a shocked expression on her face as her lips mouthed the words "oh no." When a tear dropped off of his face, Izuku ran off with his mom calling out to him. The rest of his night was spent in the bathroom crying to himself. The next morning he tried running away from home. As the memories of the events that night reach a close, Izuku sighed. Stupid Kaken, that bastard should really watch what he says once in a while. What would he do if I actually did run away from home? His head collided with his knees as he felt mentally exhausted from the whole thing. He tried to keep the light of his thought as to not stress himself out too much. Though to my knowledge, I guess he doesn't know that night happened. He was asleep at the time, and Mitsuki seemed respectful to my family's privacy. He doesn't even know that I'm quirkless and that my fox limbs are just a mutation. I'm terrified how he'll treat me if he ever finds out. Probably worse. Or maybe even better out of pity. No wonder he hates me. I hate me myself. I just burden everyone with my existence. Maybe I should just run away. Tears began streaming down his face again. He regretted being alive if his life was going to be a never-ending cycle of him leeching off of everyone around him. He clutched his chest, holding his father's memento through his shirt as he tried to be strong. He wished he could be what his dad said he was that day, but he's not. He'll never be anything more than defective. As the boy pondered on if he should run away or not, he felt something weird drip onto his shoulder. It was slimy as it dripped down, covering more and more of his body. Before he noticed how quickly the substance was spreading, his entire right arm was covered in it. When he looked up to see where the dripping was coming from, he was met with a horrifying sight of a green slime creature with a creepy face falling onto him. As the villainous creature continued to encapsulate him into its moldable body, Izuku was left screaming, thrashing around his arms in hopes to escape, but with each second, it became harder to move. Talk about a lucky break, sniveling gutter trash, my favorite. The creature taunted, the distorted mouth it had created a chilling wide smile. Hell. Izuku tried to scream out, but the slime villain responded by covering most of his face, effectively silencing and suffocating him. He couldn't speak, he couldn't even hear, he couldn't breathe, and he could only see through his right eye. The lack of oxygen made his head spin as he slowly lost consciousness. His arms and legs were bound to his sides, and his sight began to blur. Is this the end? Izuku thought. He started to lose all feeling in his body. But I didn't do anything. His vision just happens to fall onto a mirror, as if the world was doing one last cruel act by letting him see himself slowly being taken by it. I've only burdened people my whole life. I burdened my mom to the point where she can't remarry or have another child even if she tried. She no longer has much of a choice of what she wants to do now. I burdened the Bakugos by having them constantly care for me and my mom after the injuries I gave her. I can only imagine what they had to give up behind their smiling faces. I burdened Kaken, even after everything he said to me, he always did look over me and still never let anyone else touch me. I never got why he was like that if he was just going to do it himself. I've only lived a life of inconveniencing others. What kind of hero does that? I guess that's why I was born the way I was. It was fate saying to give up. I was never going to be something. Steer your own life. To me, as long as you have a sliver of it left, you can do something with it and make it count. Those words echoed in the boy's head right at the verge of him fainting. Controlling my life. Making something I do count. Can I really do something like that? Probably not. I'm too dependent on others. The thoughts of every time someone had to make an exception or go out of their way for him came up. As the last seconds of life was escaping from him, his tunnel vision got one last look of his eye through the mirror, his currently very sharp pupil. But he began feeling weird. Was this death? His mouth felt like it was buzzing, his heart was pumping vigorously, and his right arm was shaking. It felt like his body was twisting itself apart. It's the possibility that I can is why. Almost as if his soul itself had grabbed his right arm, bringing it to life, and with a frenzied strength managed to pierce through the villain's constraints around his hand. With the rest of his arm following, he reached over to the part of his face that was covered by the slime villain, and with one swift movement ripped off just enough to free parts of his nostrils and mouth. The searing pain spread across his face, but he could breathe again, and with the little oxygen he howled at the top of his lungs. I want to live. He only had that short moment of freedom before the slime villain completely envelopes his weak body again, this time leaving no room for him to escape again. As a final taunt to make up for Izuku's short victory, the villain mocked him with a single word. Futile. No, it wasn't. He's safe now, so have no fear. The slime villain quickly turned around, his eyes widening in fear after recognizing the voice. Texas Smash. From beneath the deafening blob of ooze that the villain captured him in, he could only make out booming echoes of a mighty voice and the rush of raging wind before suddenly the cold claustrophobic feeling that encased his body disappeared in a second. For the third time today, he felt himself being blown off his feet, but a lot gentler this time, like a graceful wind angel was kindly setting him down. With his vision getting a bit better, he got a glimpse at his mysterious savior with the mighty voice. The blurriness of his vision prevented Izuku from getting a good look, making all he saw a big hulking man with a wide smile and blonde hair. Why? Because I'm here. While his body regained the essential oxygen it needed, he slipped into an unconscious state that he welcomed. It was strange, he knew he was passing out, yet his body felt more awake than ever, like he had awoken from a long nap. A few seconds ago this feeling was feared as it meant his possible death. Now he no longer had that fear because one thing was certain. He was alive. "Hey nerd, how long are you going to be in there?" asked young Kitsune, hastily knocking on the door of the bathroom as he rubbed his sluggish eyes. "You've been in there ever since I woke up. What are you doing in there?" At first, no reply was given from beyond the locked door. "Nothing," Izuku finally answered. "What? Then get out if you're already done in there," Kitsune told him, puzzled as to why he was hogging the entire bathroom to himself. "I still want need." A solemn sigh came from beyond the door. "I just need to stay here. Just a little longer. Whatever, can I at least come in and brush my teeth?" "Boy, my toothbrush is in there. I already had to use my damn mom's shower. I'm not using her toothbrush as well. Arg, now look at what you made me do. My mom will chew my ear off if she heard me swear." When Kitsune heard the door's lock make a clicking sound, he took it as an invitation, opening the door and entering the bathroom. As he walked in, he spotted the green-haired boy. He was sitting in the bathtub with his knees hugging his chest and his head hanging low. The blonde was quite surprised to see Izuku the way he was. The fox boy was never one who walked around with his head held high by a mountain of confidence. Despite the hardships he faced, Izuku managed to keep his head on the level ground before now. Seeing him so gloomy like this out of nowhere felt unusual. It's the early morning and they haven't gone to school yet. What could have happened to make him so upset? Questions that he would like to ask flooded Kitsuki's mind, yet there was a feeling dwelling in his stomach that told him not to. Besides, as his mother instructed, his job was to protect him from harm by the outside world. He doesn't need to get involved with all his affairs. Walking by the bathtub, the blonde approached the mirror, collecting his toothbrush and paste from the cabinet to start his morning routine. As he brushed his teeth, he took repeated looks through the mirror at Izuku, watching him. The greena didn't move an inch the entire time. The grief he was suffering made him sit still like a statue. While it was unnecessary, Kitsune decided he was going to ask a few questions, convincing himself that it was only out of curiosity. "Alright, I'll bite. Why the hell are you sitting in the bathtub?" "It's nothing." "It's definitely something. You're defective but not senseless." "How would you know?" "My mom said that people only sit in the bathtubs when they're not bathing to sulk, like my dad when my mom played something called a breakup prank on him." Well, she initially said 2 reasons, but then never mentioned the second one. "Anyways, there's obviously something on your mind. Spill it." "I don't want to talk about it." "Why?" "It's just personal." "Fine, whatever," the blonde responded, spitting into the sink. Unscrewing the cap for the mouthwash, he prepared to rinse out the remaining bacteria from his mouth, not before telling Izuku, "I just don't want this to be a daily thing. Going into my parents' bathroom made me find out way too much about my parents." With Kitsune being on his way out and the dawn of solitude steadily approaching, Izuku finally called out to him. "Hey, Kakin." "What?" Kitsune replied, pouring in some mouthwash. "You do feel like you should have been born? Eh?" This was a potent question for two 10-year-olds to ask each other, a hard contrast to what society would think kids of such a young age would be thinking about. The underbelly of humanity will always be dark and ugly, yet it's an unavoidable trail many must face one day. Izuku had just encountered his own the night before. I mean, you ever just, I don't know, realize how much your parents have to do for you? When things started clicking about how horribly uncaring the world can be and how you've only been ignorant about it for so long because your parents used their well-being to shield it from you. Like how many things need to be done to stay alive, the amount of time they have to spend to raise us well, or how much your existence negatively impacted their life. Almost as if things would have been better had you not been born. Silence quickly filled the room after that statement. Both kids were in their own distressed state from the questions it brought, and it tormented them with their inability to come up with a solution. What can one say about a situation they know exists and recognize how devastating it can be, yet they don't know enough about the world to find an answer? For kids this age, they only had a few options of what they could do. Not being one to let such an existential dilemma slow him down, Kitsuki spat out the solution before stating how he saw the issue. Hell if I know. Yeah. I thought so. Pause, I'm not dumb enough to try to find out. What? There's no point in figuring out all that junk, it won't do me any good even if I get an answer anyways. Yeah, but what if? What if what? We're kids. We're not going to do anything important with that information, and we can't fix anything with it. Not a lot can be done about it, may as well not waste the time thinking about it. Hakin. Izuku silently muttered under his breath, while understanding the intent behind those words, they were not enough to lift his sorrowful head. Regardless, he still gave an obligatory response to assure his friend. I guess you're right. Taking one last look at Izuku, Kitsune gritted his teeth in annoyance before heading out. We got a test today at school, so don't be late. Okay. The unanswered problems from youth are usually the scars that last the longest. Hey. Called out a very mighty voice. Opening his eyes, Izuku would find himself with the perfect view of the city. Over 200 feet in the air. Freaking out from his frightening circumstance, Izuku started screaming at the top of his lungs. Ahhhh. I'm falling. Calm down, young one. The voice called out to him again. You're not falling, you're holding onto my leg. Looking up, Izuku saw that his arms were tightly wrapped around an extremely muscular leg, his nails were intensely inserted into the fabric of the person's jeans. His eyes trailed up the limb to see who it was he was clinging to, surprised when he saw it was none other than the number one hero, All Might. His signature blonde hair, those white teeth, his manly jawline, and that iconic smile, they were all right there. Hey, All Might! Shrieked Izuku, his grip began to loosen as the shock of this revelation took over his body. Don't let go. All Might shouted back at him, if the boy slipped off at this height, he might not be able to save him in the condition he's in. He did however wish Izuku trimmed his nails, though they weren't breaking the skin, they were digging pretty deep into his leg. Hanging on for his life, Izuku tried to remember what had led to his current situation. The last thing he can remember was being suffocated by the slime villain while he was moping about earlier events. He was saved by someone, most likely All Might, so how did it escalate to this? If anything, the first thing that should have happened was him waking up and asking All Might for an autograph. Oh wait, that did happen. That was when it hit him. He did wake up from his near-death experience with the slime villain, his face was burning from accidentally scratching his fight from the fight, but he put that pain aside. Having recognized the extremely popular pro hero, he asked for an autograph, only to find out that he already got it. On his school's jacket. His torn, battered, soaked, and burned from being twice over exploded school jacket. He wished he had something better to get signed, like a notebook or any of his other items. Sadly, almost all of them, except for his necklace, was in the backpack he left behind at the scene of the explosion. It wasn't my fault, I was underprepared, I didn't expect to be saved by the number one hero, much less meet him. Shaking his head from these thoughts, Izuku knew he had to get back on track. The main question he should be trying to answer. How did he get here? The question, a single question he wanted to answer. It was that mindset of retelling himself about the question he needed to solve that he got the answer. He ended up here because he wanted to ask All Might a question, an extremely important and personal question for him. Unfortunately, the pro hero seemed eager to leave as soon as he confirmed the young boy wasn't harmed, maybe a bit too eager, as he didn't take the time to make sure an ambitious and slightly reckless fox boy didn't grab onto his leg before launching into the air. He must have fainted from skyrocketing into the air, his chagrin made him want to curl up into a ball for being so faint of heart in front of his idol. Why did he choose now to show off his mother's side of his genetics? When they finally landed, All Might again tried to run off after ensuring the young boy would have safe passage back down, but Izuku stopped him with a question. Is it possible for someone like me to become a hero, the way I am? Not stopping in his exit, All Might quickly turned his torso around with his signature smile and told him. Of course you can. I've known many cat-based quirk users who worked hard into becoming wonderful heroes. If you train hard enough you might even be able to join the wild pussycats. But my quirk isn't cat-based. Izuku corrected, a weird feeling of glee hit him by doing so, but also a bit of humiliation that his idol thought he had a cat quirk. After taking a deep breath he explained to him. I don't have any kind of quirk, I'm quirkless. This stopped the pro in his tracks. In a moment of confusion and instinctive curiosity, he gave the young boy that defied everything he knew of the world his full attention, both mentally and physically, by turning his whole body toward him. He needed to be somewhere, anywhere that wasn't here, yet he stayed as it seemed like pure luck that he might have stumbled upon one of the many mysteries this world held. For once in Izuku's life, he willingly revealed himself, his true self, to another human being. He reached into his hair, undoing the string on his ears, and letting them pop out of his hair. They still weren't that big, they barely even stuck out from his curly hair. As he showed them off Izuku said. I know my fox fangs, nails, ears, and tail can throw you off. He has a tail? All Might thought to himself, not saying it out loud as to not discourage the boy. He already called him the wrong animal, anything more, and he'll risk demoralizing the young boy, which is a cardinal sin for a hero to do in his mind. I was born inheriting an abnormal recessive gene from my father that gave me these fox limbs. As the green-haired boy explained this, he unbuckled the belt he used to hold his tail, letting the lifeless limb flop out. It's apparently a mutation that's not related to quirks, I don't get it either, and we're unable to find my dad's files to see if his family's medical history might have an explanation. All Might seemed to stare intensely as he listened, letting the boy know he was listening to every word. Though honestly, I don't even think I want to know anymore, not like it'll change much. I can't hear out of my ears. My fox ears, and any sounds I do pick up with them are painful. I can't wiggle my ears, wag my tail, naturally retract my claws, or have a good sense of smell. Nothing was enhanced by having these cursive parts. Because of my defective parts, I've only hurt and burdened everyone that cared enough to take care of me. I want to pay them all back for everything they sacrificed for me by trying to fulfill my dream of being a hero. Which is why I want to know, could I ever hope to be someone like you? The high-altitude wind blowing kept the rooftop from becoming too quiet as the two looked toward one another. This meeting with All Might, a miracle a boy like him could only dream of, was one that can turn his entire life around. Izuku thought someone with his experience and knowledge should know exactly what to say in his situation, something that can invigorate him on the right path. He just needs to hear those words, a statement that no one has ever said to them before, not after finding out about his condition. Right as the tall muscular man was about to speak, he suddenly spewed blood out of his mouth and became a small skeletal man. Freaking out, Izuku screamed in terror. Why was it because you saw my tail? Oh no, I did it again. What? No. How would a tail even? What kind of life did you live to think that? All Might asked, coughing up a storm from his little blood spewed. Elsewhere in the city, a white hooded person was watching over a scene where an explosion happened at a distance from the rooftop. She smiled when she saw the criminal being carried off by the police and heroes, jumping into a nearby alleyway. A few hundred yards away from her, a certain blonde had quickly broken off from his circle of friends, going off on his own. Not that he was very chatty with them, the earlier events of that day have put him in the worst mood than he's usually in, and now more current ones just turn things from aggravating to concerning. Why does that Deku have to cause so many problems? He thought to himself as he hurriedly spent a considerate amount of time looking through the streets. He had just gotten off a phone call with his mom and found out that Izuku has yet to return home. Reminding him of a time the boy frightened his entire family with similar antics. He remembered it perfectly as that day Izuku randomly locked himself in the bathroom. A few periods before school ended, he got over a dozen texts from both their parents asking if Izuku was with him at school. They didn't even leave at the same time, nor was he sure if the guy was even going to go to school that day, yet all of a sudden, he was looked as his caretaker for someone he didn't even know went out the house. He could not forget what he felt that day, it was a feeling he preferred making others think he didn't have. This was why he was searching so seriously to find Izuku. He didn't even notice the bottle on the ground that had just a few minutes prior been dropped right out of the sky. As the bottle cap slowly twisted itself open, Kitsune was in his thoughts. Please don't tell me he actually. A few minutes earlier. Walking down the streets of the city, a much more solemn Izuku held his head low, his ears and tails were hidden again. Recounting the events that happened on that rooftop after the little misunderstanding. It took a while for the blonde man to convince him both that he was truly All Might and the fact that it wasn't showing him his tail that caused his sudden transformation. The image of that scar on his body haunted Izuku's mind, someone with a golden body, and the strengths of Hercules could end up like that, it was unbelievable. He lost the composure of his hair, his muscles, those chiseled pecs, his damn near perfect jawline, and his trillion-yen smile. All gone, leaving only a husk of the idol he thought he knew. What he said to him was what followed him the most. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives in order to protect society. Some villains just can't be bitten without powers, and being ill-equipped to face a threat will not only hinder other heroes, but put the civilians in danger as well. So no, I honestly don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. I see. If you want to help people, there's plenty of other ways to do it. You can become a police officer. They aren't noticed and get a lot of crap because the heroes take the spotlight for the process of capturing most of the villains, but it's a fine profession that's just as necessary. If your fox limbs ever start working, you'll become a key aspect to the entire force. Though the usage of quirks in public are held only to heroes, cases like yours, where your fox traits can be considered as a mutation quirk, can get some leeway, since you can't help if your nose picks up scents better, or if your ears can pick up sounds easier, or even if your nails become pretty useful in a situation where you're low on equipment. It wasn't until later that Izuku became impressed how quickly All Might caught on to the shame he felt about his extra parts. Okay. Looking back, he felt like he was too negative with his reaction, considering what he's been told in his life. This was the only time someone actually gave him some positive alternative to his situation. Though like everyone else, no one believed he could be a hero. Look, young man, I get what you're feeling right now. Trust me, you don't need to do anything special for your family to make up for them raising you with all your faults growing. You being able to grow up and live a happy normal life is all your loved ones want from you. You don't need to get yourself maimed trying to reach for something clearly out of your capabilities as an apology to them. It's not bad to have a dream, just make sure to dream for yourself, that your dreams are attainable and realistic, understand? Yeah. Come on, I'm going to stop by the police station to drop off the villain. You can come to watch, and maybe after I can take you out for ice cream before getting you home. No, I'm fine. You sure? I know a place thaw. I'm sure. Before All Might could get another word out, Izuku had rushed past him. Izuku facepalmed himself into blindness for how he acted, thinking to himself. Why am I such a baby about things? I just missed out on seeing All Might turn in a villain firsthand and getting ice cream with him after. What is wrong with me? Most kids would literally kill someone for something like that, and I just threw it away because I was upset that he didn't think a man whose only traits are defective fox ears could become a hero that fights dangerous villains. What kind of? Before he finished that thought, his forehead smacked against something soft but resistant like a bouncy ball, springing him back with enough force to knock him off his feet. This being too self-absorbed into his own mental self-defecation was becoming really unhealthy for him. One day he's going to be hit by a car or get caught in the middle of an explosion again. Recovering from his humiliating fall, he noticed a pair of shoes in front of him, meaning he bumped into someone. As usual, whenever anyone bumps into another on the streets, some apologetic banter begins. I am so sorry me. Boy, watch what you bump into unless you want me to kick your ass there. Though this time was different. While the two had polar opposite initial reactions, they shared the same look of shock when they saw each other, instantly recognizing each other. Bunny ears. Izuku silently muttered under his breath. Broccoli head. A familiar dark-skinned bunny girl exclaimed. Astounded by what stars must have aligned for the two to meet again so soon, Izuku's eyes widened as he looked like he just saw his favorite video game character come to life. His lips quivered, legs felt like spaghetti, heart was pounding, arms were shaky, body felt giddy with excitement, and he was speechless. He couldn't imagine what she was thinking because his mind was pulling blanks on him. On the other side, the bunny girl was just blinking at him nonchalantly thinking. Didn't expect to see him here. You didn't have to do this, miss. Izuku told her. They were currently sitting at the sidewalk of a cafe, waiting to be served 3 scoops of refreshing frozen treats to enjoy on this bizarre day. Waving off his gratitude, the dark-skinned woman replied. I already told you to call me Miruko and don't worry about it, call it your reward for keeping our little promise. Hopefully, it'll be enough for you. Because I don't have enough money for something else at the moment. And no, it's fine. I just wish you didn't trick me into accepting it by saying you were gonna force feed me garlic flavor. I don't play tricks, I'm just very persuasive. It's borderline threatening. Oh, trust me, that's not a threat. When I give a threat, ex-cons cry. I can terrifyingly see that. The chilling vibe he felt was ironically complemented with a waitress serving them their frosty desserts. From his pressured choice, Izuku had ordered by pointing at the flavors he remembers he liked individually and prayed he'll like it together. He got 2 scoops of a green color ice cream and a scoop of a yellow color one on top. Miruko had gotten something she referred to the waitress as her usual. 2 scoops of a white color ice cream and 1 scoop of a pinkish color one with red flakes over it. Picking up a spoon, Miruko waited for no one to start enjoying her servings, as the greenet was hesitant in eating his. "What?" Miruko asked after seeing him be reluctant with his own. "You made a bad combination." "And no, I was wondering about the flavors you picked out," Izuku replied, picking up his spoon to stop the questioning. "It's not any stranger than what you got. What even is that lime-colored one you got?" "It's lime, I got lemon and lime." "What's wrong with lemon and lime?" "You might as well be injecting citrus into your bloodstream, at least then you'll save yourself the risk of brain freeze and a few bucks." "I don't think that's how this works. Anyways, I was mostly referring to the red one on top. This is plain vanilla, the one on top is a raspberry flavor with red cinnamon sprinkles." "Got an issue with cinnamon? Did you fail the cinnamon challenge before?" "No. And no, I've never tried the challenge before. It just seems weird for someone like you to eat that. Let me guess, you expected me to get carrot flavor. Then? Maybe." Miruko raised an eyebrow at him, staring at Izuku with her unfazed interrogating eyes. "Yes. Thought so." A small blush came across Izuku's face. "You wouldn't think the same? I thought most people with an animal-based mutation quirk would consider it if they like the same food as the animal they're based on. Especially if it's in ice cream form." "Ah, you're not wrong. I wish there was a carrot flavor, that'll be something to try." "But there is a carrot flavor." "You're joking." "And no, it's been a thing for a while now." "Damn it, Dad. I swear we had a 2-hour argument about this last week. I think he just wanted to win his stupid game night." This caused Izuku to let out a chuckle, he wasn't sure why, but hearing that sort of slow-day hijinks between a father and his daughter seemed wholesomely entertaining to him. He didn't have many memories of his father, but the few he did remember usually involved some silly shenanigans that looked like they belonged in a sitcom. "You're laughing now?" Miruko commented with a smile of her own. "That's good, you look like you had a long day and need something to cheer you up. Bet you're now happy I dragged you here." Izuku nodded his head. "Yeah, thank you," he said, taking a spoonful of his frozen treat in his mouth and relishing in its fruitful flavors. With the pair eating and chatting with each other, it served to soothe the wounded spirit of the fox boy, opening up his heart just enough to ask a few particular questions. "So, do you want to be a hero?" Drastically slowing down on her eating, Miruko sternly said. "I guess, why?" Readying her free hand just in case the boy says a little too much. "Was just thinking about it earlier when, well you were so skilled then. It looked like you were practicing to be a hero." Relaxing her hand as the boy showed to be discreet about her actions, Miruko replied, "More so, that guy was a major scumbag and I like beating up scum. Lost a favorite store of mine because of him." "When your quirk first manifested, were you confident in your ability to be a hero? Did you ever doubt that you can become a hero?" "PFFT, of course not," Miruko confidently exclaimed. "That's probably because her quirk was strong from the beginning," Izuku thought to himself before saying. "Would you still think that if your quirk weren't as strong as it was now?" The bunny girl scoffed. "I mean yeah, whatever quirk I got, even if it was a weak one wasn't going to stop me from training my body to be that of a hero. That'll be stupid." That line hit Izuku weird, his heart irregularly beat afterward, as if he was suddenly smacked with an unexpected object. He asked her. "But if you have a weak quirk, won't that only put yourself and others in danger if you go against a strong villain?" "Sure, I guess that's a possibility." Miruko shrugged, her eyes wandered a bit as she thought it over before stating. "That's kin to the point of training your body. Have you seen the quirks most heroes have? A good amount of them are really niche abilities that only work in certain situations. To me, what makes a difference between a regular guy and a hero is how someone can use their capabilities to be as effective as possible in turning a situation to their favor with their niche." Izuku scooted his body forward, seating at the edge of his seat as he asked more questions. He was getting more intrigued by the second, the kind of attitude she had was a polar opposite of what he usually gets whenever he asks these kinds of questions, and it perplexed him on how he should feel. Was she just being overconfident and naive, or just more optimistic and determined? He needed to ask her an important question. "I have a quirk that's not that strong, to the point where I'm basically quirkless outside of my nails. Do you think I have a chance at being a hero?" "How the fuck should I know?" Izuku blinked, his eyes were wide, and his jaw dropped low from the unexpected reaction the dark-skinned girl gave. He remembered getting that kind of response to a question once before, the memory seemed too distant to properly remember. Only the feeling of not knowing how to feel about that kind of answer remained, how half-completed it felt to hear. As Izuku tried to speak, he stammered with his words. "I don't know who you are, what you can do, or what you can grow to be. No one does, it's only you who can truly bring out what you can do with your own effort. My quirk wasn't that strong either when it first manifested. I'm a fucking rabbit. When was the last time humanity was threatened by a rabbit? Regardless of that, I was prepared to kick ass without using a quirk at all. It was only a coincidence that it became something useful later on. My old man said it was because of some super smart science crap, but I say it's because of how badass I was training. So just do that. Miruko casually said. Me? I don't think I can get like that. Why not? You may not look like much, but I don't see anything that'll prevent you from trying to be more. I just think my quirk is too detrimental to grow into something. Almost as if things would be better if I never had this quirk to begin with. Or if I was never born. He wished he was brave enough to say that last part. Miruko abruptly slammed the table with her hand as she rolled her eyes, groaning in annoyance. Ugh. I hate those kinds of philosophical questions, they're utterly horrendous to hear, take a considerate amount of time to think through, and mean nothing in the end. They mean nothing. Izuku repeated, feeling a bit skeptical about what she meant. He was pretty sure questioning if his life had a positive meaning meant something, if not to anyone then himself. Yeah, they mean nothing in the end, which is why I never wasted my time with them. Think about most of those kinds of questions, they're extremely vast and too vague. What is the point of life? What is the role of humans? Is the sky blue? Should we blah 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 blah? She said mockingly, exaggerating her expressions in a way that'll make the ancient Greek philosophers rage. I'm so sick of hearing them. What are you going to do if you get an answer? Not a lot because that's all you got, an answer. Nothing more, nothing less, just something that can't change what already is, which was the point of people searching for an answer to begin with. You're not going to change the world or make anyone's life better by trying to answer some rhetorical questions. It's like asking if my day would have been perfect if that villain attack didn't happen. Sure, it may have been better if my favorite store wasn't destroyed, of course, something has a chance of being better if something negative didn't happen. Water is wet. That doesn't solve anything, and me moping about it isn't going to fix it either. I just take what happens to me with what I got and try to get where I want. If I can do something then I do the best I can, if I can't then I see if I improve myself into being able to do that thing before moving on. Before she continued any further, she paused with an enlightening look on her face, as if she had a revelation of her own from the speech she said. Facepalming herself, she grumbled. Blah, I sound like my fucking dad. She pointed a finger at the young fox boy before stating. Point is, stop holding yourself back by thinking about stupid shit and do something. Life always throws challenges at you, start learning how to improve so you can kick their ass. You want something done, instead of crying to your lucky star hoping for a miracle, you just do it and become that miracle. A drop of sweat dripped down Izuku's face. Her simple way of doing things was problematic, since it clashes against the usual meticulous lifestyle he used to live. She makes life sound so much easier than what it really is, which could be beneficial if used in the right situation, but for someone like him, this wasn't something he can take in one sitting. Was he really being stupid thinking about half the stuff he does? The best way to find out was to look into the other side and see what results he can yield. Where would I start doing something like that? The fox boy asked, his curiosity growing exponentially from wanting to explore this new way of life. Typically anywhere, from your own room to like a junkyard, that's where I started out. But if you really suck at training yourself. She reached into her back pocket to get out a business card, writing on the back of it an address and 2 numbers, before handing it over to him. Try this place. If you're having trouble finding the place, the bottom number is mine. As Izuku accepted the card, his hand began shaking. An overwhelming amount of joy filled his body, causing him to get a wide smile, and his eyes began glittering. If he could move his tail right now, he'll probably be wagging it like a dog despite being a fox. Miruko didn't know it yet, but she had just helped him achieve a great thing in his life. I finally got a girl's number. He cheered in his head. It was now Miruko's turn to have a sweat drop from her head. She doesn't know what his life might be like, but she wasn't going to lie about how his reaction seemed a bit too creepy. His excitement soon died out when he turned to the front of the card and saw it was the business card to a pet shop, looking up at her with an ambitious questioning look to know the reason she had this. Sensing the speculation of a stereotype flooding his mind, Miruko quickly stated. Don't ask, it's a long story. Knowing how complicated situations can be when one is living under special circumstances, Izuku chose to leave it there. Oh okay. Boom. They recognized that sound, an explosion must have happened not too far from them. With both of them having their curiosity in the cause, they both went together to see what was happening. On the way there, Izuku thought about how fortunate he was that all these things were happening in such proximity to him. For better or worse, his luck stat has been the all-star of his day. When they finally reached the site, Izuku was met with a horrifying sight. Blazing bright red flames had consumed most of the shopping district, slowly burning down the cherished buildings around them and their cherished decorations. The flames lit up the area to look like a scorching orange inferno had appeared out of nowhere, pure contrast to the calm shiny blue scene that the rest of the city had. A piece of hell had replaced the streets that Izuku once knew for years. It was no longer the peaceful place that people came to cheerfully enjoy their lives, but a disaster space that no man can walk through. All the heroes that were currently there had their hands filled protecting the other civilians, or were trying to control the ever-growing fire. Their only saving graces were the 3 high-ranking heroes that were on the scene, but even then there was trouble. Mount Lady couldn't assist, as her giant form was too big to fit in the narrow streets, without completely destroying every building in her path. Death Arm's abilities in this situation weren't any good outside of making sure the civilians didn't get hurt. And Kamui Wood couldn't fight as well, because the flames kept destroying the wood he'll create, which only ended up adding fuel to the fire. They were utterly overwhelmed and helpless to detain the villain that caused all that. That was the worst part of this entire situation, the slime villain. He was back. Just seeing him struck fear in Izuku. He still remembers the crushing feeling of how the villain tried to slowly suffocate him less than an hour ago. It was the first time ever that he didn't want to watch a villain attack and go straight home. The only thing that kept him there was the lack of strength his legs had, too petrified from his fear to move. That fear grew into a complete nightmare when he saw who was unfortunately caught in the dastardly villain's hands. Haken. Izuku softly said. It was supposed to be a yell, but his fright stole all the power in his lungs. He was watching someone slowly getting asphyxiated, yet the one feeling helpless was him, the one safely behind the line that's being protected by multiple heroes. Seeing the situation and noticing Izuku's reaction, Miruko already knew she was going to do something about it. She patted Izuku on the shoulder, assuring him, "I'll save your friend, just sit tight." She ran away from the crowd, trying to find an alleyway she could change in to hide her identity. Despite Miruko trying to ease Izuku's nerves that someone was going to come save Kitsuki, a single thought filled his mind. How's he here? All Might captured him, he showed me. Why isn't All Might stopping him again? And why of all people was Kaken the one the slime villain captured? This isn't even a street Kitsuki usually goes to in his free time. This is. Izuku's eyes widened as in a single moment, he dreadfully solved all of his own questions. He didn't need to hear mutters of the surrounding civilians to know what truly happened. What happened? I was here from the beginning. That villain came out of a bottle like some kind of genie. That poor boy was the closest one to it. This is where Bakugo went. What made him run out on us? I overheard part of a phone call he got from his mom. Apparently, he was looking for someone here. You're telling me he got into this mess just because he was looking for someone? That's rough, buddy. This is all my fault. A single thought that cleared out everything else. His heart sank when he realized this and held his hand over his mouth mortified. It's because of me that the villain escaped. I remember now, when I grabbed onto All Might's leg my nails during his attempt to leave. They ripped up his pants as I gripped for my life, letting the bottle slip out. He must have not noticed because he was too busy making sure I was safe. Kaken was here looking for me. Probably being forced to from his mom since I haven't returned home yet and didn't call. Now he could die. And All Might, he can't help us and no one knows it yet. He wasted all his time and energy helping me. Now there's no hero whose quirk can stop this villain. I don't even think Miruko's would help if she jumped in. This is all my fault. Kaken is getting hurt because of me again. It has always been like this to Izuku. No matter what he does or where he goes, he always ends up causing irreparable damage to everyone around him. First his mother with her internal scars, then the Bakugos who work extra hard to take care of his family. Even his idol All Might can't fulfill his heroic duty in a time of desperate need, and now Kitsuki might even die because he was trying to make sure he got home safely. This wasn't the first time Kitsuki has been horribly hurt because of him. "Stop it, let me go, it hurts," was the cry of a younger Izuku. A group of 3 older kids had cornered him on his way back from school. One of them had gotten extremely jealous when a girl he liked started fawning over Izuku after she caught a rare sight of him with his young fox ears and tail out. It was a simple mistake that happened only because Izuku had carelessly rushed himself to get to PE and didn't properly tie down his fox parts, leading to them slipping out unexpectedly on his way back to the locker room after the class. He thought everything would be fine since only one girl saw. He did feel a bit uncomfortable with her interest in him, especially when she asked to show him her tail, but he managed to get through it since it wasn't the first time an older female showed intense interest in his fox parts. How wrong he was. "Fucking brat, you really thought you were special because of these little things," one of the boys said as he pulled on his ears harder. Izuku couldn't fight back as the other boys were holding his arms, keeping him still. "And no. Please stop, you're going to tear them off. Stop being a baby, I just want to see them properly. I want to see what all the fuss was about, and your hair is in the way. You're lucky I don't just give you a much needed haircut." Those boys were pulling on his ears so hard that the delicate skin on his still developing ears began to tear. Tears began to stream down his face as a bit of blood started leaking down the top of his head. Despite his outward distaste for all his fox parts, he strangely didn't want to lose any of them. They were the only things he had to remind himself that he was his father's son. It was a paradox of self-hating with a want to preserve them, but it was one of the few reasons why he never did something as drastic as cutting off his fox ears and tail. Now a couple of random teens were going to do it for him. "Stop. Why don't you make me?" "He's not able to do that, but I can." A third voice rang out. It took a second for the kid bullying Izuku to realize that line wasn't said by one of his friends. As soon as he turned behind him to see who it was, his face was met with an explosion. Shocked, the bully let Izuku go and tended to his burning face, screaming in pain. "Boy, who the hell are you, kid?" one of the bully's friends shouted at the person who assaulted him. That person was also met with an explosive blast, this time to the stomach, throwing him onto his back as he released the defenseless fox boy. The other boy didn't even get a chance to say anything before he was blasted off of Izuku as well. Standing there was Kitsune, his hands were crackling with tiny sparks as he stared down the older kids. "I'm the one responsible for that crybaby, and you all fucked up by going this far," he told them. Looking back, Kitsune might have tried a bit too hard to look cool, but at that moment he may as well have looked like a superhero. Recovering from the initial sneak attack, the bully who started this managed to move past the burning sensation on his face and glared at the boy. "You little punk, I'll kick your ass. I'd like to see you try," Kitsune taunted, readying himself for a fight. "Don't get too cocky, you're not the only one with a quirk," the bully replied, his hand slowly turned into the hooves of a donkey. His friend began to get back up as well, activating their quirks as well. This wouldn't be a fair 1-versus-1 fight one would expect, but what should you expect from teenagers who'll do this over a girl? In spite of this, Kitsuki's confidence never wavered as he declared, "Bring it." The fight lasted for a few minutes and ended with the bullies running away, their clothes shredded with embers and their bodies covered in cinders and bruises. As expected, Kitsune stood tall in the direction the bullies ran, taking in the glory of his win, and the older boys completely lost. The young fox boy's eyes glowed with admiration seeing him there. Until he turned around and showed his battered face. His lips were inflated from the bruises to the point of being comically big, and one of his eyes was swollen shut. It later became a black eye. "You good, Deku?" he asked casually as if nothing was wrong. "You're asking if I'm good?" Izuku shouted back, surprised the concern was on him. More than once had Kitsune put his livelihood under great stress for Izuku's sake, now he's the one in danger. He hated seeing Kitsune hurt because of him, yet all Izuku can do about it is wallowing in self-pity and angst, on the verge of tears. "How cowardly," he thought to himself. I'm sorry. Please, someone, anyone. Help him. Save Kaken." Like every other time, he didn't know what to do, Izuku prayed, hoping for a change of fate. But nothing happened. Kitsune was still in the crushing grip of the slime villain. Izuku could see the life drain out of his face from the lack of air. He wasn't going to last much longer. As always, Kitsune did his best to struggle free to no avail. He was as helpless as Izuku was in this situation. And for the first time, there was pure fear in his eyes. It was that horrified look on his face that made something inside of Izuku awaken once again, and a single thought filled his mind again. Save Kaken. Without a second thought, Izuku felt his body dash forward, charging through the civilian line the heroes tried to maintain toward the villain. His actions shocked the heroes that were trying to keep the civilians back and the ones watching from behind. They tried to call out to him. "No, you idiot. Hey, kid, get back here. It's too dangerous for you. Stop before you get yourself killed." The screams caught the attention of Miruko, who turned back to see a familiar green-haired kid had dropped all forms of sense and had rushed straight toward the villain. Even though she was surprised that the boy would take such an action, she thought, "What the hell is he doing? What am I doing?" Izuku thought to himself. Despite his mental objection, he didn't stop charging at full speed. "Why did I run? Why can't I stop? You want something done, instead of crying to your lucky star hoping for a miracle, you just do it and become that miracle." This voice, Izuku thought to himself, remembering the voice. Like before, his body seemed to be acting based on the words being told to him. Point is, stop holding yourself back by thinking about stupid shit and do something. He wasn't even sure what he was doing, but he was doing something. The slime villain noticed this as well, and didn't hesitate to extend out one of his slimy tendril hands. He's going to do something. What do I do? The greenet remembered a piece of advice that was in his notebook. That's right, I need to stun the enemy by. Arg, I don't have anything on me I can throw. In the split second of him being distracted by his thoughts, the villain had used his tendrils to pick up a broken shard of glass and swung it at the rushing boy. Izuku didn't know what to do, and he was scared of the obvious threat of death that had just approached him. He's going to kill me. Izuku thought as the jagged shard drew closer to him. Life always throws challenges at you. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives in order to protect society. That strange instinctive feeling Izuku felt before erupted again. The moment must have pushed his senses to the limit as his entire body was shaking, and he swore there was a twitching signal in his head that warned of the incoming attack. It was thanks to that feeling snapping his body out of its suicidal charge that he was able to backstep the villain attack. Possibly a bit too late as the glass edge tore through Izuku's shirt and slashed at him diagonally. For a moment, everyone held their breath as they wondered if they just saw the boy get cut down. Everyone except for Izuku, who as soon as the blade passed by his body, he immediately continued his charge forward. He was unharmed, his shirt was ripped off, the remaining scraps of his already barely held together uniform had fallen off as he ran, but he didn't have a scratch on him. Thank God for the belt that tied his tail to his back, it had luckily blocked the cut from actually hitting him and gave him the fraction of a second he needed to dodge. With his belt and shirt gone, his tail was now flying in the wind as he ran. He was so close to Kitsune, but with the threat the villain posed, it kept him too far away. If he stopped and thought, one of the heroes would surely come in to save him, but then that'll leave Kitsune completely alone to die. He can't stop moving, only he can do something to help Kitsune, he just doesn't know what. He barely evaded the first attack that could have mortally wounded him if he didn't have that lucky dodge. Should he pray for that kind of luck a second time? He's been on a lucky streak already today, it was going to run dry soon, and it would not be favorable to Izuku if it did now. He needed to know what he could do. Start learning how to improve so you can kick their ass. Learn. Improve. He repeated those words in his head. On the spot without time to stop and prepare, he was going to improve his untrained self. He was going to create a miracle of his own. Was it crazy? Yes, but it's not like there was much of a choice. Kitsune only had a few more moments left before the worst could happen. He wasn't dumb enough to think that he can make himself into a perfect fighter in a second. Instead, he quickly analyzed the situation with 3 quick facts that he was going to use to survive this. The slime villain's moves are predictable and sloppy, probably from overly relying on his malleable state, making him immune to most attacks, and thinking Izuku can't do much. The slime villain can't do anything else besides swinging his slimy arms, meaning his attacks are heavily limited. If Izuku can get that twitchy feeling he felt before, he can use that as an indicator when he needs to dodge. Stupid brat, you won't get that lucky again. The villain shouted. Izuku had barely established those facts in his head before the slime villain threw another slash his way. There's no turning back now, either he'll be able to dodge, or he's going to go down as the suicidal fox boy who one day finally had enough and death charged at a villain. He tried to clear his mind to concentrate, trying to listen to his body, he needed to notice when it gave him a sign. There it was. Remembering how he barely avoided the earlier attack when he dodged with a backstep, Izuku knew he needed a different way, this time choosing to duck below the strike. He felt the sharp glass glide through the curls of his green hair, strands of his hair were blown away into the air by the gust of wind, he eluded the attack by a literal hair. But the trouble didn't end there. While he had ducked the initial attack, the still crouching Izuku would look up to see that a second attack was heading his way. He hadn't even recovered from dodging the first strike, now a low-aiming one was coming at him, and he didn't know what to do. His senses alerted of the attack, but he was in a bad position to dodge like he did before, and there wasn't time to think of an alternative. He was stuck. Jump Dumbus. A recognizable voice shouted through the sea of concerned voices behind Izuku. He couldn't turn around to see who it was, but he assumed it was the same person whose advice he's been following during this entire idiotic charge of his. Bending his knees, he converted his body from an awkward crouching position to one preparing itself for a leap. There was only one issue, he realized. My legs. They're too slow on their own to get me off the ground before he hits me. I won't make it if I keep this pace, I need to do something to speed myself up. Think. From his hunkered down position, he slammed his 2 hands onto the hard ground. As he tightens his hands, his nails grinded against the concrete of the streets, and he cinched his arms with his legs. Like a canine, he used the strength in all 4 of his limbs to thrust himself off the ground. He might have used a bit too much power in his jump, as his leap that was supposed to be enough to go over one attack ended up becoming a full-on daring lunge toward the villain. The wind was blowing in Izuku's face, making it hard to see, his tail was aimlessly fluttering around, and his father's memento was whirling in the air from the gust, only staying in his possession thanks to its chain. He was freaking out as this wasn't part of his barely thought-out plan. It was unexpected, but his action seemed to surprise the villain and got him even closer to Kitsune. With a heavy chest, Izuku shouted out his name. Kaken. A struggling Kitsuki, whose body was going limp, heard his name being called. His dreary eyes drifted in the direction it came from. A bit of life was ignited in him as he spotted a wild fox boy flying toward him. His nails were fully extended, his teeth were keen, and his green eyes had pupils that were sharp. The tail he usually hid under his clothes was now freely hovering behind him, and the string that usually held down his ears had snapped off from the previous attack, letting them flow out of his hair. All of Izuku, human or fox, was on display for everyone to see. The boy who once was cautious of everyone seeing him this way now didn't care what anyone thought of him, he only had his one goal in mind. Save Kaken. What do I do now? Izuku thought to himself. That's right. As the distance between him and the villain was close, Izuku clawed at the slime villain's eyes, blinding him and releasing his hold on Kitsuki. Stun him. Landing on his feet, the greenet wasted no time tearing away the gunk that was covering his friend's mouth so he could breathe. As soon he could open his mouth, Kitsuki took a deep breath of much needed air and to revivify his body. Panting, he immediately yelled. Deku? What the hell are you doing here? I don't know, I just started doing stupid things. Izuku told him as he continued scraping away other parts of his body. Get away from me, I don't need to be saved by you. You're just going to get in the way and get killed. I can't. Why? I don't even like you. Izuku couldn't help but smile, not even he truly knew why he did what he did. Life without Kitsuki there to constantly put him down sounded great, and this was a situation where no one expected him to do anything or would blame him if he was helpless. Yet, he was still here. Was it fate, his will, or pure stupidity? Either one would be fitting for this situation. The best he told Kitsuki was something he felt he learned from him after all these years. Honestly, I don't know if I hate you or not myself, but I don't think that should matter when your responsibility is saving someone. I can't just sit back and let you die. After freeing Kitsuki's shoulder, he grabbed on it and pulled with all his might to get his friend out of there, letting out a roar. We're going home together. The statement stunned Kitsuki into silence, echoes of a distant memory lingered on his mind. Thank you for saving me, Kaken. Whatever, Deku, it's not like I had much of a choice. Mom made you my responsibility so I couldn't sit back and watch you get hurt even if I wanted to. Despite Izuku's best effort, he couldn't get Kitsuki free by himself. The slime villain, while blinded, still got a grip on his lower body. His fox ears were in pain from the villain's painful yell. That didn't deter Izuku's resolution to continue to pry the blonde away, bit by bit. With enough of the slime around his arms having been torn away, Kitsuki could move his hand, just enough for him to use his quirk to blast one of his hands free. You fucking idiot. Kitsuki spat as Izuku grabbed his other arm and he turned his free hand in the direction of his trapped one. He yelled. That was my plan from the start of this mess. Releasing another explosion that blasted away enough slime so they can pull out his other arm. With both hands free and Izuku pulling him out, Kitsuki managed to turn his torso to face the villain. Lucky for him, the slime didn't completely dissipate his nitroglycerin, and with the stress of the situation causing him to uncontrollably sweat, the villain was chock full of ammunition for his quirk. Hold on. Kitsuki ordered Izuku, who had no issues obeying in this situation. Then there was a spark. A spark that ignited the chemical substance that covered the villain, and a fiery red explosion erupted that rumbled the street. The shockwave of the explosion sent the two kids back onto the ground hard, and the force broke the chain holding his necklace. Izuku lost track where it flew off to. The kids looked at their handiwork, the smoke had engulfed the area, and burning embers floated in the sky. It might be a bit early to call it, but they got him. For a split second, the two boys shared a moment where they were both amazed at what happened. Then Kitsuki turned around, his usual anger in his eyes, as he looked like he was about to shout. You. But then he suddenly stopped. What? Izuku asked, wondering what prevented him from yelling at him. Too stunned to say anything, Kitsuki continued to stare at Izuku, amazed at what he was seeing. Unbeckoned to the smiling Izuku, his cursed fox ears were twitching. Not only that, but his tail was wagging back and forth on the ground as well. The parts of him that they all once thought were dead weight was now moving with life. They weren't moving much, and from the crowd perspective nothing was happening, but Kitsuki swears he saw them moving. He knew something had surely awakened in the boy to have caused this. Neither knew that this small victory was the fruitful results of Izuku's changed fate and a new resolve for life. Look out. A voice called out. Humming from the direction of the crowd, something zipped past them at high speed into the cloud of smoke, clearing out enough to expose a recovering slime villain, planning to pull a sneak attack on the unexpecting boys. Die, you damn brats. Declared the villain, reeling back his hand to give one last effort to enact his revenge on the kids that ruined his glorious return. Save the kids. Detherms shouted as they all charged in to try to save the boys. Miruko wanted to go in as well, but found her sprinting path blocked off by the crowd, having to take a quick detour that could result in deadly effects. Kitsune quickly kneeled in front of Izuku, readied his hand in an attempt to muster up enough sweat for another explosion, but his slime-covered hands dampened it. Izuku's senses were going crazy about the oncoming attack. Having run out of ideas and strength, Izuku sat down with tears of acceptance in his eyes, still smiling. He only had time for one final thought. We're dead, should have run while we had the chance. Slam. As the villain lifted his grimy hand expecting to see two mangled boys' bodies, he was surprised to see that he only hit the street. Standing in front of him was a proud All Might in his signature buff form. Both the boys were safely tucked in one of his muscular arms. At this point, Izuku, after making peace with dying for that brief moment, was barely even conscious to see what was going on. All he knew was All Might has saved them, and that's all he needed to know. No doubt All Might was saying some kind of inspirational speech right now, but his hearing had checked out long again. Most of it was just a buzzing mess. To everyone else, they heard the final attack to put an end to this nightmare scene. Detroit, smash. You two were so brave. One of the heroes said once the mess got settled, praising the young kids that showed true courage in the face of danger. That compliment was given to Bakugo and Miruko. Apparently, Miruko was the one that alerted everyone of the slime villain's plan to attack, while everyone thought it was over and kicked that rock to expose it. She also saved a few civilians from getting hurt when she destroyed some rumble that fell after Bakugo's explosion, while the heroes were too distracted watching the boys. Itsuki was getting praised for being able to blast himself free from the villain's hold on him, and for remaining calm through most of it. Izuku on the other hand received a severe scolding from the heroes for being reckless and every synonym to that word. Not surprisingly. Almost saving someone and not getting yourself killed doesn't count for much in the face of rules, and the only thing he got that wasn't him being berated was a sort of compliment where Kamui Wood said his lunge at the villain was impressive for a kid to do, and that he was lucky his claws were sharp enough to pry apart the villain's slime grip. He was honestly happy this was the worst that he got considering what he did. It could have been worse, but he guessed both of them getting out of there alive and surprisingly unharmed as what saved him from something worse. Though it might have killed a little bit of life his fox parts had as they didn't move after being saved. He was chastised for almost half an hour, at least he hoped it was only half an hour. He wasn't going to lie that his sense of time was off for a multitude of reasons. He was only saved when Kitsune grabbed the back of his neck collar and began dragging him away despite the hero's protest. Hey kid, we're not. We get it already, he's a dumbass. We can all agree on that. Now we need to get home sooner else our moms will both kill me and then die of a heart attack. The heroes didn't object anymore as the blonde statement left them questioning the particular relationship between their mothers and didn't want to step on that topic. In public. Miruko watched as the pair walked off, smiling as she mumbled to herself. Interesting kid. The walk back home was mostly silent between the two of them. Izuku had gotten a free Wild Wild Pussycats t-shirt from one of the shopkeepers, so he didn't have to go home shirtless, his only reward for his efforts. It's a bit embarrassing to wear, but at least it's something of a salve. Oh, crap. He finally realized that his black foxtail, his father's memento, the only material thing he had to remember him by had fallen off. Right as the fear struck his face, he found his prized possession dangling in front of him. Looking to the side he saw that it was Kitsune that was holding it out to him. Took you long enough to notice, some bunny girl found it and I had her give it to me. He mumbled quietly, he wasn't able to look Izuku in the eyes. I got it fixed, this time with a metal chain, so it'll be durable and won't look like a gift from a grandma gives to a 5-year-old. If it breaks again, you're on your own. Taking the necklace and putting it on, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. Whatever, I just didn't want to hear you crying about it once we got home. As the two walked, Kitsuki's pace continued to rapidly slow down, lagging behind Izuku. And I'm sorry. Izuku immediately turned back to him, he swore he just heard him whisper something. What? I said you're such a sorry weakling Deku. Geez, you'll always be a defective brat, and I'll never ask you for help ever. Kitsune shouted at him, his eyes lit back up with rage as he gritted his fist. So careless, where would you be without me? Izuku stared blankly for a minute before giving a soft smile and replying. I have no idea, I can't imagine a life without you. The explosive blonde's eyes widened, that wasn't an expected response. To hide his reaction to it he turned his face away from the greenet, giving off a grunt. Mumbling something about never looking down on him. While it may be flattering to hear, Izuku was being serious, despite the highs and lows of their relationship, he couldn't say for certain how his life will be without his childhood friend. So many moments were heavily influenced by him. Like that day all those years ago when he was 10. He was crying under an underpass and was seriously considering running away from home. That was until a certain blonde walked by him. At first they just stared at each other as they were both surprised to find the other there. "You were here of all places. Hey Kakin." The awkward silence tensed up the air. Scratching his cheek as he thought of what to say, a smile came upon Kitsuki's face as he jabbed a thumb behind him and asked. "So there's this new vigilante game that came out at the arcade, but it's stupidly 2 players only. So you wanna be my partner?" At first the fox boy stared back at him like he was crazy, then he said, "Okay." That became the day Izuku didn't run away from home because of video games. To Izuku's knowledge, it was by pure chance that Kitsuki walked past him that day. He had yet to find out what he was doing there in the first place. It only made one thing clear to Izuku: too many things were affected for him to tell for certain how his life would be if he wasn't in his life. He was going to take Miruko's advice and not waste his life thinking about it. Kitsuki was alive, nothing was going to change that, and he felt like their relationship had changed in some way today. Then Kitsuki suddenly blasted himself with his quirk. Screaming, Izuku asked. "Kakin. Why?" Getting up on his feet, the blonde had the look of a crazed man as he says. "I realized that I'm way too okay to go home." "What?" Izuku, look at you. You're not even wearing the same clothes you left the house in anymore. They're in tatters, and that's not even mentioning all your scrapes and bruises. If we walk in, and you're like that, and I come in perfectly fine, my mom will annihilate me. Don't even get me started if he finds out about the villain attacks. So you're going to blow yourself up?" "Yes. If I look busted up as well, then she'll believe I tried my best. And we just tell the truth?" "Fuck no. She won't believe it," Kitsuki says, running off down the street. "I'll be back, meet me by the house, but don't go in, okay?" Sometimes Izuku forgets that you can't reason with Kitsuki on certain things. As told of him, the green had walked home by himself. On the way he heard a voice he didn't expect to hear again today. "I am here." It was strange chatting with the current number 1 hero, especially in the form he was currently in. They spent a few moments catching up before All Might got to the reason he was here for. "Young Midoriya, I wanted to talk to you about your question earlier." Something Izuku never expected to do in his life was interrupt his idol mid-sentence. "Actually, All Might, thank you for your concern, but that won't be necessary." "What?" "I've decided to continue working toward my dream of being a hero." "You are?" Nodding, Izuku told him. "If there was one thing I learned today, it's that this world can be cold and cruel, constantly throwing challenges your way. That's the reason you can't let others decide what you're capable of, so you can grow to overcome those challenges, no matter what condition you're in. Which is why I no longer need anyone to tell me if I can be a hero. I'm not sure if I'll actually become one, but I'm going to work hard from now on towards it. I'll see if I can make myself into a true hero." "So then, was that daring attempt to save your friend trying to be that hero?" All Might asked, raising an eyebrow. Immediately Izuku's confident look crumbled to one where he was about to cry. "No. I wasn't trying to be a hero. Then are you crazy? In fact, I didn't even plan on doing anything, it just sorta happened. I almost died there, oh my god, what was I thinking? I just saw my friend in trouble and really wanted to save him. Next thing I knew, I was running in. Did I mention that I almost died more than once?" All Might crack a smile. "That's a relief then. I might have been worried if you had acted only out of some kind of self-validation. You see, there are stories about every hero, how they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think, almost on their own, as if they had some kind of instinct about it. And today, that's what happened to you. Despite your flaws and what holds you back, you seem to have awakened that special instinct on your own." The green eyes of Izuku sparkled as he was listening to his idol. "Is he?" "Young man, I'm glad you'll no longer wait for someone to tell you what you can be. Because you too can become a hero, and I'll be the first one to wholeheartedly say that I believe it." Never in Izuku's life did anyone ever say he can be something as grand as a hero, and completely meant it. Every time there was always a bit of pity, doubt, or lack of sincerity because of his condition. He knows he just said that he didn't need to get that from anyone anymore, but it still felt unbelievable to actually hear it from someone's mouth. There was only one other time where he felt like someone truly meant the encouragement they gave him about being strong. "You are both a kind soul and a powerful person, Izuku Midoriya. Never forget that and never be ashamed of your body, especially of those ears of yours." Filled with joy, Izuku couldn't help but break into tears, trying his best to wipe them away. He wanted to stay strong but was overcome with emotion that the tears kept coming despite his efforts. As the number 1 hero looked down at the tearful eye, he couldn't help but feel his heart warm up a bit when he started seeing the boy's ear twitch and his tail wag a bit. Life will always be hard, nothing can stop it. That doesn't mean that those with bad luck are destined to suffer forever. Dreams can become reality. Sometimes all it takes is a little luck, and the world is full of different ways for that to come, we may not even know it when we pass by it. Just like how Izuku has yet to find out that his ill fate was changed thanks to an encounter with a certain hare, and it's those moments that'll forever change the world. Who knew so much can happen because of a pair of fox ears? Chapter 2. Accelerated Evolution. Page 5. The paranormal phenomenon triggered by dream. Dreams. What is a dream? The succession of images, ideas, emotions, and sensations that usually occur involuntarily in the mind during certain stages of sleep. The content and purpose of dreams are not fully understood to this day, despite being a topic of scientific, philosophical, and religious interest throughout recorded history. Do they mean anything? The common theory goes that dreams don't mean anything, they're only electrical brain impulses that bring out random thoughts and imagery from our memories. Like everything else in the world, people expect things to be grounded in reality. While it would be amazing to occur, we can't live through life thinking everything we experience can be fantasized as we see in stories. But then again, this world is full of mysteries, we can't put a definitive on a meaning as we do not know how they work or their capabilities, and one of the biggest mysteries is a person's unconscious mind. They're filled with undiscovered potential and are an enigma to understand. Such as a certain dream Izuku has been having ever since he was a kid, the first time he had it was when he was 3 years old. The eyes of the young boy opened, only to see pure black. He couldn't move, couldn't hear, and couldn't speak. He was paralyzed in an encapsulated void of nothingness, one he could not escape from. He doesn't know how he got there, how long he was in there for, or why he was sealed there in the first place. He just appeared to be in there, trapped, unable to move or see his own 2 hands. Forced to stay suspended there for an incomprehensible amount of time. He wanted to scream, he wanted to yell, he wanted to fight against this crushing claustrophobic feeling he was facing and break out this anomalous borstal. It was a notion he felt a single time before then. Like most dreams, this lasted for a few minutes, and once it was over, Izuku forgot about it. Most would classify a dream like that as a nightmare, and while people remember more nightmares than they do dreams, this occurrence wasn't that memorable to the fox boy. During the moment it can be terrifying to be trapped in a weird space where the only thing you're able to do is exist. Once the experience is over, there's very little to nothing to take away from it. No giant monster, nightmare-fueling event, or even horrible reincarnation of bad memories happened, just a trifle wait till Izuku wakes up. In a while, being in that state is basically how it is to be asleep, who'll blame him for not remembering it. So, this strange dream was never mentioned to any of his caretakers. This dream would occur to Izuku at least once every month, very few times does he realize he's having that dream again, the rest he doesn't even realize it happened, or that he had the dream before, though it does bring a sense of familiarity. Because each time it was the same thing, a whole bunch of nothing, crudely symbolic of his life, and how he was existing without really doing much. He just lived with barely a purpose, no sports, no clubs, no after-school activities that weren't going to the hero-dedicated streets or market, and a dream which at the time seemed way out of his realm of capabilities. In correlation with his life, that dream never changed, time continued to pass by uneventfully. Until. Like every other night, Izuku floated aimlessly in the void he was encased in. It was on its way of being another forgettable dream, destined to be an afterthought for how uneventful it is. That was until a slight cracking sound rang out inside Izuku's imprisonment. He didn't know where it came from as nearly all of his senses were nullified, but it surprised him that he finally heard something. That amazement was quickly followed by another sound. Thump. Is that thumping I hear? Izuku thought to himself, it couldn't be, from where would it be coming from? Thump. 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 More cracking noises echoed. It was definitely thumping noises he was hearing, this time he could feel vibrations coming from above him. Is someone breaking me out? Wait, does that mean there's an outside to this place? Thump. Thump. Thud. What was that last sound? It hit differently. Crackle. Crack. The cracking sound became more audible, until. Crack. Suddenly from the pure black darkness that surrounded him, a tiny crack of light peered through. Light. Light. He cheered, he couldn't believe what he was seeing, a ray of hope. My, look at what you did. Might have overdone it a bit that time. Said a voice. Is that a person's voice? Izuku thought there was an outside world to where he was. A red eye poked in the crack, looking around a bit before setting its gaze in Izuku's direction. Oh ho, sorry about that. Called out the modest voice from the crack. I wanted to do some work here, I'll leave if you want. No don't. Izuku screams, immediately being surprised that he can now speak. The voice called out again. What did you want me to do? Answering quickly, Izuku knew this was his only shot at breaking out of wherever he was. You can continue whatever you were doing, I don't mind at all. Are you sure? cracks are forming and I don't think you'll want to burst out. It's fine. I kinda want to burst out of here, so please continue. The red eye stared at him for a while before residing from the crack and saying, okay. Thud. 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 Crack. The pounding continued, creating more and more crack in his containment. I'm finally going to be able to see the outside. With his return body function, Izuku started flailing around the best he could, hoping to increase the crumble rate. Thud. Crackle. Thud. Crack. He can see the crack spreading vertically on what was encapsulating him. The more cracks that appeared, the more of his senses returned to him. He could hear, he could see, and even started being able to wiggle his fingers. Crack. Crack. The cracks began to grow on their own, it was almost complete. Here it comes, prepare yourself. The tender voice told him. Thank you for the help. Izuku called out. By the way, what were you doing here anyway? As the cracks reached to the bottom of the void, the voice answered him. I was just pounding some mochi. You want some? Before Izuku could answer, the ground beneath him suddenly broke away, sending the boy plummeting down below. At first, he was relieved about this as it meant he had his freedom until he looked down and saw he was falling from literal thousands of feet in the air. Oh well, I tried to warn ya. The voice of his helper shouted cheerful for what could be his death drop, looking up at them as he fell, he would see only a single white bunny with red eyes and a specially designed bucket in front of them. It was sitting on a bright white orb, mostly likely what was imprisoning him for so long, it had a lot of cracks from his escape. The friendly bunny waved him goodbye as he fell, calling out to him. Come back anytime if you want a snack, I'll have the moon fixed by then. Wait, moon? Izuku thought, dread quickly followed that revelation. I'm falling from the moon. Screaming for his life from his helplessness and saving himself from this fall, he kinda forgot that this was all a dream. His excitement of finding out there was more to this dream brought him right back into a suspension of disbelief dreams usually have, also who would take an unexpected fall from the moon as an inconsequential event, even if it was a dream. Falling through clouds can be pretty frightening. He didn't want to look down, but something caught his eye, a huge red and gold palace whose tip barely reaches the clouds. He mistakenly took it as a mountain at first, from its layers and layers of different platforms, though his vision was blurry because of the fall. He saw that each layer had giant red torii gates near the edge facing the same direction. The beauty of them drew his attention away from his worries for a moment, he remembered those gates, he saw them on a family vacation once. His views of the gates were quickly cut off by tall bamboo trees. This place has bamboo trees as well. Izuku wondered, this was certainly an interesting place he ended up in. It entices him until he realizes that falling down past trees means that he's almost reached the ground. There was only a split second for Izuku to turn and see the ground before the hard surface filled his entire and. Wow. Itsuki would enter into the room the two shared, only to see our adorable fox boy on the ground, tangled in his bedsheets. The two stared at each other in silence before Kitsuki bluntly says. The fuck? Be bad dream. Izuku replied quickly, he stumbled to get out of his entangled sheets to make his bed. His mind still wondered about what he just saw in that dream, what was it? Did he roll all six and got an alternative route or something? That never happened before in the dream, and he doesn't know what sparked it. What kind of fucking bad dream were you having? Oh Kitsuki. Don't think I didn't fucking hear you, watch your damn language. Shouted Mitsuki from downstairs, it's amazing how she went years without realizing her hypocrisy. That's parenting in a nutshell. But you hag, I didn't say nothing. Kitsuki yelled back, it's really just a vicious cycle. You think I'm deaf? If the boot fits. Don't get smart with me, you want to add another 2 weeks to your grounding. Thought so. The blonde mumbled something under his breath before turning his attention back to Izuku. Anyways, breakfast is ready nerd. Come get some. After finally freeing himself Izuku nodded, telling him he'll join them once he made his bed and brushed his teeth. The week passed since he had that dream and the day he got attacked by a villain, then get saved by a bunny girl, then get attacked by another villain that was slimy, then get saved again by All Might, then get attacked by the slime villain again, and then get saved by All Might again. The most frightening part was how that was the simplified version of what happened that day. Both boys were promptly grounded almost as soon as they got home, being baited into a false sense of security by saying how relieved they were that they came home safe, and then severely scolded them till the sunset. Most of the chastise were toward Kitsuki, since he was responsible for both of them, which was why he was going to be grounded till the end of the school semester, but Izuku stepped in, trying to take some responsibility for his part in the whole mess. 2 of the 3 times Izuku got attacked by a villain wasn't even directly Kitsuki's fault or intention, one of them was the greenet willingly jumping into danger, and the occurrence where it was Kitsuki's fault wasn't brought up because Izuku thought it was best not to unnecessarily add more fuel to the fire by telling them about it. Partly out of guilt and partly as payback for the day Izuku wanted to run away. The blonde made some excuse for Izuku's disappearance from the house to their parents to ease their worries without a need for confrontation. In the end, Izuku got his first ever grounding from someone that wasn't even his mother. It would last a week with the additional duty of having to help do the dishes and setting up the table. Compared to his contemporary, this was a slap on the wrist. Mitsuki was extremely harsh in punishing her own son. Unlike his usual behavior problems that could get ignored, this occasion could have had horrible physical repercussions, which were only avoided by pure luck. He was grounded for 2 months, his allowance was cut, he was banned from playing video games, and had to help his dad in the man's weekly house renovations. It convinced Izuku that Kitsuki's paranoia of what his mom would do to him wasn't such an overreaction. She might have actually killed him if he did come back home completely fine. Silence defined the current relationship between Izuku and Kitsuki. They haven't talked once they got home. The only time they had something close to a conversation was Kitsuki telling Izuku about seeing his ears and tail move during the slime villain attack. Sadly, since then Izuku seemed to have lost the ability to move them. He wasn't saddened by this, as it meant that there was a chance for him to awaken them again. He even started letting his fox ears hang out of his hair in public, only keeping his tail tied up as it did get in the way. Outside of a few words, they've gotten even more tight-lipped with each other, a direct contrast from what you'd expect two people who sleep in the same room would have. Izuku easily understood why Kitsuki wasn't in a talking mood. He got slapped with 4 times the punishment Izuku got. It'd be stupid to think he would. The green had his reasons as well. His mind dwindled on what the explosive blonde said to him that day. Every time he looked at him, those words echoed in his head, driving him away. It irked him every time he's reminded of it. The blonde's insults usually don't hinder his day. This time was different. Those words were laced with a rage unseen before. It did its job screwing with him. He couldn't get it out of his head. It wasn't as if they were all baseless accusations. He admits that he has a lot of issues that need to be worked on. It's more on the delivery of it. Shouting at him was one thing. Izuku was fine with that, considering how he ended up in a villain attack because of his obsession. That didn't excuse hitting him in the stomach or destroying the notebook he spent years working on. Only exhaustion and almost dying 3 different times, 4 if you count losing consciousness when he was holding onto All Might's leg without his knowledge high into the air, kept him from bringing up the topic again. Such an act was deemed a bit too petty by the fox boy to do at the time. Now a week passed and he wished he didn't wait. The appropriate timing for such talk has passed since everyone was moving on from that day's event. That didn't mean this was the end of the road for what happened. At least Izuku wouldn't let it end like that. For now, Izuku had other things to do. With him finally being able to leave the house again, there was one person he had to meet. He brought out his phone to text someone. Izuku. I'm heading out in a few minutes. Where do you want to meet again? Mr. Number 1. Tagaba Municipal Beach Park. Since the day All Might told him that of his belief that he can become a hero, Izuku has been dying to be able to leave the house again, as the number 1 hero promised to train him. As soon as he got permission to leave home, he went straight to the beach, where All Might told him the details of the current plan of how the training would go. Your goal is to get into the top hero school in the country, UA University. You've got a little under 4 years before the entrance exam. By then I'll make sure your body will be able to handle the quirk I'll give you. All Might explain. Which is good timing since it'll take a couple of years to build up your body to handle one for all stockpile of power. Before I give it to you, I'll need to make sure your body is ready first. His first task toward this goal, clean up the entire beach in 10 months. While the task was daunting, Izuku was proud of him that he was committing to working toward his dream. Speaking of dreams, he had that weird dream again. This time, things were drastically different. He didn't start trapped in a black void. Instead, the first thing he saw was the moon he broke out of. The hole he left behind was still there. It was hard to see, but there was still a tiny outline on the moon, showing the person who freed him was still pounding some machi. He must have fallen into some kind of vast swamp, as he found every step he would take sluggish, to the point where he got as little done in the dream as he was doing before. The only difference was that at least he had a bunch of bamboos to look at. It was quite disappointing that breaking out of one tedious chamber only led to a second tedious slugfest that went nowhere. Was the swamp endless? 2 days into his training, he was currently on a jog. Outside of his main goal, he was also given many workout routines to do on his own. One of these included a daily run. Right as he was passing by a park, another unexpected encounter with a certain person. If it isn't Broccoli Kid. I mean Izuku, you're just showing up everywhere, aren't ya? Miruko told him when they noticed each other. She was seated on a park bench in a wonderful black leather lace-up jacket, and a red plastic bag was resting at her side. Miruko. Ah, I didn't expect you to be here. Izuku stammered, stopping in his tracks when he reached the bench for a breather. I was supposed to hang out with someone here, but they're running extremely late because of traffic, what a bust. Now I'm here on my ass doing nothing for the next hour. She exclaimed, aggravated as people who don't keep promises are always a pet peeve of hers. Her beaming red eyes then turned its attention directly on the fox boy in front of her, and a wide smile appeared on her face. But since you're here, you can be my entertainment till then. The boy shivered down to his tail. The way she glared at him was the kind of attention he hasn't gotten from a girl that didn't live with him since he was 10, and it was just her being interested in his small fox tail. This bunny girl, she wanted him personally, and that's something Izuku never thought was possible. Knowing that his responsibilities should be on his training, Izuku replied. I would like to, but I'm on a jog right now. You can take a quick break. Miruko insisted, patting the spot next to her. Besides, you're the only one in a 100-yard radius who I have an interest in talking to. Yeah but. Come on. She interrupted, using her left hand to grab him and pull him toward the bench. While Izuku was mentally fussing over their legs tapping against each other once in a while, Miruko told him. We can catch up over some snacks, I got some mochi ice cream. As she pulled out 2 orange-colored dough-looking balls from her bag and offered one to the boy. Did you finally find the carrot-flavored ice cream? The green had asked, looking at the mochi's color texture as he accepted it. You know, just because my animal quirk like carrots doesn't mean I'll always go for it. Of course, I just usually associate carrots with bun. The fox boy stopped himself before he went too far. Did you just call me a bunny? Oh, because you think I'm a bunny that means I must love carrots and can't get enough of them? No. Izuku quickly replied, remembering what happened to the last guy who called her a bunny. He was smart enough to only call her that in his head and not out loud, unless he wanted her refined legs that once saved him to be the ones that end him as well. Buns, I was going to say buns. When I was a child my mom always got me carrot-flavored buns, and I loved them. That's why I ask so much about it. He quickly ate the one given to him to make his lie more believable, to show a sense of delight in the flavor, and would get a nice surprise. You actually got the. You're just lucky that I happened to pick the carrot flavor today. Miruko interrupted again, a bit embarrassed. She curled her lips into an aggravated pout as she nibbled on her own. I guess even a broken clock is correct twice a day, so what have you been up to? All Might would shake his head in shame, knowing the boy would put his training on hold just to speak to a girl, but at least he tried. Besides, she was pretty persuasive in getting to stop. After Izuku filled her in on the last week of his life, Miruko chuckled happily. Only a week. Damn, you got off easy. I guess, it barely felt like a grounding anyway since I could still watch TV, and they didn't even take away my cell phone. They didn't? Huh, why haven't you called me then? About that. You lost it? No. Well yes, more like it got destroyed with the rest of my school clothes the day you gave it to me. Oh yeah, honestly didn't know what I was expecting after you were having your epic battle against that slime freak shirtless. It wasn't that impressive. Izuku's eyes drew itself toward the ground as he scratched his head trying to wave off the comment. Who wouldn't be impressed seeing a 5-foot fox boy lunge himself into danger to save his brother? I practically saw the crowd's jaw drop as they witnessed your feeble body fly in the air. It was practically like watching David and Goliath live. The pink blush quickly spread across his face. It was a lot rougher, but it felt like he was being pampered by Kitsuki's mom again. He began doing his bad habit of mumbling nonsense as he tried to figure out a proper response to what's going on. After a while, he finally said something comprehensible. He's not my brother. He's not. Miruko repeated, leaning against her hand as her interest increased. That's strange, you acted like. Wait, you're telling me you did all that crap for someone who's not even a part of your family? What's wrong with that? Our mom knew each other for a long time and we have lived in the same house for years. I wasn't going to let him die there without doing anything. I see, that makes sense now. Your lesbian moms would be pretty disappointed if they lost one of their boys. Blah. No. 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 My mom isn't a lesbian, she got married to my dad. And? Isn't that enough? No. In fact, that might even make her more guilty. What straight woman goes from a husband and a son to living with her longtime female friend in the same house and not like some tripping here and there? I don't even want to know what that is. Trust me, it's fine, I don't judge. We all get what that roommates in a single bedroom apartment for years thing go. I know a few girls who swing that way as well. Ah, stop. I don't want that image stuck in my head. My friend's mom is still married. To a man happily. I mean, some couples can be freaky like that. Oh my god. And at best that only clear your mom's friend's name, that doesn't mean your mom doesn't want to joust some clams. Oh my god. Izuku's tomato face was completely buried into his hands, switching rapidly between covering his face so a girl wouldn't see how flustered he was or his ears so he wouldn't hear any more of what was flustering him, trying his best to keep out the very haunting images Miruko was slowly stuffing in. The dark-skinned girl hunched over as she bellowed out in laughter, her round hips were centimeters from slipping off the bench, and she told him that her hitting the floor hard would have made her stop. "Thank your God that we met today, I needed a good laugh," she cried, slapping the thigh of the boy who she just permanently stuck a cursed image of his mother in his head. She threw her body up against the back of the bench as she caught her breath, letting her well-endowed chest be on display through a fine outline through her jacket and white t-shirt. Izuku caught a glimpse of this and quickly snapped his head away before she noticed, not wanting anything else erotic to fill his mind before his brain melts. Finally recovering from her hysterical laughter, she spoke again. "I'm kidding, though I'm betting a cold 20 that it was at least on the table at a time." Staring off in the distance of the park, Izuku's eyes looked mortified as he muttered. "I hope I never get an answer to that." "Meh, who knows, best to find out about your parents' skeletons early. Knowing an issue exists helps kill ignorance and make it a hell of a lot easier to know what to improve in yourself, though you seem to already be doing that. It's not much but at least you seem to be attempting to build your body a bit, maybe if another villain attacks it'll be less David and Goliath and more Goliath versus. I don't know Bruce Lee. No too skilled, a hobbit. Something small, but with average to above average strength. Thanks, I guess." Yeah. Miruko responded as she quickly checked her phone. "That was my friend, they'll be here in a few minutes." "About time, you can continue your run, thanks for staying with me for the wait." "I couldn't say no with you." He gave a chunky laugh while standing up, the second time she had dragged him into socializing with her, had some humor to it. His open-mouth laugh gave the bunny a chance to see his fangs, which reminded her of a question she wanted to ask. Calling it out to him just as he turned around. "By the way, why are you hiding the fact that you had an animal quirk?" His body instantly stopped in its tracks and stiffened, he took a breath before looking back and calmly answered. "I kinda found them awkward to deal with, they get in the way of everything." Nodding her head, she replied. "Gotcha, getting used to your new animal quirks, pun not intended, once it really starts manifesting was always a struggle. If you ever need advice or someone to talk to about those issues, you got my number again, try not to lose it this time." "I promise I won't." Having that number became useful to the Reynards' esteem, well he couldn't ask about much seeing as most of his animal limbs don't work, hope was at a high knowing there was a contact with someone who can sorta relate to him on dealing with animal-like biology. They never talked long or about anything important, since Izuku didn't have a relevant problem that he didn't already have a solution for, yet, it was something he made sure to do at least once a week or two. It blew his mind that he was talking to a girl so often, that wasn't through some forum that was arguing if All Might's body is setting an unrealistic expectation on men, and whether it was a good or bad thing. It was the thought of wanting to be as strong as she was with the end goal of getting to All Might's level, which made Izuku work way harder than he was supposed to, going beyond the regimen given to him. This took a heavy toll on his body to the point where he almost destroyed it and needed to take a full day of rest to recover. With an inability to go outside because of his sore muscles and not being on speaking terms with the only person his age. He spent a good chunk of the day texting his new furry friend. "Miruko, you really fucked up your body." "Izuku, I tried to get stronger way too soon, so I overdid my workout, my whole body is sore." "Miruko, heh, pussy. XD. "Izuku, hey. I'm in real pain here, I can barely move." "Miruko, slap some ice on dem boys and you'll be okay hand emoji." "Miruko, also did you ask about the mom thing yet?" "Izuku, OMG no." It went back and forth between Miruko trying to convince him that he's being overdramatic and should have more steam in him, with Izuku insisting that he doesn't. The most memorable part was when later she sent him a picture of her in jogging clothes with the caption, "And my route today was passing by your area, we could have met if you were lucky." That was the day Izuku almost killed himself just to go jogging with a girl. He didn't make it far, in fact, he almost fainted just getting to a place he knew she'll pass by. He luckily got there first, giving him time and a profitable situation to make an alibi to give once she arrives. "You made it, I thought you wouldn't show. Did you really want to see me that badly?" "Well you know, I just realized you were right that I did have steam left for a short run." Sure. So you ready to go on that run?" "Actually I just finished my run, like a few minutes ago, and I just stuck around because I was wondering where you were." The fallacy of his lie seemed more obvious than he originally thought as Miruko stared at him for a while, with a smug grin stretched across her face. What?" Izuku asked, a nervous sweat dripped down his face. "You're so full of shit dude," she exclaimed before bursting out in laughter. She was kind enough to give Izuku a stick to use as a cane for his walk of shame back home. As she continued with her jog, streams of tears flowed out of his eyes, both from the pain and the humiliation. The next few months were filled with many hardships, but pleasant moments were sprinkled in here and there. That dream he's been having were the same, but as time went by, it became easier and easier to move through the swamp. While technically he hasn't accomplished much or learned any new skills that weren't how to work out, he felt much more alive now than he has been for the last decade. Then the day happened, surprising even the expectation All Might himself. He cleaned the entire beach. His first hurdle has been overcome, and as promised, All Might deemed his body worthy of receiving one for all. Eat this? Excuse me, what? He ended up choking on the hair. Izuku kinda wished he was told ahead of time about the method he was going to receive it through, then he could have brought a snack or at least a water bottle. It would have been quite the tragic but laughable thing if the worst happened. All Might's chosen successor died receiving his power by choking on the thing that gave him it. He didn't feel any different after eating it, but All Might assured him that he had gotten it. It was a bit vague, but Izuku just thought it meant he had to sleep it off. Drifting off into a dream again. The boy's eyes snapped open again. The first thing he did was look up to see if the moon had been fixed yet. It wasn't. He wasn't sure if that meant that barely any in dream time went by since he broke out, or if that rabbit was a world-class procrastinator. Then again, repairing a moon doesn't seem like a task that can be done in a school year, but then why did he make it sound a facile task? Overconfidence? Either way, he can't spend all his dream time thinking about it. He has to make as much progress as possible to get through this swamp. Well, it may be hopeless now. He thought the exact thing back when he was enclosed in that moon. It may take a while to get somewhere, but as long as he can reach it, he'll be happy. Unlike before, the swamp barely slowed his process. The only issue was finding a goal to head toward. He was sure he headed in the way he saw the red gates, but he couldn't check. The bamboo that infested the swamp were too tall and thick to see through yet. They would always break when he tried to climb them. He is doing this blind. But then a tiny but bright rainbow light peered through all the bamboo. In such an aimless place, this may have well been a godsend calling to him. He felt alluded to it as if someone was calling to me, and without literally no other goal in sight, he followed it. It was all a dream anyway. At worst he'll just wake up. He wandered endlessly for what felt like hours. Thankfully the light never moved or went away. It was always there, radiantly brimming, such a calling presence. The next thing he knew, he stopped feeling the swamp at his feet. He looked down to see if he just lost the feeling in his legs, but no, he was no longer in the swamp. He looked back to see if he could find the swamp, but the bamboo blocked all view, and he couldn't find it anymore. Something to investigate at another time. He continued his pursuit of a life as it slowly led him out of the forest of bamboo. It felt great walking on grass again after spending so long in a murky texture. Soft blades of grass might as well have been a massage chair. Almost as soon as he got out of the forest of bamboo, did the glowing light disappear, which worried Izuku, but he decided to continue going in the direction he last saw it. His trailing of the light finally brought him to what looked like a Sankei-styled house. Right behind it, a giant red torii gate. He finally made it. Looking around, he saw the clear dark blue lake by the house, the many different kinds of plants that filled the garden, and even the aroma was pleasant to breathe in. Approaching the house, the door was already open, leaving anyone the ability to look inside. There he saw the back of a man in a green kimono hakama sitting down. There was a symbol on the back in the shape of 3 claw marks, and his hair covered by a kind of scarf that was wrapped around his head. The most eye-catching of them all was the fluffy black tail wagging behind him. To be clear, Eugen, you can stockpile power, huh? That's interesting. He spoke with a vigilant, strong yet caring voice. Izuku couldn't see his face, but he could see that the man wasn't allowed. Across from him was an albino person with barely any form. He radiated the same kind of rainbow light that led him out of the swamp. Hello? He says, trying to get their attention to get included. His heartbeat became rapid. Years of anticipation and desires were bubbling up in his stomach and was raring to burst out. It seemed to have gotten the one brimming with light's attention. The one in the kimono didn't immediately turn around. Instead, he reached to his side to pick on a mask shaped like a fox before turning toward Izuku. The blue marking on it displayed the same 3-line cheek design that was on his face. The masked man left his seat to approach the boy, mumbling under his breath. "The troublesome boy, you have kept me waiting here. Now you brought a gift. I've waited a long time for you, and now it seemed like you brought quite the troublesome guest to my doorsteps." He already caused quite a lot to happen. As he got closer, Izuku noticed how he couldn't see the color of his eyes through the mask, and his tail seemed to have resided itself hidden inside of the kimono. When he got close to the boy, he placed a hand on his chest, continuing. "Sorry kiddo, I'ma need you to go for a while as I have a nice conversation with this little prowler. Kinda excited to reach the Ana, you can come back once we're done." "Wait." Izuku called out. "Can I at least know who you are first? I might get lost again and need to know who to search for." That's an easy one. The masked man replied. He gets on eye level with the boy, revealing a pair of green eyes behind the mask before continuing. We are the exact same, you and I have forged a path to project our needs. What? I am thou, and thou art I, from different realms we are bonded. Forming a bridge that connects reality from the supernatural and our cognition. What is needed will form here, created on this land, a safe space for you and me. A representation that's real but non-existence. What? The masked person sighed before pushing Izuku off into the air with a single strike. As the boy fell, the man called out. Don't fear being lost, we will always meet again, we're connected here. Also, learn what a fucking haiku is, baka. That was the last thing he heard before his body crashed into the lake. Izuku snapped awake. He sighed to himself. While he was happy to finally get past the swamp, he was immediately hit with what seemed like another roadblock. A frown came across his face. The next time he'll be able to go back will most likely be in a month. Such a long wait to have after finally seeing the treasure box. Oh well, I've waited longer for less. Getting out of bed, he felt his throat was quite dry and headed to the kitchen for a glass of water. The after effect of finishing that beach was killer on his body. Every part of his body was sore and stiff. The most annoying was how jittery his jaw felt. On the way, he scratched his head that has been itching him ever since he woke up, perhaps a bit too hard as he winced in pain. His nails suddenly jabbed into him, and they felt sharper than before. Morning Mon, morning Auntie Bakugo. He said, passing by the two ladies that were chatting over a cup of coffee. Oh Izuku, I told you before, you don't need to keep calling me aunt. Inko screamed, and the shattering of a cup against the ground was heard. Hearing this snapped Izuku out of his mourning, turning toward his panting mother. What? What? Why your tail? My tail, Izuku repeated. He hated it when something got caught on his tail. Since it couldn't move, he had to basically break his neck to get a good look at it. Thankfully it was easier to see his tail as it moved to his side when Izuku thought about checking it out. What are you talking about, it's fine. It was at that moment that Izuku realized both that he had naturally moved his tail, but that his tailpiece had grown a considerably great amount and was now fully covered in green fur. It was just as fluffy and big as his dad's own from a photo he saw of him during his schooling days. My tail. Your tail. My tail. Your ears. My ears. Izuku reached up to touch his ears. Just like his tail, they seemed to have fully grown out as well. What's wrong with my ears? Your ears. My ears. Oh, what the fuck is with all the yelling in the fucking morning? Kitsuki shouted from upstairs. In a couple of angry stomps, the explosive blonde was in the kitchen as well, and his eyes widened like a deer in headlights when he saw an Izuku with his fully grown tail, ears, nails, and fangs. His account testified that they were not there yesterday. The fuck? Was that what all the rolling around groaning last night was? I thought you were throwing jacks. Mitsuki, I told you before to watch your fucking mouth. Mitsuki yelled at her son. Why does this house always have yelling going on? Masura Bakugo, Kitsuki's father, asked as he entered the kitchen. He only tilted his head slightly to the side to see it would most likely be Izuku's newly formed assets. Oh. Well, that's interesting. I know, I'm curious to how it happened. Mitsuki continued to scream. Yeah, the fuck happened? Kitsuki asked, ignoring his mom's earlier warning. You're asking me? The spotlight boy replied. Mom, what's going on? Did this happen to Dad? I don't know. Inko confessed. Tears streamed out of her eyes, but a wide smile was across her face as she tried to fan herself. I'm just so. Thud. The room went silent as everyone stared at the proud mother who fainted on the ground. My mom? Izuku shouted, trying his best to keep the running gag alive. Sadly, or thankfully in the case of Masura, the shouting had run its course. Everyone was too focused on the boy's revised fox look or wondering if his mom might need to work on her overdramatics. Growth, a two-edged sword. Each inch gained has a drawback. Nothing comes weightless. How will the boy who spent his entire life with a part of him stuck in an embryonic state deal with its sudden rapid growth and all the issues that'll come with it? Currently, a lot better than one would think after that misleading beginning. So cute, were the words a gleeful Mitsuki repeatedly shouted. She was aggressively cuddling with a newly enhanced fox boy with more affection than a little girl getting her first teddy bear. Oh my god, you're so adorable. The busty blonde woman was always the most consistently encouraging figure to Izuku concerning his special quirk, effectively making him have some sense of empowerment by his abnormalities. It wasn't much and was the size of a toothpick made out of balsa wood, but it was more than what his mother had managed to do for him. She had always hoped that the boy would one day come into his own, even with his condition, able to live happily and freely, without worrying about what others thought of him or forcing a superficial standard on himself. Maybe one day his ears would grow out completely, but by then he wouldn't be dependent on getting it. She had gotten her wish and was happily enjoying it. I can snuggle with you all day long. Please let me do it, please. Ah. The amount of absolute joy leaking from her voice would make you think that a teenage girl had just gotten a new car for her 16th birthday. It was that "I'll do anything you want right now" kind of happiness. Masaru took a mental note on what to get her in case he was ever short on time for their anniversary. Izuku was also enjoying himself involuntarily, dubious due to her excitement. The grown woman didn't realize she was smothering the young 15-year-old's head with her bosom. Her rosemary scent intoxicated him as his red face was pressed firmly against her bountiful chest like a pillow. He could have fallen asleep right there if it wasn't for the fact that he had recently just woken up. And the suffocating feeling. Also, the shock from having his tail and animal ears grow overnight kept his blood pumping. Though that could be from other factors. Long story short, the boy was having a divine experience. As Izuku discovered that heaven can be achieved through the loving and caring embrace of a glamorous mother, the rest of the Bakugos are left to tidy up the mess made by the faint of heart Inko. Following her collapse, shattered bits of ceramic, brown muck that adults call coffee, and the unconscious body of the mother littered the floor. The Bakuman looked down at the heap left to them, as if they were a demolition cleanup crew eyeing their next project, tackling every minor house chore as a home renovation. The elder of the two spoke first about their plan of action. It seems quite the dilemma has appeared on our hands. Alright, so while I safely extract the civilian, you cautiously pick out the obvious hazard material before clearing the remnants and mopping up the fluids. If you can get that done, then I should be able to make a final round trip to make sure nothing was left behind. Old man, can you fucking stop? What did I do? I'm still mentally recovering from that month I spent fixing the house with you, acting like we're construction workers. You make everything sound bigger than it is, throwing in a bunch of stupid lingos. It's cleaning up a broken cup and you work at a fucking advertising company, speak normally. I just wanted to spice things up, add a bit of excitement to things. Then take your ass to the movies. You wanna know what it sounds like when you make everything sound so dramatic? You sound like those delusional roleplayers that try to hide how much of a virgin they are by speaking like they're Shakespeare all the time. Masaru was once again reminded how hard controlling Kitsuki would be without his iron-willed wife. Honestly, with his soft heart, if he didn't have Mitsuki, then his belligerent son would probably have caused him to curl up in a ball from his words alone. Unfortunately, she was too distracted indulging herself, leaving him to deal with the eruptive teen alone. Duly noted. Let's just work on cleaning the clutter. He stated, picking Inko up off the ground. I thought I was supposed to pick up the mess. Was Kitsuki's snarky reply. Kitsuki, have some restraint. This is someone's mother. You know your mother always says that one day someone is going to punch you in the face when you least expect it. If you keep that up, and while I don't support it, I won't be surprised if it happens. That'll be the day. The teen mumbled under his breath as he left to go find the cleaning supplies. His father also left to put Inko in her room. Mitsuki took the time she had alone with Izuku to calm herself a bit in order to probe him with questions. You sure you don't know what caused this, Izuku? Yes, I'm sure, it kinda just happened. Well, this is a very colossal thing to just happen. You didn't take anything strange, did you? Of course not. I wouldn't be as surprised as I was when it got pointed out if I knew I did something to cause it. Thoughts about eating All Might's hair came to mind, but there was no way in hell that Izuku would attempt to explain that situation, even if he wasn't bound by a promise to the number one hero to keep a secret. Not to mention that dream he had, too many unsolved questions with that one, and he'd been having it for years before he even came into contact with All Might. Speaking about it now would only serve to make the entire situation seem even more ridiculous, even if it did have something to do with it. He would keep the events close to his heart for now. You sure you didn't do anything that might be related to this? You don't have to keep secrets from me. Yes. The more mature blonde thought to herself. He's usually a terrible liar when it comes to me unless he grew out of that as well. That last one was obviously a lie, meaning he remembered something he did that could have induced his rapid growth, but judging by the looks of it and when he started to lie, whatever he did was in no way supposed to trigger this. Then again, what did cause this? Her concern spawned from recent topics that at the moment had been pretty overlooked on the news. There were talks about a possible resurgence of a certain supplement from the underground that low-grade villains usually use to bolster their relatively weak quirks. It wasn't a stretch by a mile to suspect a boy who lived over a decade with a weak underdeveloped quirk might turn to a more desperate means to get over the hurdle. Mitsuki eyed his mouth. It was hard to see into it, as the boy made it a habit few years prior to speak and position his mouth in a way to hide as much of his fangs as possible. Ironically, this caused a hilarious phase, where his pronunciation of many words got skewed, till he mastered the technique. Luckily, his flustered face left his lips parted enough for the woman to peer through and see what she wanted. His tongue was its regular light pink color. He was clean. Glad that theory was debunked, a soft smile spread across her face. It wasn't as if Mitsuki saw Izuku so lowly to seek such a desolate answer. She knew he was a good kid who didn't have much guidance in life. She feared that a bad influence could have easily steered him on a bad path by disguising it as a viable option, by using his dreams to become a hero against him. While her fears were warranted from what she knew, it was ultimately unneeded. Since Izuku knew at a young age that his hybrid traits weren't the effects of a quirk mixed with the feelings he has about his birth, he never bothered with any of those quirk improvement-based propaganda. Ironically, his uncensored upbringing and paradox thoughts kept him from falling into this trap. If this information was kept hidden from him or if his condition was an actual quirk, it would possibly be a different story. Her desire to find out the cause of his flourishing was immense, but without any solid proof that devious play had taken place, she couldn't push for an answer, at least not with Izuku. Well, he's terrible at lying, he'll stick to it till he willingly gives up. That must be from hanging around Kitsune too much. They always cover each other's asses whenever they do something they know is problematic. That boy can never be influential when I want him to. As a mother, I should be disappointed that he's teaching such an innocent kid to be a better liar, but personally, I'm kinda happy that the brat, in an unethical and unintentional way, helped the boy get better at sticking to something, instead of giving up as soon as a plan goes awry, even if it is for lying. For now, Mitsuki is going to take this phenomenon the same way everyone else in the house was, as an unexpected miracle to be enjoyed. But if one print of foul play is found, the gates of hell will rise and drag in any and all people involved in it. Picking the foxy boy's tail that's been minding its own business being alive, the older blonde struck at a pet. Okay, as long as I get to play with this I'm happy. Her eloquent finger glided through the green fur, each velvety hair brushed against her soft skin, as he felt the warmth radiating from her hands wrap around his furry limb. Please don't mess with my tail. Izuku pleaded. Why, I'm only petting it, I promise I won't squeeze it. It's not that. It must be an effect from it just being grown as every nerve in his tail sent an electrifying sensation throughout his body at even the tiniest of touches. His bones slowly become ungodly sensitive as if they might collapse under his weight despite being seated, and he shivered like a child outside during winter. During his endeavors, an uninvited moan that sounded awfully like a purr was created. This noise was the kind that sounded like an exhausted salaryman experiencing his first professional massage. It was muffled as he had his mouth closed, but it wasn't enough to escape the sharp hearing of the termagant woman. The room went silent for a second. Did I really just do that? Were the rightfully dramatic thoughts of the fox boy. Surprised herself, a grinning Mitsuki asked. Was it because you were enjoying yourself? No. His tail wagged excitedly in the blonde's hand, a dog who's been given its first treat and wanted to get another right after. I take this as a yes then? The older blonde asked with a smug smirk after seeing the tail's reaction. Traitor. Izuku immediately calls out his rouge appendage. This amount of betrayal had only been felt once before, when the McCall-Mite nuggets he had at a carnival when he was young was average at best, and not plus ultra like the advertisement said. I take back all the wishes of prospering I made for you. Don't be too hard on it, it can't help being what it is. The mother stated, stroking his tail slowly. This is why I wanted you to stop. That's it. Heh, that's not even bad, trust me I've made more come out of people. No, but why I just don't like how ticklish it is. Come on please, just let me do it a bit longer. Don't take this away from me so soon. And no, it's my tail. Replied Izuku as he snatches his tail out of her hands to prevent any more pampering. Something felt off though, did he hear something tear? Almost as if someone ripped a piece of paper. His eyes quickly glanced at his surroundings for a cause, but found nothing. It wasn't until he looked at his current company did he realize the mistake he made. His nails were always sharp, they weren't like razors, but more than once did he encounter a situation where they caused him some trouble. Since he learned how to forcibly retract his nails, he's been able to manage them, greatly reducing complications they could cause. Unfortunately today this spark of growth also affected how his nails extend and retract, so when he went to snatch his tail back, they extended at quite literally the worst time ever to exist in his lifetime. His swift movement caused them to easily slice through the fabric of Mitsuki's morning top. Are you okay? Izuku asked with dilated eyes, his agitated voice, ragged breath, and shaking fingers that were being hidden behind his back were apparent. Please not again. His sincere reaction was quickly followed by a polar opposite dopey red face. Thankfully Mitsuki's skin would still be as flawless as ever, it was nothing short but a miracle that none of his nails dug deep enough to graze her body at all. When he took a closer look to check and see if he had hurt her, his concerns were gracefully rewarded by the universe, with a great view of the bountiful rack she had, peering through the tears he made. This would be a good time to mention that Izuku has a slight crush on Mitsuki. If this was in an anime, the couch would be soaked with blood. I'm fine, lucky this was the worst that happened. replied the blonde as she examined her shirt. Not like I like this shirt anyways. That's good. Izuku muffled, covering his mouth to hide the goofy looking on his face. He struggled to keep his eyes up when they were being magnetically pulled down. His efforts were in vain as Mitsuki instantly recognized what was going on. This wasn't even close to her first rodeo with this kind of thing. Putting a hand over the tear to cover it up so Izuku can both physically and mentally get back control over himself, she got off the couch. Turning toward the stairwell, she tells him, "Oh well, I was going to get changed eventually since I have work soon, guess now would be a perfect time. See ya." Before walking off with a smile on her face. Izuku sighed as soon as she left. Fortune saved him this time, but it was only the beginning of issues he began having since his growth. Those nails of his made it difficult to come into contact with anything. They kept on extending and retracting on their own at random intervals. He couldn't handle a brush without issue. He accidentally shredded his bed sheets one night when he turned too much in his sleep. Hordes of his clothes got ruined, and he had to avoid wearing any of his favorite stuff. Hero garments aren't cheap, especially if you get the ones made with good quality material. He had to constantly remind himself to be mindful whenever he's at the dinner table to avoid unconsciously scratching up the table and wrapping duct tape around his fingers before bed quickly became a norm. The new ability Izuku noticed he had gotten from his rapid growth was a more sensitive sense of smell. It wasn't too great, but he noticed that certain scents were affecting him in ways they weren't before. Taking out the trash was torture, and being around Kitsune when he returned from the gym made him feel like he was at a carnival. Thanks to his nitroglycerin sweat, he smelled like cotton candy. The worst of all was when he discovered he couldn't stand the smell of garlic. When the family was eating garlic rice, a favorite of his, he almost wanted to cry. "What do you mean you can't stand it?" An enraged Kitsune shouted at the table when Izuku explained why he was covering his nostrils. "I made it the same way I always do." Izuku quickly pleaded his defense. He knew how much pride Kitsune had in his cooking. "No, I didn't mean the food itself, just the smell makes it hard to eat. You've been periodically begging me to make this damn thing for weeks now. You're not going to back down now that I made it." It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that, asking, "Oh, are you making garlic rice?" Every time Izuku saw that it was Kitsuki's turn to cook and he brought out a bag of rice, but that was nothing new for the explosive teen. "Boy, leave him alone." Mitsuki yelled at her son, coming to his defense. "He doesn't have to eat it." "No, it's fine," Izuku said, trying to calm the situation. "I'll just pinch my nose and..." "You don't have to force yourself." "But..." "I'm not." "Yes, he does. He's going to eat it and he's going to like it." "I do like it, it's not the taste, my nose is just acting up." "And what gives you the right to decide that?" "I cook the damn food. If I remember, it's whoever makes the damn food can make the fucking rules. And I declare that no one is allowed to leave this table until they get rid of every bit off their plate. You dare use my own words against me, brat. The future is now, old hag. I was going to eat it anyway, I don't see why there needed to be a fight over it." Were Izuku's despondent mumbles after seeing no ways to stop them. Kitsuki's father looked at him with a confused look, wondering why he was acting like this was his first time dealing with this, and he lives here. Luckily, the feud ended when Mitsuki flipped the table, using Kitsuki's trick of using wordplay to get around the rule. While Masaru was able to save his own and Inko's plate, everything else went with the table as the food was scattered all over the kitchen. Izuku was unfortunate enough to be covered by the very thing that caused the issue and had to take a shower or else he couldn't breathe. When he returned to his room, he found Kitsuki was also there, having retreated to his room after the joint effort of cleaning up the mess he and his mom made. It was one of the few times a suggestion from his father was listened to. Feeling a little guilty that the meal he made was mostly wasted over a simple argument over something stupid, Izuku tried to flatter him. "If it means anything, you guys made me taste great." He's new at this. The deadly death stare from Kitsuki quickly told him that, turning away from him as he decided it was best to leave him be. Unbeckoning to him, while he was back was turned to his roommate. Kitsuki was still looking in his direction, but for a different reason. The blonde's attention was directed at the furry things twitching on top of the greenet's head. He was inexplicably drawn to them, casting a spell that took away his will. Before he knew it, the ears were within his grip and his thumb carefully brushed them. "Soft," was the only word that came to mind. "Akin, what are you doing?" Izuku queasy asked. He was trying his best not to purr like before. Realizing what he had done prompted Kitsuki to react quickly, flicking the spot behind his ears, shouting, "You idiot, you had some rice stuck behind your ears, learn how to fucking clean your hair better, Deku." "Ow. Ow. Okay, I get it. Ow." It was only later that day when Izuku went out and had a few more mischiefs that he decided to have a private phone call with All Might to discuss what happened. "All Might, there's trouble. I think One for All did something to me." "Oh my god, Izuku, I'm so sorry." I thought your body would be ready for it, but don't worry, I know some of the best doctors in the country, we will get you fixed, just don't tell. Get me fixed. Nothing is broken, my fox parts just rapidly grow overnight. Oh, thank God. For a second I thought some of your limbs might have been blown off or something. Why would they explode? I didn't even use the quirk, wait, was that an actual possibility? We don't need to concern ourselves with trivial things right now, what about your tail again? Izuku explained his bizarre day to the pro hero. Was something like this supposed to happen? Kinda, I am able to maintain my muscular form through the power of One for All, but when I first got it nothing like this occurred. Could this be because of my condition? It wouldn't be impossible, but from what I heard from my master, each user of One for All usually had their own unique experience with the quirk as it develops over time. I heard a few interesting stories from my master that supposedly didn't happen to the other. I got my muscular form, it wouldn't be much of a stretch to say this is your own version of it. Still a bit strange that it manifested the literal day after you got it, but hey, that's the wonders of life. You're so calm about this that it's quite scary, seeing as this concerns something that can make me explode. I thought your brother was the one who can make things explode. He's not my brother, and don't change the subject. I'm very worried about this. I've been. Izuku took a sorrowful pause. Experiencing some troubling things. One for All isn't just accelerating my physical biology, and I fear what might happen next. All Might froze as well. It was obvious something was mentally haunting him, but the number pro hero was better at physically saving people while assuring them with his smile, there's a reason why he's out in the field and not a psychologist. He didn't want to accidentally make Izuku's problems worse by giving the wrong advice on a subject he might not be too familiar with. So he came up with an idea. Don't worry, young Midoriya, I know someone. A few days later. You gotta be kidding me. Izuku thought as he came face to face with no other than Miruko once again. Izuku, you're a fox. And you're here? She said as soon as she answered the door. Instead of a warm welcoming, she seemed more peculiar about his arrival at her doorstep. What made it worse was that All Might currently wasn't with him. He was paying off the cab they took, but told him to go on ahead. How? Did you find out where I live? Immediately realizing the implications of the situation, Izuku with a panicky voice stated. Oh, I didn't know you lived here. I mean, I came here for something, but not for you. It just so happens that my destination was at the place you were at. Miruko stared at him with uneven eyes, as if his words only made things more awkward. One can hear the faithlessness in her voice as she responded. Re-eyed. Thankfully All Might came at that moment, stepping in to say. Sorry for the intrusion, he's a guest of mine. We came here to see your father. Oh, the anorexic man. Welcome back. Please stop calling me that. Yeah, whatever. Hey Pops, you got visitors. Taking a deep breath, All Might turned to his student and told him. The man we're meeting is called Nezu. You might be a little surprised once you see him, but trust me, he can help you with your situation. He's the principal of UA for a reason. Shocked, Izuku turned to Miruko. You never told me your dad was the principal of UA. Miruko shrugged her shoulders. You never asked. Wait, you two met? All Might asked. Yes. The two said in unison. Who is it, Rumi? A light Oridan voice from inside called out. Who's Rumi? Izuku mumbled. Me. Miruko answered. Your name is Rumi. How do you not know that? It's the only name she goes by. All Might told him. Don't worry about it, she has a habit of giving out fake names to others. Came the high-pitched voice again, soon a silhouette of a figure crept out from behind the girl. Lies. Miruko muttered under her breath. Izuku was prepared to call her out on her comment, but then was stopped dead as the features of the figure behind her became more clear and the appearance of her father was revealed. His jaw dropped. Luckily he had enough consideration to not say what he was thinking this time. Her dad is a giant mouse. Life will always throw curveballs at you, whether it's from the world around you or the people you meet. As we continue to learn every day, something will take you by surprise. Sometimes it'll be discovering an interesting fact about how the world works, other times it's finding out that the girl you've been periodically hanging around with for the last 8 months having a father who isn't even human. You just never know what to expect. The worst part is trying to have a conversation after the fact. While the extremely skinny man talked with the tiny animal in the lavishly decorated living room, the two teens had settled themselves against the wall on the side of the room. Izuku stood straight up with his back aligning with the wall, extensively making sure that he wasn't scratching or damaging any of the valuables in the room. He didn't want to make a bad first impression as he just entered the house. Miruko on the other hand gladly leaned against the wall with her hands behind her back. Her usual fierce red eyes seemed to be traveling around the room aloof of the current situation, uninterested in anyone or anything currently in the room. The fox boy took multiple glances at the bunny girl next to him, trying to read any visible message she left on her face to see what she was thinking, but got nothing. His curiosity was going through the roof, and who can blame him? Entirely by accident and a hint of luck did he find out that she was more than he had expected her to be. Suo. The green had uttered in his attempt to break the ice. His heart tightened and his chest felt heavy as he racked his mind for words to say. Suo. Replied the vital girl. Her insouciant response was way too casual for someone that had just been caught lying about her identity. He wasn't expecting her to have some massive mental breakdown before laughing maniacally, followed by revealing that she was the main villain and had planned this situation from the very beginning. Nothing like that at all. More wondering what was the point of going through the trouble of lying for so long if having it revealed wasn't such a big deal. I see your dad is I'm adopted, obviously. Oh, thank God. Izuku had to exhale extra hard from the amount of relief he had. I can't even express how happy I am to hear that. You're happy I'm adopted? Miruko responded. She finally decided to look at the fox boy, but her face was slightly scrunched up from his low thought-out comment. And no, I didn't mean it like that. I just didn't want to wonder how your current dad managed to. Conveying his point, Izuku gestured to her father, who was just a plain animal, before bringing it back to her fondly shaped body. You know. So you'd rather me experience some circumstance in life that caused me to be separated from my birth parents, so you didn't have to think about some broad having zoo fever? I mean, why was that the first thing you went to anyways? Seems kinda weird considering we're in a world where quirks can make people turn into mythical beasts like dragons, and heteromorphic users can permanently look like a boss from an adventure video game. What else would I think off of first impressions? There wasn't much to go on. But his quirk made him look like an animal. Better yet, maybe I'm actually some random animal that got the quirk rabbit human girl to look the way I do. That's possible. Yeah, didn't you know that animals can get quirks as well? It's extremely rare to happen and is usually regulated to being rumors and myths. Of course, you see one of the real ones in front of you, he got one that makes him as smart as he is now. Miruko explained. Incredible. Izuku muttered as he stared in amazement at the intelligent creature in front of him. You were kidding about the whole not being human thing, right? Like you are human, where if something took away your quirk you'll still be the way you are. Oh ho, somebody sounds worried. She teased, her once tense face was now sporting a smug smile. Why you wanna find out, doing some scouting are we? I'm just curious is all, you put the idea in my head and now I can't get it out. MHM. She went as her complacent attitude spiked to the highest he's seen so far. He didn't know, but she spotted his tail moving anxiously as soon as she brought the idea to light. Regardless, she turned her attention back to the adults that were talking. Izuku followed suit. He needed to aim his focus on the reason he was here in the first place, getting help with his newly awakened animalistic instincts. He didn't have time to waste on whatever he was doing. It was going to be hurt ignoring all the interesting thoughts that were swarming his mind, but he needed to do it, no matter how much his curiosity gets to him. But you were kidding, right? Amusingly rolling her eyes, Miruko told him. Yes, I was. Happy now, fox boy? Izuku didn't reply, but he did take another sigh of relief, and his tail began wagging normally again. And that's why we're here. All Might said after finishing the explanation at an extremely perfect time. I see. Nezu says, looking over at the fox boy before calling out to him. Don't be timid, come sit over here with us, the subject is about your well-being anyways. I promise I won't bite. Oh, my apologies. Izuku told him, making his way over. It's fine, you two may be the same age, but you don't need to join my daughter in being standoffish to the discussion. He lightly jokes, giving off a few chuckles. Hahaha, funny. The girl sarcastically replied, mumbling a seething comment afterward. You fucking rodent. How about some tea as we chat? Nezu offered, not giving him a chance to answer before he began making the brew. I know refreshments and snacks always make me calm. By the way, have you eaten yet? If you haven't, we got some crackers and cookies you can munch on. Though he wasn't much of a tea drinker, Izuku didn't refuse the tea to not feel like a rude guest. I'm fine, I ate before we came here. He said, accepting the cup once the tea was made. Once Nezu finished serving his guest, he settled back down on his chair before continuing the discussion. It's a good thing you came when you did, by the sound of it, the way your rapid growth occurred made you skip over important phases of your development. That's an understatement of what happened. Izuku muttered as he tried his best to look at the man, animal, person, thing. He was struggling to look at his conversational partner and think of the proper way to address him while keeping his focus, choosing to keep his eyes down at the tea. It went from my fox features being so latent that people often mistook what animal they were supposed to be based on, to looking like I've been growing them out for years over a single night. Of course, that's why you have such a lack of control over your body, not just physically but mentally. Mutation quirk users such as yourself need time to adapt to their changing bodies. You've essentially skipped your mutation's adolescence, a destructively deadly occurrence for a young one, such as yourself, to experience. Destructive? Ain't that a bit excessive? Not really. There's a reason why psychologists usually find the problems or issues a person is facing in the current day to have roots in their childhood. It's the most important stage of the development of a living being. As you know, quirks have many mysteries to them we've yet to discover. So far we've managed to pin down the basic concept to that of genetics. As we build our bodies, we build our genetics as well, basically that saying of how you make your own bed. Can we skip the science lesson? Miruko loudly interrupted. He's here to get help, not get a lecture. Send a memo or recommend a wiki page or whatever, he can read it later, just get to the point. The sweat dripped down the face of Nezu from being chastised. Nezu muttered under his breath. I just thought taking the opportunity to educate people as they're listening would do some good, but hey, you don't listen to me, and your marks are so great. What was that? Clearing his throat, Nezu continued clearly. Basically, mutation quirks develop with a user like a child. While they're young, they have a parental figure to guide them through the world to get the benefits of it without all the strain, so they can focus on learning it. Giving the person time to learn of all its capabilities and how their body triggers them at a reasonable pace, while it's still weak. By the time they grow up and their abnormalities have grown to their strongest, they'll already be prepared both mentally and physically for it from their years of progress. You on the other hand skip that part. Your quirk seemed to have lagged behind your body, already causing a disconnection between the two, which would explain why you've had such a difficult time with it growing up. Now it's fully grown and your body is having a hard time dealing with it, since it had practically no time or experience to adapt to it. Your quirk went from being a baby that can barely open its eyes to a full-grown man in the blink of an eye, inside the body of a teenager. While Izuku was processing this information, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took a moment to who it was, and discovered he had gotten a text message from All Might. It confused him why he would send a text when they're in the same room. Regardless, without a word he took a quick look. Mr. Number 1. I know this may be a little confusing for you since your condition isn't a quirk, but since we don't have much to go on and to our knowledge, it shares similarities to mutation quirks. It's best we follow it and hope enough things align for you to get help. At least they have the resources to see what does and doesn't work for you. A huge amount of joy filled Izuku's heart. He knew he made a good choice, telling his secret to All Might without fear that he'll be too loose-lipped with it. After sending a quick reply back that he understood, Izuku got back to the conversation, still not making eye contact with the person in front of him. Talk about never getting a break. Even when I get a miracle, life still finds a way to turn it against me. Fear not, it's not all doom and gloom. By the sound of it, it's just suppressing and controlling the many instincts and habits that'll emerge. Despite being a late bloomer, it's still a decently ideal time to deal with the predicament, seeing as you're still young and at that age where hormones are flying everywhere. To us, you'll just be another patient to help. I am. Mr. Yagi brought you here for a reason. We've dealt with many cases similar to your own before. Aside from my job as principal at UA, I do invest in institutions that deal with problems like these constantly. That's why I served you the tea I did. Hearing this made Izuku immediately stop all actions. Did he just get drugged? It's a special mix of black tea. You've been having a hard time looking at me. Hopefully it'll clear up any thoughts that have been distracting you. Unless what's bothering you was the kind of animal I was. If so, then you can just refer to me as a mink. Testing out his claim, the boy finally looked up at the mink. What he's been fearing was the sudden occurrence that happens when he looks at someone seemingly weaker than him that he didn't know. He could feel it, his eyes sharpened, teeth ache, nails extended, mouth began producing excessive amounts of saliva than it usually did, and he started seeing the provoking bold blue words floating around the still Nezu. Prey. Food. Open. Pounce. They repeated over and over again endlessly while his symptoms got worse. This was exactly what he wanted to avoid. He didn't know what he might do next. Then he remembered the tea. Could it really help him out? He already was taking periodic sips from it, and nothing seemed to have changed. The mink still held a lot of confidence in it, meaning it should have some effect on him. He ultimately decided to trust that confidence and took a large gulp. Wasn't his smartest idea doing that since the tea was still hot, and he promptly let out a blood-curdling scream from his scalding mouth. Watching the boy roll on the ground in pain, Nezu decided now was the time to say. Of course it won't work immediately, it needs time for the nutrients to flow throughout your body. Better take your time with that since it's not something you can rush. I was taking that into consideration beforehand. Izuku groaned, barely able to speak. Insufferable pain filled his mouth, making it hard to move. He hated his new cat tongue. His eye twitched as he still recovered from the pain. Rumi dear, you mind getting him the aid he needs? Nezu called out. Izuku was escorted out of the room with Miruko to the kitchen, where she went into the fridge and handed him a green popsicle. "Here, suck on this, regular ice chips could work as well, but these are my dad's favorite treats, and fuck him," she says him, conveniently getting an orange-colored one for herself. Izuku thanked her but still felt a bit awkward about her reasoning for it, causing him to only loosely hold his own. Watching Miruko enjoy the frozen treat she had acquired, licking and slurping with such a casual but unintentionally bewitching face, certainly made him stiffen his grip. Eventually noticing the fox boy's zany face, Miruko popped the popsicle out of her mouth before saying, "I swear if you're thinking this is carrot flavored, I'm kicking your ass 30 times over." "And no," the boy blurted out after being caught, quickly turning away to hide his blushing face. "What the hell was I thinking?" He quickly moved to change the topic. "My mind was dwindling on the fact that your dad is the principal of UA. You mean because I've never told you about it before or because he's an animal?" Miruko asked. "Yes. Well, I'm still surprised that you were a fox, guess we're both full of surprises." "Hey, that's not fair, my own wasn't even completely my fault, I couldn't help that they looked small. I also remember you always referring to them in vague terms because you were too embarrassed to flat out say what they were supposed to be. Honestly, I didn't say anything because I worried it'll crush your spirit if I made a guess. What animal did you take me for anyway?" Miruko stayed silent for a moment, her face puckered up as tiny noise leaked out, as if she was preventing herself from laughing. "Best I don't say." "Was it a cat?" He persisted, he knew often that a cat was usually the number one guess people had for him. Dread only came when she shook her head, meaning she must have thought he was something much worse than a cat. He hid his face by slamming it against the table, so she wouldn't see it be so red. Miruko halted with the teasing for a moment, allowing Izuku time to apply the frosty delight to his searing tongue. Only later did she start back up the conversation. "I guess all that training you did really paid off, despite everything, I know you must have freaked out as soon as they appeared." "Actually, my mom fainted when she saw me." "She did?" "Ha, no lie, she just dropped. She has a habit of being dramatic about things. She almost died the day I came back from that slime villain's attack all those months ago." "PFT, with a mother that faint of heart, I wonder how you're able to pursue a dream of being a hero." "Well, I've had help." "Oh yeah, her lesbian partner must have helped out." "Yeah, she was." "They aren't a couple, they're not even lesbians." "You know they can hear you," Miruko told him with a smile, cocking her head toward the room they'd previously left, causing Izuku to cover his embarrassment again and lowering his voice. "They're just long-time good friends. I love to see how good they are, but whatever, she was sure to use the quotation sign with her hands as she said this word. "Believe it. Regardless, it's a good thing she was there for you. Auntie Bakugo helped cool my mom's nerves when she worried too much, or at least will do her best to stop her from being too restricting because of it. That didn't mean my mom discouraged me, she just didn't do much to support me. At all. In terms of my dream, I mean. She is warming up to the idea more now since my tail grew out." "Oh, so she's allowing you to take the entrance exam?" "Well, she didn't say I can't take it, I have 4-ish years to convince her. I just got to build myself up enough so she feels confident enough to let me go. I got a plan. I call it hampering. It's not hampering, just delaying till I'm in a proper position to maximize my chance of getting a yes." "Hey, you do you got a good chance anyways. Knowing my dad, whenever he and Mr. Yagi get together like this, it's usually to get some kid into a program." "What kind of program?" Izuku asked. He usually doesn't hear much about All Might's activity outside of his standard but amazing hero duty and fame. "The training program, of course," Miruko answered. "To help teens improve their quirk so they have a better chance to pass the entrance exams for hero schools all around." "That mean I wasn't All Might's first candidate. Most of these training programs I've heard are basically government-regulated martial dojos, but for quirks, well, open to everyone, a lot of them have a harsh acceptance rate since they only want people who have the potential of being a hero. Finding people he wants as a good successor can't be easy for him, so scouting potential people through those training programs won't be a bad idea," Izuku thought. "You think they're going to enroll me in one?" "In your case, it'll probably be one my dad is more involved in. He usually saves his facility for cases like yours, where people have trouble controlling their quirks, regardless of if they're planning on becoming a hero or not. Preparing you for the test will be no problem either, he's pretty okay at it, he trained me after all." "You mean if I joined the training program he's involved in I can be like you?" "PFT, no. First off, there's only ever going to be one of me, second, my training with my dad is completely different than those training programs. I can kick a person's ass 30 times before he hits the floor. The government doesn't want to encourage an image of teens using their quirks against others, so these programs are structured to help the person hone their quirks abilities, than actually fighting people." Oh, wait, so does that mean you physically fight your dad or? Wah. No. You've seen him, you think he ever threw a punch in his life? I was just making sure, you gave me something to think about. Don't think too hard, trust me you'll do just fine in a program. Despite the encouragement, Izuku's mind seemed to wander elsewhere as he mutters. Yeah, just fine. After the pair finished their business in the kitchen they returned to the lounge, meeting back up with the adults in the room. You're back. Nezu announces once seeing them. So tell me, how do you see me now? Another look at the white mink gave Izuku his answer. The words still hovered over Nezu, they didn't appear. They were more transparent and evoked his body less, it was easier to ignore what they were telling him to do. I'm seeing you a lot clearer, Izuku told him. Then the treatment works, perfect. Cheered the furry creature. Now, Mr. Yagi has to tell you. Actually, I wanted to ask something first. Izuku interrupted, approaching the two adults. What is it? All Might had asked, internally he prayed it had nothing to do with the conversation that happened in the kitchen. He's helped many people of all kinds of backgrounds before, but he didn't want to get involved with whatever this deal was with his possibly lesbian mom, sounded too complicated for him to have any input. Before he spoke Izuku took a deep breath, he knew the options and opportunities that were being offered to him, yet they didn't truly feel satisfying, just filling. Maybe if this were before that day all those months ago he would have easily accepted it just to get to the next day with a quick fix, but that kind of thinking no longer matched his resolve. He needed to strive for what he wanted, not wait for it. With the room's attention on him, he announced his resolution. I want to personally train under you Mr. Nezu for the hero course entrance exam. Okay. Nezu answered calmly, sipping his tea. That easily? Izuku shouted, flabbergasted to how quick his request was accepted. You're not even going to object a little to it. I kinda had an entire retort speech planned out and everything. The fluffy round fingers of the mink waved in the air as he replied. There's no need, I already overheard you two in the kitchen. You see Izuku, I'm trying to change how society grows its heroes, so we can flourish a generation of better quality heroes both physically and mentally, to assure our safety and continuation as a society. So of course I'm always looking for people with a special kind of mindset that's different from your average person, and encourage them to join a hero course. Believe it or not, you're the first person besides my daughter who has asked specifically me to train them, and not just recommend them to a training program. Though I guess you've had the advantage of knowing my daughter's capabilities with all the trouble she gets into. Either way, you sought out help from me, even though I don't look like the most capable person for the job, because you know I can personally help you way more than any program, you're clearly striving to be the best you can. Not knowing what else to say Izuku just went. Oh. I wanted to suggest it. All Might muttered under his breath, feeling down from having his already small spotlight swiped from him a second time in this story. Prepare your shit, you're moving in with us. Miruko told him. I'm doing what now? Izuku stated out loud. You're doing what now? Was how the Baku family reacted in unison when Izuku told them after finally returning home. I got accepted into a preparatory quirk training program that helps mutation, more especially animal, quirk users like me get used to their new bodies. Izuku explained to them. They suggest that I live in with them to help boost the efficiency of my progress, and because they already have the proper equipment needed to tend to my special needs. We heard it just sounded too good to be true. Mitsuki says. You've only grown out your quirk less than a week ago, yet somehow got accepted into any kind of those programs so quickly, not to mention they're giving you a free dormitory pass including food and other essentials. You sure this isn't some scam, and we're going to be paying some Russian mafia ransom money for you? I gave my mom the owner's number, she's talking to him right now upstairs. He's a person with a record of being involved with this stuff. Mitsuki went as her suspicions weren't quite satisfied yet, her motherly institution was telling her something was off about this, but she wasn't sure what. You sure this is something you need? That was when Masaru spoke up. If we're being honest he's been having trouble with his quirk since childhood, so maybe this could be good for him. Also, he already tore through 215,236.18 yen worth of stuff, so this'll save us a fortune, and save me some tears. That last comment earned him a very stern look from his wife, smart as always he knew his best options with as little trouble as possible would be to leave. He already said his input. Raising his hands and walking away while muttering under his breath. There's only so many times I can buy a new mattress, we still haven't finished paying off that TV either. Anyways. Mitsuki says turning back to Izuku. I guess it's fine if Inko is okay with it, she'll probably quadruple background check this guy to make sure he's legitimate. I'm just going to miss having you around. I'm not bound to be there forever. I can come back and sleep over anytime I want, I promise I'll come visit. Izuku assured her. Please do, it's too soon for me to lose your fluffiness. Without you I'll only be left home with that troublesome bundle of rage and discourtesy I call a son," she heartlessly exclaimed. "Boy. I'm still in the room," Kitsuki shouted at his mother. Instead of responding, Mitsuki embraced Izuku in a tight hug filled with sentiment, one the boy secretly enjoyed a lot more than he let on. "Don't ignore me," the blonde continued to yell. It took a while before Izuku managed to slip through the woman's grip so he could start packing. He sighed, relieved that they were believing the story. That made things a lot easier. If push had come to shove, he might have had to take more drastic measures to convince them, even if that meant a sudden leave of absence. He truly loved his family and wished them all well, he just needed to do this. His desire goes beyond just wanting to be a great hero or being All Might's successor, he wanted to improve himself. For that to happen, he needs to make a few changes in his life. This wasn't just for him but for the important people in his life. "Oh, Izuku," his mother called out. She had just exited a room right as the boy passed by it. He wanted to improve for her. Stopping dead in his tracks, Izuku looked back. Did you finish your phone call?" The older woman's eyes dragged from the ground before meeting his. "Yes, I just got off the phone with him. He sounds like a really interesting man and talks so formally." "Well, he's more of an animal than a man," Izuku instinctually corrected. "What?" "Nothing, I was just mumbling some mumbo jumbo." He quickly lied. He doesn't know how much was going to be said on the phone call because he forgot to ask back when they first made the plan and didn't want to accidentally extinguish or delay the approval by adding in unnecessary information. "Oh, well, anyways, we talked for a bit, discussed a few things, and I was able to look up the facilities he worked at." He seemed to know his stuff. "You sure you want to do this?" "Yes, I do. This place can give me exactly the training I need to take the hero entrance exam for the hero course of a school." Her voice remained calm, but her words were what struck him, the small amount of dread he felt about the situation displayed on his face. Did she see through the facade? Was she trying to test him? Or did Nezu decide to tell her everything? It was a bit obvious. She states, her voice sounded almost patronizing, that he would think she wouldn't consider this an option. "You were able to plan all this in such a minuscule amount of time without talking to us about it first. There's no way you would have done it if it didn't involve being a hero." It was Izuku's turn for his eyes to be staring at the floor, his guilt for lying catching up with him. He rubbed his neck awkwardly. Of all the people in his household he didn't want to argue on this was her, yet he knew from the start she'll be the hardest to convince. She is the only person there that knows the truth about his quirk. Which is why he wanted to convince the Bakugos first. With enough luck, Mitsuki would be able to butter Inko enough for the idea by pointing out the benefits it can have on him. Trying to explain himself, he said, "Mom, I know you'll do it because you're passionate about it." Inko interrupted. "You're such a reserved boy. I take partial responsibility for it as a parent for not pushing you more to explore. Despite that, whenever I see you in something you're passionate about, well, we both know how reckless you can be, like that one time I took you out shopping and you ran into the streets because you thought you saw All Might. It wasn't my fault. Why was someone cosplaying when October was a month away? Point is, you're willing to do anything when you love something. Even if that meant trying to be a hero without a quirk, despite all your disadvantages. I don't know if you always had that mindset or your recent growth spurt gave you newfound confidence. I'll just pray that whatever your father gave you will protect you. I know this sounds a bit abundant to say, but be safe out there." Hearing those words come out of his mother's mouth riveted his soul. Not only did he get the permission he wanted but genuine encouragement he hadn't felt from her in years. With a smile appearing on his face, Izuku looked back up to face his mother before making a promise to her. "I'll do my best training and work hard to make sure nothing happens to me to make you worry. When I return you'll see just how much of a hero I can become." The two embraced in a hug. With uncertainties and secrets still plagued both their conscience, they were able to set it aside for neutral trust. "I have to work hard for her." Later, as Izuku was packing his things, he was almost finished when he realized there was one more thing he needed to settle. "So dork, you managed to get in some training program, huh?" said Kitsuki, who was leaning on the doorway watching him. "Yup," Izuku responded, keeping his focus on his task. "Weird they accepted you since you got almost no control over your quirk. I was just lucky they thought my quirk had the potential to grow." "You're a fox, how much can you grow?" "I don't know, guess that's why they want to find out." "That's an unreasonably dumb mindset they have." "It is, but it's benefiting me and I'm taking it. I've heard those training programs have all their kids trained together. You know you're going to be among a bunch of people who had more robust and groomed quirk than yours." "I know, I think that's sort of the point. Whatever, I guess you're used to feeling outmatched so you probably wouldn't mind it. Wouldn't be surprised if on day one they won't make it a habit of taking your lunch rations or whatever." "I'll be fine." Honestly, most of those programs are a waste anyways. I heard they don't even teach any person-on-person combat. What a joke. We're trying to become heroes, we need to learn how to kick a villain's ass. Ha, am I right? Well, knowing your dumb ass, you're still going to try to wiggle your way into the hero course, and the only way in is the entrance exam. You know, if you want, instead of wasting your time on some half-baked program, you can just train with me. Why? The sudden change in his voice surprised even Kitsuki. You know, so I can. So you can keep me close to continue shitting on me? Izuku interrupted. Or insult me, or shout at, or to have someone you can constantly put down. Izuku. I'm trying to better myself so I can train to become a hero and not be berated whenever I breathe. Why would I ever want to train with you? He states, picking up the bag he just finished packing. As he headed out the door, no more words were exchanged between the two boys. Changing something, whether it's fate or a situation, can't always be done by keeping everything the same. When you make changes to yourself and your decisions, your life can change. Sometimes it can happen in good ways, other times bad, and others it'll be in a way where you aren't sure how to take it. Regardless, people must always make changes to their life for the better as time moves on, nothing is ever stagnant for long. A lesson many young people should learn before it's too late, as both caution and hope, life will always change, and you can't be the same person forever. Which is just fine, because Izuku Midoriya never wants to be the same as he once was again. He was prepared to face the new world as the step toward the familiar estate. Chapter 3. Welcome to the Jungle Book. Page 8. A new life, but got a lot to learn. For most people, their morning starts with waking up to the sunshine. For Izuku Midoriya, his morning started with a dream. Emerging from the lake, the boy gasped for air as he paddled his way to land. As soon as he secured himself, he frantically looked at his surroundings, trying to understand what was going on after suddenly waking up underwater. He recognizes the well-kept garden, forest of bamboo he was lost in for literal months, and most important, the Sankei house. It was all coming back to him, he knew where he was. Yes, I'm back in that dream again. Izuku cheered in excitement, he's been waiting for this to happen ever since his last visit, when it was cut short by that masked fellow. The masked fellow who he just remembered threw him into the lake in the first place. He's gonna remember that next time they meet. He just got finished distancing himself from one person who fucks with him a lot and will not be dealing with that again so soon. Crawling out of the water, he did his best to wring his soaked clothes as dry as he could get it. I'm so lucky I can pick up right where I left off in these things. Izuku stated, thankful about that advantage or else he might have drowned. Wait, can I die here? It is a dream after all. If I do die here, what'll happen? I hope it's not one of those you die here, you die in real life situations. Considering all the things this place put me through, I won't last long. If he wanted answers for anything, there was only one place he knew of where he could get them. Approaching the house, Izuku paused at the door again, remembering his last encounter here. Last time, it didn't seem as though the masked man wanted him to hear the conversation he had with that other person. He wasn't sure if they were still talking, but to be safe, it'll be better to not make his presence known. At least, that was the plan. Before he even had a chance to touch the door handle, the entire door was flung open, and once again he came face to face with the masked man. Like last time, he had his fox-like mask with blue markings and a green kimono on, but his eyes couldn't be seen, and the tail he had when he first saw him was gone. I knew you were back, he exclaimed, grabbing the teen by his shirt and picking him up. Izuku didn't have time to resist, only managing to shout out the question. How? All the noise you made coming out of the water, why did you think I sent you there in the first place? The man states, stepping a bit outside facing the lake. Still too soon for us to properly talk, sorry kiddo. You're going to throw me into the lake again? No. Last time I pushed you into it, this time I'm tossing. It's a subtle difference. Oh come on, please. You have no idea how long I'm going to have to wait till I can come back here. If you want something to blame for that, blame your lack of control over your powers. Now away with you. States the masked man about to throw Izuku. Stop. Called out a voice, making the man stop in his tracks. Suddenly Izuku felt his body being snatched out of the masked man's grip. Judging from the context, it was this other voice that was his savior. Was it the same shining albino who saved him? Couldn't be, for one he didn't even notice one brim of light coming from the house, or even when whoever came to save him. The voice was more tender as well, and unlike the shining albino, this one spoke with a lot more vigor in their voice. Izuku's savior embraced him with a hug before stating, don't treat a child in such a harsh way. For a guide, you sure treat your clients with little respect. The teen couldn't help feeling safe in his current position. This person just had a presence that would make anyone feel protected from any danger, while also relaxing them with a warm aura from their soft embrace. If his dreams could feel like this all the time, then he would never want to leave, he'll just stay there till the end of time. Or at least until he awakens, which would be quickly followed with an ocean of disappointment. The audible sound of teeth grinding against one another could be heard from behind the masked man's mask, he declared. I told you not to call me that woman. Wait, did he just say woman? Izuku thought as soon as he heard him, not sure if he heard him correctly. And I thought I told you, my name is Nana. The woman replied. Izuku felt her grip tighten from her annoyance with not being called the right name. Nana. The boy repeated the name in his head, despite hearing an interesting bit of information his mind was elsewhere. Nana is usually a girl's name. Then does this mean I'm distancing himself from the woman that calls herself Nana, he took the small space he had to get a glimpse of the woman. Her raven hair was kept in a well-maintained bun, except for the bangs she left above her forehead, and the only thing she was wearing was a sleeveless black bodysuit. She felt the boy inching away from her, looking down and giving him a bright smile when she saw his face to assure him that he was with an ally. Despite the warm greeting, Izuku wasn't paying attention to that either, something else was more pressing on his mind. It's what kept his eyesight so low that he didn't notice the small mole Nana had under her lip. Nana's high-collar bodysuit was partially zipped down, revealing the milky white skin of her chest. Which would mean when she pulled Izuku into a hug, that soft fuzziness he was basking in was from being pressed against her. Boobs. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Why was he so distracted by a woman's breasts? Before, this kind of thing only happened with Mitsuki, and that was during the rare occasions where he accidentally got an extensive look at her poised body. Usually during the early morning on days she doesn't have work or during the late nights of the ones she does, her clothes will be worn a bit more loosely than usual in her exhausted state, sometimes leaving the opportunity for a curious youth to get completely not on purpose glimpses of her cleavage and other admirable features. Opportunities that had a sharp spike of appearances that Izuku stumbled onto. It wasn't his fault that sometimes Mitsuki will forget that there's a horny teenager growing adolescent boy that's not her son in the house and won't lock close the door. Making it a lot easier for the boy to accidentally walk in on her when she's changing, or whatever else she might do that might interest a teen whenever he comes in to get some bandages for his hand for training, or ask her a question. It was his fault that he never fully learned his lesson about always knocking before you enter a room, not that there was any incentive to not be a recidivist, he never suffered one bit from it. You can easily say my name, right little one? The beautiful black-haired woman asked him, petting his head. Nana ain't a hard name to remember, especially for someone who seems to take a liking to literature. You speak so highly, yet ignorant to yourself, what a complete bitch. The boy wasn't paying attention because he's too distracted engulfing himself with the company of your immense chest. The masked man pointed out. I guess that makes two of you. Hey. You're the one who started taking off your clothes not long after you appeared. It was stuffy in there. I don't think I'll need my hero costume on here anyway, and I'm not going to wear those gloves and boots for no reason. Try wearing those things for hours straight and see how sweaty they'll get. Whatever, Inbeta. Stop calling me that. I'm a guest here, not an invader. An Inbeta will continue to be called an Inbeta as long as they keep doing Inbeta things. Izuku cut into the conversation. I'm so confused right now. This is why I want you to wait till after I handle everything before speaking. The masked man stated, reaching for the boy again to complete his earlier intention. Nana was quick enough to pull the boy away before telling the man. No. Come now. You already threw him into the water once, he's not going to spend another month floating like a corpse. What now? Izuku interjected again. But I didn't drown. Yet it was a bit uncomfortable seeing your unmoving body drift around, sinking and popping back up once in a while, but he assured us you were fine and will be back up in a month's time. Nana explained. I personally didn't take his word for it at first, but I had to concede since we weren't able to put up a resistance at the time. Seeing you safe at least tells me he doesn't want you dead. The masked man scoffed at her words, replying. Of course I wasn't going to do anything that'll kill him, that'll be performing seppuku. Now that you see I have good intentions, let me take care of him so I can get back to business. What is with you and wanting to throw children in lakes? Nana exclaimed, holding Izuku tight to her, which he had no objection to. I just want to know what's going on here. Izuku manages to stammer out, he wants to defend for himself as well. How am I still alive after being in water for a month? Wait a bit, they just acknowledged that time went by in a dream. Well, I wasn't in the dream. Has that been happening the whole time? Does time even stop moving here? Do they even know this is just a dream to me? Is this just a dream? Because there's already a lot that needs to be said, but with you guys coming in here made it more complicated. I need time to make sure you're a non-threat, compile everything he needs to know together, and get things arranged for later. The masked man explained, with the annoyance of a worker being told how to do his job by the customer. You can do that later, we have an entire month to discuss whatever you want, and the boy can only come here for a single night. He can't stay here forever, right? Questioned Nana. No. The man answered. Oh my god, they know this is a dream. It's a dream that acknowledges that it's a dream and found a way to exist outside of dreaming. A runaway dream. I hope they don't stage a revolt and somehow take over. Then allow the boy to have his monthly day of grace. He's curious about all of this, and forcibly kicking him out every time is only going to make it worse. Just tell him some basic things and allow him to roam the area a bit to get used to it, so he has something else to do than listen in on us. Nana suggested. She had her own curiosity about the situation, and maybe this kid can help open up some things this person was hiding. Things always leak when a party clashes against itself. Hopefully what gets said will show if they have any devious intent. Anything that restricts one for all on this level like he did in such a short amount of time needs to be looked into. The masked man looked between Izuku and Nana for a moment before he grunted. Fine, get in. I'll get you a change of clothes as well. He tells them, making his way toward the house. Nana kept her guard up the entire time he walked past them. When they entered the house, it was exactly how Izuku had expected it to be. It had a similar design to the house he visited back at that festival. It had a very traditional style to it, but unlike the one he visited, it had a bunch of modern luxurious that he didn't expect to see. Things such as light bulbs, a working toilet, refrigerator, and he were pretty sure he saw the shape of a box TV. He wasn't going to attempt understanding if this is the work of electricity or dream magic bullshit. He went with the masked man in a room away from Nana, who compromised to secretly stand by the doorway in case any interesting conversations occurred when they thought she wasn't there. What color do you want? The man asked Izuku once they were alone and the teen put aside his wet clothes. What? Izuku replied, not sure what he meant, as he gave no context on what he specifically meant. The color kimono you want, what else would I give you? Oh, sorry. I guess, green. PCH, talk about an original. Alright fine, here. When the man first said that, he expected there to be a fresh pair neatly folded in front of him. Instead, the man began grabbing at his robe and began slipping it off. What are you doing? Izuku asked, he was visibly concerned. Within a second the masked man had pulled off his robe with one hand and swung it around like it was a magician's cape. The cloth spread out looked like a huge curtain had surrounded the man. The more it was spun around the larger in scale did it appear to have become until it became a spiraling spherical ball that took up a half the room. The entire time the man's hand moved in a swift motion, perfectly wielding the fabric with great finesse by showing how he can willfully change the shape and speed of the ball. It was one of the most amazing displays of control the boy had ever seen up close before. He wouldn't mind learning this kind of skill as a party trick. Then he remembered that he has no friends to show this trick to, excluding Rumi, but knowing her she might find it to be a bit too ballerina to find enjoyable. Hearing the objects inside the room clatter because of the rushing wind the masked man was creating, Nana broke her self-agreement to only listen from the doorway and opened the door by a pinch to gander a peek into the room. Though she had little knowledge about the start of this performance, she had enough context to get the situation. It wouldn't take much to piece together what came before. Suddenly a voice boomed from the center of the sphere. Henkin Gijutsu. Stunned from the voice alone, Izuku didn't think of moving out the way when the masked man began to move toward him. With a stomp, he commanded the entire array of clothing to flow into a single direction, following the wind turbulence his hand left behind. With a swing similar to a speedball pitch, the wave of fabric flowed through the air before crashing into the teen. Iresu. It took a moment for Izuku to realize what happened. He looked down to see that the kimono the masked man wore was put on him. Except, it wasn't the same kimono the man had on. The past wearer had over an entire foot on him in height, and even under his clothes, Izuku could tell the man had more bulk than him. That's why it's strange it fitted him perfectly. A single kimono being able to fit the two different body types of a man and a teenager the same way was impossible. Even if this was a dream, there had to be a limit. The design of the kimono was even changed, being made to look more stylish with a few splashes of golden-colored sketches. Through the use of a nearby mirror, he saw on the back of his new outfit was the three-claw mark symbol that the masked man had on his own. What did you do? Izuku asked. This had to be magic. This was a dream after all. Anything can technically exist here even if it doesn't exist in reality. I dressed you, of course. The masked man answered. What else did you think I did? And no, I meant. Seriously, you had a front row seat watching me. Why do you have so many questions? Because so many things are happening without explanation, and the more I find out, the more interested I am, but also a bit concerned. Walking over to the window, the masked man sighed. This is why I would prefer doing things my way, that way I could tell you everything as it is at once. Sadly, because of the Inbeta, One for All was the name right, everything here is mostly screwed up, and the landscape has changed to something new. I need to understand it as well before I'm able to explain it, which I'm taking seriously with the proper amount of time I feel is needed. It may seem fine now because you've only ever seen the base of this world, but when we eventually go outside you'll see what I mean, and this was after I stopped it early. The entire time he was speaking, he had opened the window and plucked out a few leaves from a tree branch nearby before closing it. During this time Izuku noticed something was missing. While the masked man still had that scarf wrapped around his head that hid his hair, his tail was gone. The black tail that he saw when he first arrived here was nowhere to be seen. He knew that after the initial glance at him the tail resided itself into his robes, but he assumed that was just him hiding it, not making it disappear like a trick. Unless he was hiding it under his fundashi, which is something he'll never think about checking, the tail has completely disappeared. Izuku was going to ask about it, but then suddenly Nana completely opened the door she was hiding behind to say something. "That's a neat trick you got there. I knew tons of ladies that would kill to be able to dress themselves up like that. You mind doing the same for me? I think a kimono would fit the environment here better anyways, plus they look quite stylish compared to everything else we have to wear here. Not that there's a problem with walking around in a loincloth." Taunted Nana, she did love the designs they had, but her main goal was seeing that technique again from the beginning up close. "I just need to egg him on enough to do it again, this should give me a hint to how his powers work. I just prefer something that'll cover enough without looking and being so well compacted. To be demanding is to be annoyingly consistent with requests." The masked man mumbled to himself before walking toward her. "Choose a color." "Well, if you're being so generous, I'll take something yellow with flowers on it. Don't be afraid to spiff up the design a little, I'm not that old. Is that too much to ask?" "Not at all." Nana watched him closely, waiting to see what he does first. When he walks by she decides to give one more taunt to make him lose focus, saying, "That's a surprise to hear, after being so begrudging with everything I'm surprised there isn't an issue with this request." When she turned around to continue tracking his movement, she was shocked to see that the man was fully clothed in a new black and white kimono. Stunned, Nana went to ask, "When did he?" She instantly dropped when she realized two more things. The first was that she was placed in a yellow kimono like she specially requested, and the second was that her bra was gone. "Uresu?" The words rang out as the man continued to walk away. His hands were held above his head in a fluorescent motion. In one he was holding the stolen clothes of Nana up in the air. "Why would I have trouble doing something as easy as flipping the page of a book?" He cockily replied to Nana's earlier remark. She didn't answer back as she was still stunned from the event to care about the petty conversation. She only had her eyes off of him for a second, maybe even less than that, and yet he was able to simultaneously change both of their outfits. The feeling was shared by Izuku as well. He was watching the entire confrontation from not that far away, and even he doesn't know what happened. He blinked and it was over. "You didn't need that whole flashy spin display." That was the question Izuku had to ask even though the answer was obvious. The masked man stopped in his tracks and turned around, telling him, "Nope, doing all of that wasn't necessary. That'll be way too annoying to do every time I want a change of clothes." "Then why did you do it the first time?" "I don't get company here, I just wanted an audience to show off to once in a while. It really was just a party trick after all. To be entertained is to discover new things, which breaks present norms." He continued, spouting another haiku. "I never expected you to be one who wears lingerie under a hero costume." Hanging off the man's pinky was a black bra that looked too thin to be effective for combat. Seeing this made the once collective Nana blush, a long-time secret of hers was outed. Hey. Don't worry, the bra was the only undergarment I took. Didn't want you to feel too compacted, but by the looks of it, you were already hanging loose for a while. They just feel better so. Give me back my bra." When things calmed down the trio had seated themselves back in the living room, but the mood was different from how Izuku envisioned it. He expected it to be a tense standoff between him and the woman that called herself Nana against the masked man. Instead it's him still being baffled from everything that had occurred. Nana seemed more flustered than her previously calm state, and the masked man. He stayed the same, but it became obvious that he's not all strict and rules. The masked man started the conversation. "I'll allow you to ask 3 questions, make them count till next time you're here." 3 questions? Nana thought to herself. Giving him only 3 questions is equivalent to giving a dying man in the desert a bottle cap filled with water. It's going to be impossible for him to indulge himself to satisfy his curiosity, much less even know what to ask first. The older woman sought to help out the boy, thinking of the perfect combination of 3 questions to get as much information as they can. The masked man obviously won't answer any question seeing as he still wants to hide knowledge of this world from them. They had to be discreet enough to bypass his threshold of willing to answer, but complicated to get a detailed response. "What's your name?" That was the first question Izuku asked. "Eh?" was Nana's reaction. Shinwa Lie or Lie for short. Lie calmly answered. Izuku replied to his introduction with his own. Nice to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Who are you, or more specifically what are you? I can't fully answer that. That's fine, just answer as much as you want to. I remember there was something mentioned about being a guide. Hold on. Nana tried to interject once again. Why is he just tossing away questions like this? The first one was completely trivial, while the second one is too upfront. Of course, it'll get denied. I'm not a guide. Lie responded, talking over Nana's comment as she wasn't the one allowed to ask questions. I am a guardian, your guardian. Whose purpose is to guide you through this world. For his final question, Izuku said. And what is this world? Actually no. What is this place called? Nana had to ask. Are you serious? Lie was surprised that this was how the boy was going to use his question, but it's not his place to complain, he told him. I have no idea what this world is officially called, I'll just refer to it as your desired realm for the edification of abilities manifested. Or the DREAM world. That's awfully convenient, at least I know what to call this place now. Izuku replied, getting up to leave. I guess I'm out of questions now, I'll be leaving then. Lie. Take care. Speechless, the raven-haired woman just looked back and forth between the two, wondering if she just witnessed the greatest row of the opportunity in her life. Or afterlife. She wants to be mad, but she can't get angry at a child for making bad questions. She wants to investigate on her own, but Lie's presence is preventing her from getting anything outside of what he wants her to know. For the time being, she has to accept it. The only compromising thought she had was the slight assurance that no evil influence is involved here. The boy's innocent presence and Lie's alleged role of being an honest guardian who has good intentions but are just a jerk about it. They seem to be decent people to be chosen as a one-for-all successor. If you have a minute. Lie called out before Izuku reached the door. He rose from his seat to walk with Izuku. I wanted to know why you would ask such simple questions. I know the rules of what would be answered made what could be asked as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack, but it seemed too easily accepted. Izuku smiled as he replied to him. I was thinking about what to ask you the second you said you would tell me some basic things. By the time we got to the room I already had 100 questions I could ask. I wanted to get answers for all of them, but then I saw how you spoke about dealing with one-for-all's inclusion in all of this, and realized that regardless, I'm going to find out what I want to know eventually. Once they stepped outside of the house, Izuku looked up to the clouds in the sky and still broken moon before continuing. Either from you or my own discoveries. No need to bombard someone who, like me, had a sudden rush of new changes to their lives and is trying to figure them all out. You're fine with only having so little information? Lie inquired. Izuku nodded. For now, typically speaking, whatever this place can give me, if there's something here for me, I can wait a while for it. I've got my own things to work on for myself, and this isn't something I'm going to rely on for anything. We got a lot of time to get ourselves together. A snicker came from behind Lie's mask as he said. I guess you're right. I'm going to take my sweet time talking to the fair maiden. Fair maiden? That's an awfully nice. Lie looked behind him to make sure Nana wasn't trying to listen in again before whispering to Izuku. I dislike the concept of one for all being an inbeta as I should for my role of a guardian. I will keep up the act in front of them so they know they can't take things here for granted. Outside of that, it's not wrong to admire their company as long as I keep to my duties. No. To add to Izuku's confusion, Lie broke out into another haiku with an interesting subject. Wish me all the luck. To complete my desire. And rest on her rack. After getting a long stare from Izuku, Lie felt like he was being judged by the teen and reminded him of his moment with a woman's bosom that he in no shape or form tried to resist against. Quickly trying to change subject, Izuku asked. Anyways, I want to wake up or at least have this dream end for me. How can I do that? No words were exchanged, but Izuku knew he had misspoken. He swears he saw the mouth of the fox mask Lie had on curl into a smile. Just following your requests. No wait, don't. Goodbye, kiddo. In the seconds leading up to hitting the water after being flung, Izuku had enough time to think about something he noticed. It was about Lie. He has a good heart no doubt and works hard for his goals. But, he's also lonely, obsessed with boobs, and despite being a hard worker, is pretty terrible at his job at the moment, with only a few golden moments. Relatable, yet that doesn't excuse the most important thing. He's pretty immature for a guardian. Splash. Izuku gasped as he shot up from his bed. Unfortunately, when that happened, Rumi was already in the room and had a front row seat of seeing the body randomly wake up as if he was being attacked. She was only in a white t-shirt that covered all the way down to her thighs. It displayed the words, if life pushes you down, don't be a bitch and go kick its ass. One can tell her surprise with how wide her eyes were when she stopped in her tracks. She wasn't fearful of anything, more of a mixture of confusion and awkwardness. That last part defines Izuku's emotions after seeing her in his room as well, except to replace confusion with embarrassment. They stayed dead silent for a minute. Rumi seized him up to make sure he wasn't going to do something else unexpected, and Izuku was trying his best to act as nothing happened. "Do you always wake up like this?" Rumi had asked him, gesturing a finger over his body to signify that she meant his prior actions. That looked like he had a spasm. Would you believe me if I said no?" Izuku answered, giving his own inquiry. Rumi shrugged, stating, "I have no reason not to." Then, "No. I just had a weird dream." "What kind of dream could have caused?" "Well, that. By the way, you should warn my dad about that before he sees it for himself and assumes you're possessed. He's very paranoid about that stuff and trusts me, he will exorcise you." "Good to know. And this dream is kinda crazy to explain." Rumi walked over to the edge of his bed and sat down to help take off the tape he put around his hands so he wouldn't claw through the sheets. Crossing her legs to get comfortable, she said, "Well, I'm now invested, so try me." Okay, I'm going to need to give a bit of context because it's kinda like a long-running dream." "Oh, those are rare, now I am actually interested." "Okay, you see, it starts with me being trapped." "It started with you already being trapped?" "Yes, on the moon." "On the moon? Like on some sort of secret sci-fi base?" "No, the literal moon was like a birdcage. I couldn't see or anything." "Oh, then how did you get out?" "The rabbit just happened to be pounding something on top of it and broke me free." "The rabbit?" "Yes." "On the moon?" "Yes." "Broke you free?" "Yeah." "The random rabbit got on the moon and through pounding it with its tiny fucking paws. Or legs or whatever it has, broke the moon in half." "I know, well, I actually didn't get a chance to see the size of the rabbit, but I guess that doesn't matter. Honestly, I don't get it either." "And then what happens?" "I fall down to earth." "All the way from the moon?" "Yes, and ended up in a swamp covered by a forest of bamboo that was so dense I couldn't see an exit even if I climbed upon them. After waking from blacking out, assumingly from the fall, I then got lost in there for the betterment of like 6 months worth of time. Luckily a rainbow light shined one day to lead me out of there, and I found one of those old Japanese type homes that only the rich can afford." It was at this point, the look of interest and wonder that was on Rumi's face had disappeared to be replaced with disbelief and confusion as the story continued to get more ridiculous. Yet, she just couldn't stop listening. It was so bizarre she wanted to know what kind of insane ending it would come to. She continued to egg him on with telling the story. "Go on." "So I go to the house and there's this guy with a fox mask that had a black tail who was talking to an albino person that was glowing that rainbow light from earlier. Except for the fox mask guy, his name is Lai by the way, or Shinwa Lai, but he says calling him Lai was fine. He had a black tail at first, but then suddenly later he just didn't have any more. I know because I saw him nearly naked after he got me a change of clothes." "Wait, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, sorry. I needed to get a change of clothes because Lai decided he didn't want me to listen in on his conversation, so he pushed me into a lake and my body was apparently left there for an entire month floating like a corpse." "So when I woke up again, I went back to the house to try again. Instead of the shining albino man being there, it was this raven-haired girl dressed like a hero. This was weird because everything else in that world seemed to be more traditional Japan stuff, except the moon is broken in half and the rabbit is probably still there. Anyways, Lai tried to throw me back into the lake, but this new woman named Nana saved me, and then the two argued over whether or not I should be tossed into the lake again. Lai finally considered and let us inside. That was when he took me into another room and threw his kimono onto me, which somehow changed its shape, size, and even design to fit me perfectly. That was when he went on a rant about how hard his job was right now, because Nana and her company screwed everything up. Then Nana came into the room and demanded to get a kimono as well. Rumi's silence kinda hinted to Izuku that he was losing her completely. Her face had turned from "man, this story is strange, I wonder where it is going" quickly to "oh my god, what goes on in his head?" The perplexed stare she was giving him said all that was needed. He even felt it stupid saying his dream out loud and regretted mentioning it. "So?" He walked by her and, in a fraction of a second, dressed. Both of them. He coughed awkwardly before saying, "Yeah, it's a really stupid dream where things got out of control quickly. This is why some people prefer keeping their dreams to themselves." The absurdity of it was so high that Rumi got on her knees to shift close to him just to check his temperature. Placing a hand on his forehead and checking to see how warm he was. Why are you checking my temperature?" "I'm making sure you didn't have a fever dream, cause it's looking like you had a fever dream. Now hold still." It was a bit hard for him to be still, as Rumi was focused on making sure Izuku didn't trip balls last night. She didn't pay attention to how close she was getting. While her chest wasn't right up to his face, they were close enough to completely occupy Izuku's vision. The pair of dark-skinned titties being presented to him, that t-shirt did not do any favors in hiding her features. What a way to start the morning. Of course, Izuku couldn't stay there for long, not with his new body. He had to physically hold down his tail when it started to wag so she wouldn't notice. "I am fine, it was just a dream." "I know, doesn't mean we shouldn't check. You just moved into a new place and could be suffering from homesickness. Trust me, it can suck if it's not taken care of." "I just need a shower," Izuku told her. "A cold shower?" Alright, you don't look sick," Rumi replied, stepping back and getting off the back, allowing Izuku to breathe again and have the blood in his body disperse again. "Anyways, my dad wanted me to wake you up. He doesn't want it to be a habit for you to wake up late, at least until after training starts." "Thank you. It's whatever. Come on, we got some breakfast," she told him, walking out the room. Before she was gone, Izuku called out, "I'll be there, just gotta take care of something." When she was out of sight, he sighed. "I gotta learn how to wake up better. She's going to think I'm a psycho if I keep on waking up like this." With the peace he had, he looked out the window to think. Here he was, waking up into his whole life. He has so much to learn and so much to do ahead of him. It's both intimidating and exciting. But that was the choice he made for himself. He gotta live by it. "I should text my mom to let her know that I slept fine," he thought, pulling out his phone. He had texted her the night before to let her know that he settled in okay and had promised to text her when he had woken up. His jaw almost burst through the ground from how hard it dropped when he saw he had 4 missed FaceTime requests, 20 phone calls, and 45 text messages, all from his mother. "Oh dear Lord Jesus," Izuku mumbled under his breath as he went through each message she sent. It got worse the more he searched through. By the end of it, she straight up thinks he's dead now. He instantly went to call her before this goes any further. When she finally answered, he was met with the sobbing voice he expected. Izuku. "Hey mom. Just woke up and saw your message." "Wah. Mom, you should be at work by now, you sure you should be crying?" Despite the crying bit, Izuku still appreciates that he can enjoy some of the lingering aspects of his old life. Page 9. Completely incompetent. When we leave the nest that we were born from for the first time, it can feel like living in an entirely different world. So many responsibilities you have to pick up that you didn't know were being taken care of. Well, some of the basic ones were expected. You never truly felt the weight of them until you did them yourself. On the other side, the amount of freedom one experiences from it can feel almost transcendent. You feel as though you can structure your life however you want, and only the sky's the limit. How these advantages and disadvantages can shape one's life is up in the air. That's the chance one must take when they step into a world of unknowns by themselves. How is the newest inhabitant, Izuku Midoriya, doing in this new world? "Don't do it," Rumi called out to Izuku. Her plea was in vain. Things were already in motion that can't be stopped. Izuku's senses were going haywire as his body already honed their fangs from instinct. His sharp nails unsheathed themselves, and eyes were dilated as it locked onto its target. "What are you waiting for? Do it," Nezu told the boy, standing tall in front of him without being intimidated by his current condition. "Please don't do it," Rumi pleaded once again. The fox boy's legs tingled as he felt the energy building in his muscles. "I'm right here," Nezu shouted one last time. "Just do it." In a final attempt to defuse the situation, Rumi tried to move between the both of them before issuing a warning to both of them. "You're both going to regret it if you guys go through with this. Do it." Those malicious red bold words were floating around Nezu. "Pray, food, eat. Do it. Kill. Don't blame me for what happens," yelled Izuku, quickly getting into a predator stance before pouncing toward the tiny man animal. "Don't you dumbus," Rumi called out after him. The distance was quickly closed between prey and predator. "How did we get here? Earlier that week. Ear up." That was what the voice that came from Izuku's gaming headset commanded. He was currently playing a video game in his room because he didn't have training today and have only recently moved into Nezu's estate. He didn't know the area enough to want to go out. Not like this was anything new. Before his training sessions with Almighty barely left the house. With the little to no friends he had growing up, he didn't have a lot of reasons to leave his home once he got there. The only exception to this being whenever he went to visit Hirozu Street on his way back from school to look around, and while he could waste hours there, the fun was only running purely off his obsession than anything else. Like most introverted people who didn't have a lot of friends due to some difficulties socially, they turned to gaming inside as an alternative to entertainment. Which leads us here. "Is everyone ready?" the voice called out. "Yes. Yup. Uh-huh. Why yeah. Yes, I'm ready," Izuku stated. The game he was playing was an old favorite of his, an online multiplayer that'll put players on either the hero or villain side of a conflict. Either the heroes are committing a raid on a villain, with the goal being for the heroes to infiltrate to disable the bomb there, or the villains are staging an attack on some popular icon or political figure, and the heroes have to stop them from killing the target. Alright guys, we'll raid in 10, get to your positions. The voice demanded. He was the general in the group who always gives the orders, and people go along with it, since it's some sort of guidance to working together, then each doing their own thing. 3, 2, 1, go. Imma get in close and flashbang them. I'll need some cover. I got you, using vicious scattershot as cover fire. Good, TRU3S0NOFAL1 might you go flank them from the back, the rest of us will charge from the front. Hold on, it's a long way around I don't. Go. 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 Oh gosh. Without having time to debate, Izuku went along with the plan. This was one of the few activities he genuinely felt happy from doing, a good gaming session that's overall fun. Unfortunately, everything in life has a risk of going wrong, and the online landscape is no exception. Sometimes a game won't go as expected. They're rushing me. Shit. Arg, I'm down. The general called out. Alright, revive me. Izuku was the first to respond. I don't think I can. Nah bro, come get me. I'm like, so far away. Also, there's a lot of enemies around and… Don't be a fucking flake on me now bro, I need you. I'm not flaking, I'm just saying how hard it'll be to do your request. Crap, they're moving in to finish it. Revive me, revive me. Revive me before they kill me. Revive. Fuck. I'm done mate. Yeah, I'm gone too. Wait, is everyone else dead? Yup. Alright bro, it's all up to you. Wait, what? Yeah man, clutch the win. I'll try. Izuku responded, a drop of sweat slid down his face at his task. I hate being in this kind of pressuring situation. Nah fuck that, do it. All of them are still alive. So what? You're always bragging about heroes all the damn time, now be one. I'm on All Might Jr. I'm low horsepower and all of them have maxed out abilities. Bro legit, if you lose this game, you're trash. I think that's a bit. In that brief moment, Izuku was distracted, the entire enemy team blitzed Izuku at once, killing him instantly. The dreadful message was displayed in large red print on Izuku's screen. Hero team eliminated. Villains win. Staring in dismay at the screen that showed his failure, he knew what was coming next, all he could do was put down his controller and take it with a sigh. Oh my god, you fucking suck. Wow. You're trash. Understatement. You're human garbage. I can't believe this guy got the nerve to think he should still be alive. Trash. This man can really wake up in the morning and look himself in the fucking face as if he's not shit. Hot pile of shit. Oh my fucking god. Fuck. Izuku didn't say anything back, he knew there was no point. Now, most other people would probably just mute their headset or leave the team call, but Izuku was too used to being insulted that he didn't even think about the fact that he had an option to shut them out. Unlike other bullies in his life or Kitsuki, he doesn't live with these people, nor do any of them know him in real life. He also couldn't take it too personally, it's not like any of these people knew how his life was. Also, they were the most reliable people he can play with in this game. If you don't have at least a few teammates you can rely on, this game becomes a lot less enjoyable. You have no worth in life. There's nothing for you here. Your mom made a mistake. That doesn't mean they didn't hurt to hear. If you ever have a girlfriend, I hope she cheats on you and then bust your jaw. I hope she stomps on your balls with a spike boot bitch. 48 times in a row. Just to make sure you can never reproduce. And then dump you. Now he's just being excessive. You should burn your tongue on hot soup. I hope you burn your tongue on hot soup, that way you can know how much of a burden you are to everyone around you. Hey Midoriya. Rumi says once she enters the room, she was on her phone when she looked up to see Izuku was playing video games. Oh, are you winning? No. Izuku solemnly replied, turning to her with a sorrowful face. From how his wrinkled eyes looked, he seemed like he was about to cry. What's up? Rumi asked, curious about what's upsetting him. And nothing. Izuku told her, it was just a game after all. He didn't find it was necessary to take it further, then he had to just because he has thin skin and went to an online multiplayer game. Rumi didn't fall for his lie seeing as he looked visibly upset and the fact that he was a terrible liar. His tail wasn't wagging, it was unmoving like a sad puppy that's been told that the owner won't throw the ball again. Taking a few types into the room, she got a chance to look at the TV and see the giant defeat screen on it. Putting 2 and 2 together, she yoinked the headset off of Izuku's head. Let me see this for a moment. She casually told him. Izuku tried to reach to get it back, saying. Hey, give them back. Stepping out of his sitting reach, she gave him a one-moment gesture as she put the headset to listen in. Why you even waste money buying this game? You're bad. You're just wasting money at this point. Donate to a homeless shelter, you selfish prick. Rumi eyed Izuku, seeing his still saddened expression, but he seemed more stunned from her hearing what they were saying than anything. She gave him a very calm small nod before clearing her voice and speaking. Hey, this is still True 3S0 Naf Al 1 might. I just wanted to say that I don't like what you guys were saying, and y'all can go eat a dick. That snapped Izuku out of his funk, widening his eyes at her comment. Yeah, you heard me, go eat a dick motherfuckers. Why you know this is my account right? Izuku reminds her, trying to get her not to say too much that'll end up getting him banned. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. What you got? What you got, you pussy ass bitch? I'm going to be reported, I'm so going to get mass reported. So what if I'm his girlfriend? Wait, what? So what if we're fucking, what's it to you? Huh? Izuku shouted, he skipped all the other phases of blushing and went straight to the entire body, becoming a red-hot color. Rumi hushed him again with her finger before she continued. I said what's it to you? What are you getting with your limp noodle dick? Let me save you the lie, nothing. Izuku could only mouth the words oh my god. That's right, sit your ass down. Keep talking tough, go on. We're all waiting to hear you stroke your stick, go on yeah. Yeah, I thought so. Sit back down. Save your trash talk for when you actually do good in esports. Alright, ready up bro. Taking off the headset, Rumi tossed it back at Izuku with a satisfied smile on her. That settles that, when people talk shit to you don't just take it, throw it back. That'll teach them not to think you're sweet. I am sweet though, at least that's what my mom told me. Izuku replied, instantly regretting saying it in front of her. What kind of 15-year-old says things like that anymore? Rumi could barely hold back her snicker, he was already feeling down as it was, and she didn't want to make it worse. PFFT, well that's fine and all, but that also opens you up to getting bullied a lot. Just throw back whatever they dish at you, just enough so they know you're not their personal sandbag to take out all their stress on. Alright. Sighed the boy, feeling a bit disappointed in himself. He still has a few habits from his old life that he has yet to get out of his system. Before exiting the room, Rumi called out to him. When you're done with that game, come to the kitchen so we can cook lunch. Izuku assured her that he'll be there before getting back to his game. As he played, there was something on his mind he's been thinking about for a while. Ever since he moved in with Nezu and Rumi, he discovered something about himself he never put too much thought into. He's utterly incompetent in taking care of himself. Unlike the Bakugo's household, where he only had the bare minimum of responsibilities, here it was the opposite. Nezu told him that they'll only be providing him the bare essentials and what he needs outside of what's required for training, like a good conditioned room, electricity, running water, and of course, there being food in the fridge. Everything else he'll have to take care of himself. That means no more requesting his favorite meal to be made, he'll just have to deal with what the others are serving. On top of that, he had to help with the cooking if he wanted to eat the cooked food Rumi or Nezu made, sort of an earn your ration kind of deal. It wasn't that controlling, Izuku always had a choice to eat what was being made, and if he wanted to he could cook the meals he wanted himself. They don't restrict the use of the kitchen, and the fridge is usually stocked with ingredients. Except Izuku can't cook, anything remotely complicated is an impossibility for him. Not to mention that while the fridge may be stocked, it's only filled with ingredients the homeowners buy for their recipes, nothing else. Meaning unless he was lucky and what they brought that week could also be made into another dish, he'll have to buy the missing ingredients. Except he has no money, because he doesn't have a job. Being young sucks. What also sucks was how many times he kept cutting his fingers when chopping onions, making lunch was not going well. Arg. Izuku shrieked after slicing his finger again. In an attempt to stop the flow of his blood, he did the classic trip of sucking his finger to make it feel bad, though. He was cutting onion just a second ago. Bah. So bitter. He was beginning to hate his more sensitive tongue now. You kidding me? Rumi says when she noticed his outburst. That's like your 8th time today. The onion is going to be soaked in your blood soon. Cutting this devil fruit is hard. First off, that's a vegetable, not a fruit. She pauses for a second as she had a mini revelation. Huh, so that's how it feels to correct people for once. I know, it's just so painful to handle. Of course it's going to be painful when you're cutting yourself. Rumi exclaimed as she went over to him. Here, you're holding it down wrong. Grabbing his hand from behind him, she guided it into a half-clenched fist before placing it over the onion once again. If you keep your hand like this you'll hurt yourself less, which is preferable since we're not having vampires over. Try to keep that in mind, big guy. She gave him a little smirk, humored with herself. Despite finishing her demonstration she stayed where she was watching over him, her body was less than a centimeter away from his, and she didn't release her grip yet. Izuku's tail was beginning to wag. Thud. What was that? The dark-skinned girl asked, looking around the room, confused to where the sound came from. Must have been in another room. Izuku quickly suggested to her. Might be your dad. And B, he went out this morning saying he won't be back till dinner. Might have just come back quickly to get something he forgot then. That rodent. Forgetting something. Impossible. She states, releasing Izuku and going back to what she was doing beforehand. Not like it matters anyway, I already started cooking for 2, and so I'm only serving for 2. He can starve for all I care. While Rumi continued to ramble on to herself, Izuku let out a great sigh. It was very narrow, but he managed to escape without being caught. During that brief exchange where Rumi showed him how to hold something while cutting, she got a bit close, and her breast grazed his back. It wasn't as if she didn't notice it either, she wasn't ignorant of it, she just didn't see it as a big deal because it only lasted for a fraction of a second. But even a fraction of a second can feel like an eternity depending on the person. To Izuku, that was a long-drawn moment where her bust was dragged across his back, tickling him down his spine to his core. He doesn't think she was wearing a bra then because he felt her nipples poking into him. That was enough for the young teen to get so aroused that his little fox knocked into the bottom cabinets. A bit ashamed, he looks down at his pants and thinks to himself. Now isn't the time to get hard. He was lucky Rumi was too distracted trying to figure out where the noise came from, or else she would have noticed how much his fox parts were wiggling around. The rest of the cooking progress went by without issue, that's excluding all the other times Izuku messed up while cooking. The rest of his day went like this as well whenever he did something. When he attempted to do laundry, he ended up flooding the entire room with bubbles because he put too much soap in, and even then, somehow his clothes still didn't get cleaned. He even had trouble cleaning his own room, mostly with how to organize everything. And how to properly use cleaning supplies. And how to actually clean a room. Besides putting away his clothes and dishwashing, he was just about horrible at everything else when it came to home maintenance. He always knew that his family did a lot to take care of him, but he didn't think it was to this extent. When he was a bother to people, it was mostly from how much extra care he had to get compared to other kids because of his condition, like his earplugs or the situation with his mom. He was always focused on the big thing. He barely ever thought about the smaller details of everyday life, the cleaning, the self-maintenance, the around-the-clock timers one must set to get their life in order. He wouldn't say he was ungrateful or unappreciative of what was being done for him, but he did feel as though he was ignorant of how much was being done that didn't need to be. He's barely getting by taking care of himself. He can't imagine how chaotic it'll be doing it for another person on top of other things, such as having a job, paying bills, and all the other responsibilities of life. It gave him a newfound appreciation for the people who raised him. It also deepened the guilt he feels for putting them through it for so long. Well, he's terrible at these things now, at least if he did them back then it would take a bit of weight off of them, and maybe he wouldn't be as helpless as he is now. Even in his new life, his sins from the past still seems to haunt him now. He couldn't even train to take his mind off of things. Strangely, Nezu has been putting off his training for quite a while. It was understandable at first as he didn't expect to immediately be put through the ringer, maybe if Rumi was his personal trainer, but Nezu seemed like he'll be more sensible with his methods. Yet as days went back nothing happened. It wasn't as though Nezu was too buzzed. Izuku has spotted several times where Nezu was completely free and yet still refused to do any session with him. He doesn't even assign him a regimen to do to keep him fit. For someone who was so happy to accept him, he's being quite negligent to him. Later that night when Nezu came home, the trio would have dinner. Another vegetarian meal, no meat. For a fox or normal people like him, this was torture, but it wasn't like he had many other options to eat. He assumed they always ate like vegans because of Nezu. For a mouse-like creature, it'll be pretty mortifying if he's constantly watching others eat his species. He knew it wasn't true, but he also felt like it's because they don't want to trigger him attacking Nezu if he tastes meat around him. Better safe than sorry, they can't purely rely on Izuku not looking at Nezu as they eat. You always eat so fast, dear, be careful before you choke. The little animal said to his daughter. Eat a dick, old man. Rumi casually responded, continuing to dig into her food. Nezu sighed before asking the fox boy. So how was your day today, Izuku? It was fine. Izuku answered. Do anything interesting today? No, I kinda just stayed inside all day. Crying over losing a game. Rumi silently mumbled. It was just loud enough for only Izuku to hear, so he could blush from it. The boy gave her a small pout, telling her it was only one time it happened. Nezu continued. I hope you're settling in okay. You should walk around the streets here and get used to this area. Oh, okay. Izuku replied, stirring around his food before saying. But I would much prefer if we start my training soon. Sure. Really? I'll get to it eventually, but not right now. Oh. Izuku would spend the rest of supper being non-talkative. Since Rumi cooked or was the main one cooking, it was left to Izuku and Nezu to take care of the dishes. There Izuku decided again to poke him about his training. Mr. Nezu. Just Nezu will be fine, we are living together. Nezu told him, he had the usual calm unmoving smile on his face. Right, Nezu. I was wondering what you have planned for my training once we actually get to it. No idea, I haven't thought about it. Give me a little more time. Okay. He wouldn't bring up his training again till after they were done with the dishes and catching him as he was on his way out to ask. Mr. N. I mean Nezu, are you going anywhere? The white animal stopped to turn him, responding. Yes, I'm just heading over to my studies. Your studies? Oh, I guess that means you're busy. No, I'm just going there to relax and plan some things. They'll like my training program. No, I meant for some of my more personal hobbies, like making tea reviews online. I don't want to be rude, but I don't get it. At this point Izuku had enough, he actually raised his voice a bit when he spoke. It got Rumi's attention enough that she left the room to see what was going on. Why haven't I been doing any sort of training by you? You agreed to take me in, yet it seemed as though you would rather do anything else but. The smile that was plastered on Nezu's face began a bit wider after Izuku said that. He still spoke in his calm but kinda high-pitched voice. Do you really want to know why? He says, taking a few steps forward before standing tall a couple of feet away from him. Then come at me. What? Said Izuku, confused by what he meant. What? Exclaimed Rumi, surprised her dad would say such a thing. Why would he tempt Izuku like this? It's madness. You didn't mishear me. Nezu continued, looking as calm as ever. Look me in the eye and attack me. And that was how it all started. Don't do it. What are you waiting for? Do it. Please don't do it. I'm right here, just do it. You're both going to regret it if you guys go through with this. Do it. Do it. Don't blame me for what happens. Don't you dumbus. How will this encounter between predator and prey play out? Ah. That was the blood-curdling screams of Izuku because the moment he swiped his claws at Nezu, the man nonchalantly pulled out a black object from his pocket, backstepped his swing, and pressed the object against his neck, which shocked him, quite literally. Falling to his knees, Izuku looked down at Nezu to see the object in his hand and recognized what it was. Is that a taser? That it's a bit small, but custom made to work for someone my size. Nezu calmly tells him before pressing the taser against his shoulder. Braz. Izuku's knee gave out, leaving him only being kept up by one arm. He was now eye level with a little white devil, who still had a smile that he was no longer seeing as sweet but purely sadistic. Why are you still tasering me? That's dangerous. Considering our weight difference and your dangerous attributes, I can't take the chances. I may be a hero, but I don't have that many things to naturally protect myself. He explains, placing the taser on his back but not activating it. Don't worry, this is one of the lowest settings it has. Judging by your current build, you'll need to be shocked with this in this neck at least over several times before you'll be in any kind of danger of anything. Izuku looked horrified hearing him say something like that so casually, as if he's not tasering a minor. Then he was tased one more time before dropping flat on the ground, still conscious, but his body was getting sore. Rumi sighed, shaking her head. Idiot, I tried to warn him. But Nezu not being the one looking down at Izuku, he says. Oh, to answer your earlier question, I'm holding off on training until you can get your life together. You have little to no self-control over yourself. You just attempted to take on a pro hero by charging directly at them and doing the most telegraphic attack possible after they tempted you to attack them first. If that's not a rookie mistake, I don't know what is. It seems to me that so far, you've never had to consistently maintain yourself, leaving you vulnerable to any desire your body may get. Hopefully, after some time, you can use the responsibilities from real life like getting a job, being able to do chores, and taking care of yourself to get better control of your body. You couldn't just tell me that normally. Izuku shouted from the floor. This way I can get the lesson across easier. Nezu told him, his voice was beginning to sound more and more sadistic. Besides, we don't learn lessons as quickly as we risk our lives learning them. The fox boy was left speechless at his demeanor, and he thought Rumi would be the insane teacher. Oh, and Midoriya. Nezu continued. Right now your body still sees me as prey, seeing how despite my daughter or Mr. Yagi being here, you never had a problem with them. We'll know your responsibilities training is complete when your body realizes that I'm the predator in this relationship. Ahahahaha. I think I made a mistake. Izuku thought as he watched the white animal laugh maniacally. That was when Rumi came along, picking Izuku up and telling them. Alright, well, this is now a bother. Dad, go to your studies and try to calm down, if not take your meds. I got the dumbus. Okay sweetie. Ahahahaha. Nezu continued to bellow walking away. Taking Izuku back to his room and settling him down on the bed, she tells him. I tried to warn you, my dad can be a bit excessive at times. Thanks for warning me ahead of time. Izuku took a deep breath before asking. What was that? Oh, that. According to my dad, he got experimented on when he first manifested his quirk. So he kinda has a grudge against all humans, leading to some sadistic tendencies. That's horrible on all sides. Yeah, I know, it sucks. Just a vicious cycle of hate and abuse. Yeah, sure, whatever. The most annoying part is that he'll stay like that for the rest of the day, unless he luckily calms down. Imagine hearing that laugh at 2 AM when you're trying to sleep, it's annoying. That's why they gave him those pills so he can sleep easier or else he'll be up all night. I'm troubled that we're worrying about two completely different things. Meh, you're caring too much, as if he's a threat. He's practically harmless. He tased me. Multiple times. If we're being fair, you did technically attack him first. In his own home. In front of his daughter. Yeah, the law is not on your side here. Continuing this conversation was utterly pointless, seeing as apparently he was in the wrong, despite being ordered to by Nezu himself. He laid back in his bed, letting out an exhausted groan. Seeing this, Rumi told him. Don't worry about it, after a while you'll get used to dealing with his insanity. Trust me, getting taste is the least crazy thing he can do to you. No, not that. Izuku replied, putting his hands over his face to rub it. Actually, that last part only makes me even more concerned about your sanity and your father's influence over it, but it's more of everything else today. You're still upset about that game? What? No. I mean. Kinda. It's one of them, more of what it means than anything else. So it's a no, then a maybe, then a yes but not fully. You're losing me here. She states, plopping herself down on the bed next to him. Explain. You remembered how I rushed in against that slime villain? Yeah. I don't think I mentioned that I was attacked by that same villain earlier that day and survived only because All Might came in to save me. It's kinda my fault that the second attack happened that day. I don't know the context, but I can say, it's fucking stupid to put the blame of a villain being. Well, a villain on yourself because of some slight mistake you made. When he wanted to leave and I wanted to ask him something, I accidentally ripped All Might's pocket open clinging to his pants which let the villain escape. Okay, that's actually pretty bad. Rumi says with a chuckle. That guy who lives with you almost died, haha. Izuku would snap his head up to look at her with judging eyes that told her that wasn't what she was supposed to say, at least not right now while he's moping. It took her a moment of him staring for her to get it, making her quickly add in. But it's not entirely your fault, at best I say only 45% at worst. You're horrible at cheering someone up. You only got a lick of what my dad does, and you're surprised I have issues. Fair point. Anyways, I was thinking back then, and how when my back was against the wall I pushed myself above and beyond my limits that surpassed my expectations. At first, I thought that was a sign of me finally growing out of my shell and being brave, but I'm starting to doubt it. Why so? It's pretty clear cut what happened, you showed what you truly were at your most needed hour. I thought so as well, but then today showed me, I really didn't have a lot to do in my life besides just existing. I can't take care of myself because I haven't ever held any responsibilities. People are more willing to do something when they feel as though they have a lot less to lose. That's why most people who do super dangerous reckless stunts usually aren't married compared to fathers who'll think quadruple times think it over whether they want to do something or not. Okay, stop, what are you getting at because you're getting as annoyingly wordy as my dad? I think I was only brave then because I had nothing to lose. Not that I didn't care for my family, but the fact that I had so little to think about what they'll do if I disappeared one day that maybe I jumped in because I thought, well, what else am I living for? It's pretty easy to risk your life when you don't think you had anything holding you back. Rumi didn't speak, for once she seemed to have gone completely silent in response to Izuku's words. You're deep? Izuku asked, worried he might have gotten a bit too nihilistic to completely kill her mood. Sorry, I just. Take off your shirt. What? Was the word Izuku responded with, not sure he heard her right. I said take off your shirt. She repeated. Why? Just do it, I'm terrible at this sort of thing, so I got one chance to get my point across. What point? That was when Rumi demanded. Either you take off that shirt or I'm ripping it off myself. Izuku went quiet for a while, his tail began to wag a bit. I wouldn't mind. But first I'll kick your ass 30 times over. Ah. I'm doing it. Izuku says, with his red face he pulls his shirt off of his body holding it in his hands. In his embarrassment, he still tried to cover himself a bit in front of her. Fortunately for him, Rumi wasn't having it. She laid out her hand like a demanding princess, gesturing as she said. Give it here. Give what? You know what I mean, the shirt. And stop covering yourself up, take some pride in your body. Do I have to? Dude, I've seen you topless before and that was before you started working out. Thanks for reminding me but 30 times over. Okay. Finally giving up, Izuku handed her his shirt and left his bare chest and stomach exposed to her. His face was turning redder every second as he felt her eyes glaring over him. He prayed she wasn't going to ask him to take off his pants next, he read enough stories to know where that was going. Now look at yourself in the mirror. Rumi commanded, turning his head herself so she didn't have to waste any more time. You know what I noticed? What? Izuku asked her, a bit more focused on the close contact she was giving him. You've been here for a few weeks and without us even telling you to train, you've kept your body looking the same since the day you moved in. And? That's it. There's my answer to your problem. Now you're confusing me. How did you keep your body in shape? I pulled some exercises from the regiment I was doing beforehand and did a few of them just so my body won't get scaled. Exactly. Have I mentioned how bad you are at this? Shut up. The point is, without being told to, you kept your body in shape. Because you had a goal to work toward, you maintained yourself without being told to. You can't do laundry, but you wanted clean clothes, so you still attempted to do it without us reminding you every day to do it. Etc. I'm not naming everything. Point is, the difference between someone who only does something brave because they have nothing to lose against someone who does is what they do outside of those dire moments. Some bachelor guy might fight a robber to help a lady one day and get praised for being an upstanding hero who'll stand for everyone, but then will watch a woman get harassed the next day at a bus station and won't say anything. He still might just be living off his high from the other day. You on the other hand, you still kept that special something in you throughout that showed that you truly do care about something. If you weren't, you probably would have let yourself go a bit when you weren't training, just because there wasn't some grand epic tale to be told about it. She was right, well he wasn't the best person before the slime fight, his true character showed when the spotlight wasn't on him. He could never forget that no matter what. I wish you would say stuff like that first. Izuku tells her. Rumi snickered. Well it's who I am so bite me. Please don't tempt me. Izuku thought. Bite. Not now body. And why were the words pinks this time? It was then that Rumi hopped off the bed, stretching before telling him. Morale of the story, stop moping about the past like a bitch. You may have been as valuable as a cup of water in the middle of the ocean, but as long as you got the drive to improve yourself, do it. Wait, I think your idiom was off. Having even just a cup of fresh water while in the middle of the ocean can actually be a lifesaver if you. I don't care you nerd. She bluntly told him. I'll be in my room, I was talking to some friends. With an aura of depression surrounding him, he mumbles. Okay, I understand. As she was walking out, she stopped at the door before suddenly turning back to the boy. At first, he thought he had left something, but then she grabbed his head and lifted it up toward her, making their eyes meet. Finishing him off by giving him a small kiss on his forehead. That's called my lucky kiss, I do it to myself whenever I want some extra luck doing something. Such as running a marathon, I'll peck my thighs so they'll keep up with my demands. Hopefully, that'll help clear up whatever's going on in your head. She tells him with a smile before leaving the room for good. On her way out she called out one last thing. And keep working on that body of yours, you're going to need it soon. The speechless Izuku sat at his bed, stunned and not moving at all. He doesn't think she realized her boobs brushed against him again for a moment when she kissed his forehead, and she has yet to put on a bra. Let out one last sigh before looking down between his thighs. Okay, now you can get hard. There's more than one way to achieve a goal. Well, there's usually a clear-cut path one could take to get where they want to go. Sometimes it's better to take a shortcut to arrive there faster. Not underhanded cheats or illegally bypassing certain requirements to get an unfair advantage, but a gnarly detour that results in you beelining toward your goal in exchange for higher difficulty. Izuku. Those were the soft words spoken by the maiden. You're cute when you're so vulnerable. With his back against the gray bed sheets, Izuku stared up to the black sky, watching the stars that hung above them, before drawing his attention back to the woman that had mounted him. He couldn't see her face, it was covered by the strands of her lavish white hair, yet, Izuku still found her immensely attractive. From her glossy poised lips that utter the most seductive of words, to her silky brown skin that marvelously contrasts with the snowy color of her hair and the shapely figure of her body that was grinding against his own. The term a fine woman would be an unforgivable insult to describe the person who was on him. She was nothing short but an exquisite gem. It was electrifying being near her. Her smooth motions and grinding only served to invigorate the boy. She softly planted kisses on the boy's defenseless neck, each one had an absurd level of care put into them that added an extra layer of intimacy. At the same time, she was stroking his midsection with one of her legs, the circular motion she did it in slowly stimulated him. He swore when he looked down he saw a marking of some kind on one of her thighs that reminded him of someone, but he wasn't sure who. Not like he had the time to think about it, there were more alluring things that were taking away his attention. After a long kiss along Izuku's neck, the woman sat up, looking down at Izuku. The only thing he could see now looking up was the enticed smile she formed with her beautiful lips. "Come on, Izuku. I want to play with you some more." Her voice continued to be angelic to hear. "Don't you feel lucky, boy?" shouted a familiar muffled voice. But the energy of someone who thought his house got broken into, Izuku jumped to his feet, eyes constricted and fear-stricken. He scanned his surroundings, expecting to see the usual yellow-painted walls of his room at Nezu's estate. Instead, he faced the wild thickness of a huge forest. Each tree had its unique shape, through many twists, weird turns, strangely aligned branches, over-exaggerated curves, and grotesque conjunctions that somehow held it together. There was a thick mist embedded in the depths of the forest, colorful with its wide variety of shades such as purple and blue, but white was the majority. From the trees he could see, all of them had decorated Shimenawa stocky helm rope that is usually used for ritual purposes for certain religions, wrapped around their base. "Where am I?" Izuku mumbled to himself, taken back from the scale of it. He stumbled back as an unexplainable feeling of dread and regret filled him. That was when the voice that had awakened him called out to him again. "You're outside, of course." Izuku looked to his side and saw Lai sitting there looking at him. He knew he couldn't see his face because of the mask, but he looked completely calm despite what's in front of them. "Finally you're up, always troublesome kiddo, there's a mess to clean." Lai continued. Despite the unhelpful answer, Izuku knew that seeing him here meant one thing. "I'm in the dream world." Izuku mumbled to himself again. "Wait, have it been a month already? It doesn't feel like it." Time moves regardless of one's feelings, that's why it's important to make the most of your life. If you're not careful, a lifetime will pass off before you know it. Lai answered, being unnecessarily poetic as usual. He turned away to attend to the teapot he had set up before the boy had awakened. "Right. So where are we?" "Outside. I meant this place. What is this forest in front of us?" "We're at the outskirts of an essential landmark in this land. The forest of Zyaku Kadama or Zyaku Forest if you wish to shorten it." "Zyaku, doesn't that mean guilt?" "Yes. What you are looking at is the place where all your guilt lay, from the past and present, dead or alive." Izuku took another look at the forest, taking a deeper look into this new place he found out about. Abnormal trees, thick strange mist, all these attributes combined to form something distorted. The trees that were deeper in the forest were covered by the mist, and their silhouettes took the form of what looked like a deformed monster straight from hell itself. He didn't know what to make of the sight he witnessed, it seemed like the essence of a specter was amalgamated with nature. The fox boy's chest felt heavy just by looking at it, how vast this forest is was intimidating. Trying to escape the eerie feeling, Izuku turned toward Lai and asked. "Wait, you said this was essential. Does that mean we'll be returning here? This will be one of the multiple places you will train when we can finally begin." "Training?" Izuku thought to himself. Lai flinched at his slip of the tongue, it only lasted for a moment before he relaxed. Exhaling, he scratched the back of his head before muttering. "Maybe a bit too soon to mention that. Oh well, there's a time where a secret becomes trivial to hold and unnecessarily destructive to the bearer. Judging from our last discussion, you know this place holds more importance to you than just a dream, and my discussions with One for All are progressing smoothly, we should be coming to an agreement soon. You'll start getting some answers soon. Take your time." Izuku tells him, sitting on the ground as well. "As I've said before, I got a lot on my mind right now. I can tell. It wasn't easy learning how to take care of myself, but it was during the darkest of times that I found one of the priceless treasures of modern society to assist me and..." "Oh, I wasn't talking about that." "Huh? What I was referring to was that erotic fantasy you were having with that maiden a few moments before I woke you up." Like most dreams, Izuku didn't remember all of his after waking up, it took him a moment to realize what he was referring to. Better said, it took a moment for Izuku to remember being with that white-haired woman. "You saw that?" Izuku's mighty shout echoed throughout the field, its volume was only equaled by his embarrassment. The masked man calmly rubbed one of his ears to take care of the ringing in them, saying, Do you remember what I said about us being connected here? Not to mention the I art thou and thou art I part. I know I pushed you into the lake after, but I still expected you to remember at least that part. But that was a dream. A very indecent dream that says a lot about your desires, but still a dream. And I am your guardian who is supposed to look after you in a place called the dream world. Of course, I'm going to know what you dream about, I could always look into what you dreamt about. Why wouldn't I, especially since it can affect this place so much? That's an invasion of privacy," Izuku exclaimed, jumping to his feet again. He stammered over his words as he tried to hide his shame. What you saw wasn't something I usually dream about, it just happened and was a poor representation of who I usually am. I'm not a pervert, I try to strive away from any such action that would imply it. I haven't even touched myself before just to keep myself from falling into the addictive nature of. It wasn't long until Lai tuned Izuku's words out, baffled he told the fox boy. Why are you making excuses to your own cognitive being about some lewd dream you had? I honestly don't care since I know the answer regardless of what you say. I'm surprised you're not questioning how you just woke up from a dream into a dream. Oh. Right. How does that work? Wait, shouldn't I be in the lake right now? Why are we just standing here anyway? Took you this long? Baka. Let's see. Lai scratched his mask as if he was doing it to his cheek. Nana got mad at me for tossing you into the lake again, so she made me fish you out. Thank goodness for her. Honestly, I have no idea the limits this body of mine has in here, but I don't think it's healthy spending so much time in the water. At least I know someone will make sure you'll pull me out. I didn't pull you out, I fished you out. Hauled you out of there like a fish, pole and everything. It was immensely humorous. Nana was furious about it, which only made her look more adorable in my honest opinion. Why do you love tormenting me so much? Consider it my payment for keeping me waiting for so long. Lai abruptly shouted. Steam eroded from the side of his mask, and a single comedic teardrop leaked from one of the eye holes as he continued. You know how horrible it is being created to be a guardian, but then having no one to guide because they decided not to show up here for nearly a decade. Wah. I was trapped in the moon. What else could I do? That's what everyone says. How is that even a thing? There's only one moon. And I broke out of it. My belief in that story is slimmer than a strand of hay. How do you not believe that? You live right under. Izuku calmed himself, even with context, the discussion being had was too ridiculous for him. The kettle began blowing out steam, signaling that it's ready. So then, why are we here? Izuku asked, looking around the area, but he couldn't seem to find the familiar Sankei house. We're pretty far away from the house. Your perverted dream unleashed a yokai on these lands, I managed to chase it off and it ran into this forest. Lai explained, calmly bringing out a cup and pouring himself some tea. Seeing a perfect opportunity, I dragged you here to face it so you can become accustomed to fighting in this place, but Nana objected, going in herself. We're waiting on her to return. A completely separate dream can cause something like that. Wait, and Nana went in by herself. Shouldn't we go in and back her up? She'll be fine. Lai states, taking a sip from his tea. Ah. Oh, fuck. The mouth of Lai's mask curled a bit into a smile, putting down his cup and getting to his feet. Maybe not. Dumbstruck, Izuku pointed to the forest as he asks. Was that? Before he finished, being flung out of the forest was Nana herself, back in her hero outfit. She skidded against the ground before coming to a rough stop, panting heavily. Nana. Izuku shouted, running over to her. Calmer with his approach, Lai walked over as he spoke. How are you doing there, Miss Nana? Taking care of it in a 5-minute flat just as you said you would. He was sure to add an extra form of obnoxious to his voice when repeating Nana's own words to her. He took a taunting glance at her body top to bottom, nodding before saying. Seems to be on the right track. Nana grunted as she tried to pick herself off the ground, giving an annoyed stare at Lai. She said. You know all the other predecessors of One for All find you annoying, that's why they constantly make me be the spokesperson for them. For a bunch of heroes you guys are incompetent at dishing out justice, having you around more is more of a reward than a punishment. The curled lips of Lai's mask continued to grow into a wide grin. Nana was about to say something back, but then something shot out from the forest, a giant yellow tentacle, similar to one an octopus would have, wrapped itself around the woman before yanking her into the air. Slithering to the outskirts was the being that had grabbed her, a beast with snow fur in a humanoid form. Its multitude of razor-sharp teeth seemed too many to be contained by its mouth, exhaling smoke with every breath it took. Its eyes were only red with no pupils in sight, looking blind to the world around it and only rushing toward his goal in a frenzy. It didn't even have hands, instead they were replaced with nearly a dozen of its weird tentacles. An unholy amalgamation. As it stepped out from the forest, it wrapped one of its legs around the base of one of the smaller trees and crushed it just by flexing its muscles. A black shadow emerged from the tree before quickly dashing away deeper into the forest. Its tentacles clenched themselves before they began wildly whipping around, slamming the ground and trees in the area. The strikes rumbled the ground Izuku stood on. Looking up to the sky, the monster unleashed a ferocious but abnormal roar. Ah! Seeing the monster that towered over him, Izuku's eyes widened as he stumbled back onto the ground. He turned to Lai for answers. How did a wet dream create a rampaging monster? I feel like you're not getting the concept of this being a cognitive dream world. Lai tells him, gesturing about the lack of connection Izuku is having. What goes on in your mind affects here. To this extent. Lust is considered a deadly sin for a reason. Lai says, holding his chin. The mind is a powerful weapon that is often underestimated due to our shallow ideals. Every thought can be used to create something grand, whether it's good or bad is up to the beholder. That includes our more indecent thoughts as well. What kind of monster is that thing? Hentai yakai. The what? A hentai yakai, a demon made out of pure lustful desires. Are you sure? I'm not questioning your knowledge, I just don't think that's a thing. No, trust me, they exist. Don't you see the tentacles? The fact that this has anything to do with a wet dream makes it obvious that it's a hentai yakai. Why it even kai ios deis? Nana shouted, being swung around in the air, elongated a word. Lai called out to her. I told you before, it was the boy's dirty dream. Remember, when he suddenly got a boner in bed and you asked why? That happens here too. Izuku asked, his face turned red extremely quickly. Yes. When are you going to get it? Things in your mind can manifest here. Lai shouts, aggravated at the boy's refusal to accept such a simple concept that was explained many times. He continued to scold the boy. You get a boner in real life, you most likely got a boner here, and it's because of your damn boners that we're dealing with this hentai yakai. I'm never telling anyone about these dreams. Ever. Thought Izuku. He didn't want to say anything else out of fear that the situation will become even more insane. I'm still waiting on an answer. I just told you, the kiddo's stick was the problem. Lai told her. Is everyone hard at hearing today? Not feeling comfortable about how his manhood is being discussed, Izuku stammered. Can you guys not talk about my thing that way? I meant what caused that. Nana stopped, luckily getting a moment of clarity as the monster stopped shaking her. That. Lai says, giving a tiny chuckle before turning toward Izuku. All you kiddo. I don't want to say. Izuku said, flustered about the whole thing and the girl who caused it. Lai shook his head, stating. The ugliness you want to hide is already out in the open, we know what it is, and it's affecting us. Why still hide it? Ignoring it doesn't make it go away. Might as well come clean and be honest. Okay. Izuku cried, he took a breath before blurting out. A girl. Kissed my forehead. Are you kidding me? Shouted Nana. She wasn't angry at Izuku, more so mad about the catalyst that led to the position she's in. This is honestly the best way to sum up puberty. Lai added. Unexplainable and devastating. You can say that again. Izuku sighed, taking another look at the monster. Each breath the monster took looked like it was panting heavily, and the red coloring across its face made it seem like it was constantly blushing. The weirdest part was how human the form was, at least the lower sections. The body looked extremely feminine, with a gracefully humongous chest and strangely marbled legs that were shown to break a thick tree in half. Why do I strangely find that thing attractive? Lai shrugged, saying. Hey, they're your kinks, so you tell me. Izuku looked at the top of the erotic monster's head, seeing the long wide ears. He mutters to himself. I'm going to have a hard time looking her in the eyes later. Judging from the yakai's appearance, you probably weren't looking her in the eyes all that often. Can I get some help here? Nana called out again. This thing is sticky and is reaching everywhere. I mean, it's called a hentai yakai for a reason. Lai nonchalantly states. While the two were talking, the monster tightened its grip on Nana. The way the tentacles were wrapped around her were suggestive, to say the least. It tightening itself only served to look more erotic than it already was. The slimy appendage squeezed her, making her breast look like they were barely being contained by her costume. Something the two males paid real attention to instead of helping. Stop watching and help. Nana shouted, a tint of red was appearing on her face. Right. Lai states, snapping out of his perverted distraction and turning toward Izuku. Go get them, kiddo. Me? Izuku exclaimed, shocked at the vague command of his so-called guardian. Yes, that was the reason I brought you here in the first place. What's the matter? What's the matter? I expected the first thing I'll do here was some kind of spiritual bodybuilding training, like in those old martial arts movies, not fight a giant tentacle monster. Hentai yakai. Does it matter? I know we technically don't exist in your world, but even demons don't like to get mislabeled. Now go strike that monster. It'll be easier to scale your abilities after witnessing you in combat. Yeah. About that. Before Izuku could finish speaking, Nana seemed to have flown up in the air, carrying the monster with it. Worried, the monster released its grip on Nana so it wouldn't go airborne, but Nana grabbed onto its tentacles herself, lifting it high into the air. With a quick toss up and a heavy punch, the hentai yakai was sent flying back into the forest at high velocity, disappearing into the mist. Damn it, woman. Shouted Lai, shaking his fist in the air. Now what can I use to test the kiddo's abilities? The Byakuya chamber is only useful for practicing technique than anything else. It'll just be a waste of 100 days. 100 days. Izuku repeated in his mind. At this point he was in no mood to question anything any further. He was getting a headache from all this. Lai continued to berate the raven-haired woman. First you ignore me and go in alone, now you ruin a great opportunity. It's like you want to ruin my life here. Be quiet. Nana demanded as she softly landed on the ground. Her eyes were stern and form was dominant as she strode past Lai. He knew it would not be smart to comment. She went over to Izuku, picking him up with a word before flying away. "Oh, and you're taking away the kiddo as well," Lai exclaimed. "Your obnoxious attitude is getting on my nerves." Ignoring him, Nana continued to fly away from the masked person. Once Lai was sure she was out of earshot, another smile appeared across his mask as he spoke his mind. Such a fetching woman. Back with Nana and Izuku, they were silent for a while. Izuku didn't even bother asking why Nana can fly, he felt terrible since it was his fault this happened. Nana was the one who broke the silence in the end. "You know, I'm not mad at you. You're a growing boy after all, and your body is changing in ways you don't understand. Sorry about all that," Izuku says looking down. He wasn't sure why he waited so long to apologize. He was always a quick apologizer, even if it was completely unneeded. Yet this time, true guilt made him think it wasn't. No need, no one was prepared for today. Except for Lai, of course. Soon after, Izuku started to see the Sankei house off in the distance. "Can you do me one favor, Izuku?" Nana would ask looking down at him. "What?" Izuku answered, wondering what she wanted him to do. Some advice or wise words of wisdom to his endeavors. "Save us all the trouble next time, just masturbate." But those words, Nana dropped Izuku. Having a feeling where this was going, Izuku looked down. There it was, that dastardly lake. At this point, Izuku should start greeting this lake like an old friend. Splash. Walking out of the convenience store, Izuku was carrying a little under half a dozen store bags, each filled with the raw materials used to create meals he'll be enjoying that night. Yes, enjoying is the word being used here. This was not going to be the usual vegetarian meals he reluctantly ate for the last couple of weeks. With what's in these bags, tonight, he's going to be eating meat. Meat, meat. Izuku cheered in his mind, a giant smile grew on his face. Oh, how long I've craved for the savory flavors of this stocky treat. It's been far too long. The fox could barely contain his excitement, skipping in broad daylight like a little schoolboy as he hummed a tune. Uni aiku suki suki. Oniku suki suki. Suki suki, oniku suki sui. His emerald tail swayed side to side in a fluent motion, going along with the tune of the song. Each syllable was followed with his ears twitching, hitting each beat perfectly. Soon his entire body was pulled into the motion, twisting and swaying like his tail to perform a sort of dance as he bounced. Every cell of him was ecstatic with joy. Suki suki, oniku suki suki. Suki suki, tabatai naku. What the hell are you doing? Asked an intrigued Rumi. The gates of hell might as well have busted open when Izuku heard her voice, that would describe the state his mind was in. When he turned around he saw his totally don't have a crush on friend Rumi. Rumi was not far away from him, she was standing behind him with a hand filled with grocery bags against her hip, cocking an eyebrow at him with an amused expression. Stammering, Izuku replied. Singing. When did you get here? What do you mean? She states, letting out a few chuckles at his strange question. I came with you when you left, actually scratch that, that would imply I asked you to let me come along. I specifically remember you begging me to take you along whenever I go out grocery shopping. Or going out in general. Oh. Right. Rumi let out another snicker, this time being courteous enough to cover it up a bit. I swear it felt like a little brother that didn't want to be left home alone, so I had to drag him along all the time. The blush spread across Izuku's face, of all things, why did she need to make the little brother comparison? That's a nutshot to any boy with a totally doesn't have a crush on friend and sank his heart a bit. He quickly tells her. That was only because I wanted to get used to where all the stores were. And you didn't even take me all that often. Shrugging, Rumi began walking in the same direction Izuku was going as she said. Got my own life to attend to. I can't always be guiding you through the streets, you might end up being too scared to walk the streets at night without holding my hand. Following her, Izuku responded. It would never get to that point. Looking back, Rumi gave the boy a wide smile that was as cocky as she was aggressive. She said her next few words in an exceedingly suggestive voice. You sure about that, big guy? It almost feels like taunting when she says the last part, considering the fact that she's still taller than him. She's been acting like this for a while, it felt like she was constantly testing him, almost like it was a game to her. You wouldn't take the chance to hold my hand. Izuku glanced at her before quickly looking away, memories of a certain dream made it hard to look her in the face for long periods. Her current outfit didn't help either, seeing her fluffy rabbit tail sticking out of her blue jeans with a long-sleeved yellow crop top was overkill already. But how she moved, the way she looks at him, and the tune in which she speaks toward him, Lion Nana, better be prepared to deal with a lot more Hyakais. Izuku resigned himself to this name to save himself the embarrassment. Yes. 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 No. Izuku replied, going against the words he was seeing. Ah, I'm just messing with you. She laughed. Though you did do that look away thing you do to my dad. Did those red words pop up again? They weren't red. The boy muttered. Then nothing. Heh, don't tell me you're starting to think of me as viable prey. Of course. Not. Izuku told him. Prey isn't the word I'll use. Are you going to pounce on me one day? Yes. No. Good. Rumi states, puffing out her chest in a proud manner. I never let down my guard, so don't think you can pull a sneaky on me. Cause you think what my dad did to you was painful, you'll be in a whole new world of pain if you try it with me. I wouldn't expect any less from you. Though, I wouldn't mind if you tried to mount me, at least once. What? Just to see what it's like, of course. It'll be fun seeing what happens if we fraud each other. Oh. Right, of course. Fighting. Izuku mentally kicked himself for his hormonal brain. What else would I be referring to? Nothing. You're a strange one. Rumi states, still smiling. I'm not that strange. You wash your bed sheets like every other day. Who else does that? And my mom was a huge clean freak. Izuku lied, a trail of sweat dripped down his face. And I only do it twice a week, 3 at most. Whatever. Rumi replied, not caring about the details. Then there's how you jump out of bed sometimes. I had a bad dream. After hearing about just one of your dreams, I'm not surprised. It sounded like an acid trip without the acid. You have no idea. Now you're jumping around singing over buying some meat. What was that anyway? It's a meat song I heard a bunch of times whenever I went grocery shopping with my mom when I was younger before we moved in with Kakin. The store played it endlessly around the meat section and it got stuck in my head ever since. That is adorable to hear, I would honestly kill to see that. Izuku began to feel his blush coming back. It's never going, I'm almost embarrassed to think about it. I only did a shorter version this time because I was so happy. I managed to scrape together enough cash to buy something for myself and the store just so happened to have a great deal on meat today. Now that I learned how to cook. Sorta. Rumi interrupted. It'll do. Regardless, I can finally eat meat again. I'm still surprised it took you so long to realize you can just YouTube everything nowadays. You guys didn't tell me. I'm ashamed of myself as well, but you and Nezu watched as I starved. Izuku yelled, a tear dropped from the painful memories. You didn't starve. Rumi states, rolling her eyes as if he's being overdramatic. I lost nearly 15 pounds. Losing weight over meat deprivation is completely different from starving. It felt like the same. Drama queen. I honestly could have died or gotten worse from that. Don't you know how dangerous? Drama queen. Hey. To be honest, we thought you would get it after like a week or two. Boy was we wrong. When you didn't we wanted to tell you, but then we didn't know what to make of us having to tell you how to look up something. I mean, the internet was so vast, if you needed to be told to use that to look for something as simple as cooking, I don't know what to tell you. Fair point. Izuku said. Either way, I learned my mistake and now I'm getting rewarded for it. Nothing can ruin today. Fucking stupid machine. Die. The rainbow died instantly. Being savagely shot down, stabbed to death on the ground, and buried with cement. He was in heaven for quite a while, but was cruelly dragged back down to the earth, all from a single voice. Oh hey, I recognize that screaming. Rumi cheered, searching to see where it came from. It's your blonde brother friend guy. Man, it's been a while since I last saw him. I was wondering how he's been doing, you stopped mentioning him a while ago. Then again, I guess when you don't live in the same house anymore, you boys tend to stray apart because you're too tough to keep in touch, right? While the bunny girl continued to look around for where Bakugo's voice came from, chuckling over her own joke, as usual, Izuku was sweating bullets. Of all the things Izuku had told Rumi about, from his crazy dreams to some embarrassing stories of his school life and a few snippets of his early life, he has yet to tell her about the short but colossal confrontation he had with Bakugo before he moved in. Izuku quickly went to draw her attention away, saying, anyways, about my meat. If you want, I can show you how to do it. There he is. Rumi exclaimed, pointing across the street. Shouting at a vending machine that had dared malfunction and not giving out its delightful snacks after being fed money was the blonde ball of anger, Kitsuki Bakugo. Izuku rushed over to grab Rumi's hand to stop her from calling out to him, telling her let's not. Hey. Blondie. Fuck. Only then did Rumi acknowledge that Izuku had grabbed her hand, giving him a smug look as she held it up and said, I thought you wouldn't jump at a chance to hold my hand. Fuck. It was right at that moment when Rumi was holding up their hands, did Bakugo turn around and saw them. Fuck. The blonde recognized him instantly. For the first time in over 2 months, the two made eye contact with each other. That was it, they just kinda stood there and stared at one another. As the world around them continued to move, they remained frozen in a single moment. People who were once like brothers now stood far across from one another, distant as if they were common strangers, yet still, a ghost chain tied them together. Human beings do have the strange ability to unknowingly attract one another, even if we both mentally and physically don't want to, our spirits will to as it pleases. Sometimes to our benefits, other times to our detriments. The results of either are up for one to decide. Izuku's been avoiding the topic between him and Bakugo for quite a while. It was a touchy subject to get into that he didn't have the time or mental fortitude to deal with. He doesn't regret his actions or the fact that he told Kitsuki off for his attitude. From all the uncertainties he had in his life, this was one of the few hills he'll die on. Yet, culpability still filled his stomach, a slimy ooze that sits there and makes him feel sluggish. Was it because he felt bad about how he went about calling out Kitsuki? He immediately left after greatly criticizing him, not even giving him a chance to react or so if they could even work things out. Then again, knowing Kitsuki, there was a great chance he would have just yelled back or had left himself, and then nothing would have gotten solved. Not to mention that Izuku only snapped at that moment because Kitsuki was trying to convince him not to go with Nezu and stay home to train with him. Maybe it was because he felt like he didn't do enough to Kitsuki that day. Telling him off was one thing, but that couldn't cover years of frustration from him. Yet, Izuku was never one whose malice can grow to spill blood. It could be their kinship. Regardless of their current feelings for one another, they can't easily sever their connection with people they were once close with. They've lived together for nearly 6 years and have known each other for longer. Izuku wasn't going to lie to himself and say that the entire timeline was horrible. A rotten apple had to have been ripe first before it became rotten. The sweet taste of that ripe apple can leave a long-lasting impression as a bite from a rotten one. The self-determined sensation of doing anything that harms that special red thread that connects the two might be what's overwhelming the boy. Such as life, it is all mysterious. Sometimes something bad feels good and other times something good feels bad. A clear action on which to take can never be given, not when there's never a certainty of what path you walk until after you walked it. Which brings us back to the two boys. Does Izuku hate him? Does Kitsuki hate him? Should they hate each other? What is their current status? Could it be made better or should it be put to rest? It was something that Izuku didn't want to touch on because he didn't know what to do about it. Judging from the expression Kitsuki had, he didn't either. In a typical fashion, Kitsuki just scoffs at Izuku before snapping his head straight, as if he was looking at someone who wasn't worth his time and walked away. The hell is his problem? Rumi states after seeing Bakugo's reaction. She propped her fist against her hips and tilted her head as she said. Was a high too much? He always was someone who did whatever he wanted. The fox told her, diverting his eyes away from the direction the blonde went off to. If I didn't know any better, I would assume that you two had a fight or something and aren't talking to each other like a bunch of stupid petty schoolgirls. She casually says, putting her hands behind her head. Yeah. About that. Are you kidding me? I was half joking. I wouldn't call us schoolgirls though. What happened between you two? After seeing the way you two fought that slime thing together, I thought you two would bond closer. It's a lot more complicated than just that. Some hatchets can't be buried after a single occasion. Gross complications, give me a TLDR. The T what? Too long didn't read. It means an extremely shortened explanation of something, give me one in like 10 words or less. I don't think I can condense the entirety of it in 10 words. There are so many history and events to span over nearly a decade. That's why I'm asking for a TLDR, don't get all day to listen to your backstory. Hurry up and figure out a way to convert it into a TLDR before I get bored. AI and my interest is quickly dropping. Rumi told him with a yawn. Okay. You can sum it up as he spent a lot of time putting me down, and our argument was that issue peaking. Argument? Oh, so it wasn't like a fist or wrestling match. No. Despite all the bullying Kakin did to me, I could never bring myself to physically fight him, I'm not sure why. Even on that day, I really was angry at him, but I just couldn't bring myself to want to do physical harm. So instead I settled on telling him off. Izuku explained, unknowingly squeezing Rumi's hand from his mixed thoughts. Feeling the tension in his hand, Rumi eyed Izuku with her fierce red eyes. She frowned seeing his conflicted face, a look she was unfamiliar with, nor was it one she'll ever like to see on him. Seeing the benevolently feeble look grim then uplifting, it digs deep to make her uncomfortable. She thought to herself. People like you should always glimmer with hope. With determination, she tightened the grip of their held hands and dragged Izuku along as she rushed off. Surprised, both from Rumi's sudden movement and him realizing that they've been holding hands for over a full minute, he stammeringly asked. "Where are we going?" "Finding Kitsuki," Rumi proudly declared. "What?" "Trust me, I know what to do." Before Izuku had any other time to react, they suddenly came to a halt. With a quick look, both were easily able to spot Bakugo. He was doing one of his broadish strides down the street. Rumi released her hand from Izuku's, which the fox boy promptly looked disappointed about, and points toward Bakugo, nonchalantly saying. "Now, go punch that guy in the face." "I'm serious." "What?" Izuku shouted, after having a mental reboot from the bunny girl's request. Her confirmation of it allowed him to have the proper reaction. "Yes, go punch him in the face as hard as you can," Rumi commanded again, this time propping a fist against her hips to look more demanding. She has yet to know how weird Izuku's mind was right now, and her trying to look more commanding in that outfit only served to almost ensure that another Hyakai was going to appear. Dragging his shriveled mind out of the Grand Canyon-sized gutter that it fell into, Izuku told her. "No, why?" "Because it'll solve you guys' issues with each other." "How?" "Randomly punching someone just because I have a problem with him isn't going to solve all our problems." "The frail little lion." "The what?" "It's a kid's story that was read to me as a child. It was about a bunch of baby lions in a den, and the youngest of them was always bullied by the others for being the weakest. Until the day he fought them over a piece of meat because he was sick of getting scraps. Since then the other lions treated him with equal respect. This story was made for you, you're frail, and I'm pretty sure baby lions are called kin. You're a fox, so yeah." Rumi gestures to the comparison between the two before, again, pointing toward Kitsuki and continuing. "Now go earn your right to eat quality meat and punch your brother in the face." Taking a deep breath first, Izuku replies. "First off, I'm going to look into that baby lion being called kin thing later because I'm not sure. Second, Kakin is not my brother. And third, I'm not punching him in the face." "Punch him in the face." "No." "Do it." "I don't want to." "Of all the times I've seen you be so passive about something, I'm surprised you're so adamant here of all times. Ironically, it's against doing something adamant instead of being passive. You're adamantly being passive here, Izuku. It feels weird to see, and that feeling is pissing me off. I just don't want to hit him." "Why?" "It's one punch, he's not going to die from it, and in return, he'll respect you forever. Why not do it and see what'll happen? Not like you guys have much to lose with each other considering how you're currently treating each other. I just feel like there's a better way to handle our issues. Look, I won't waste my time marshalling what you guys' past is and how you feel about it or whatever. All I know is that you've never tried solving it through punching him in the face. What's the worst that can happen? I mean, does it have to be now? Why not now? We're shopping and I'm carrying all this stuff." Rumi quickly moved to take Izuku's precious bags of meat away from him, grinning as she says. "Your hands are free now." Izuku sighed. "I'm surprised you're getting so involved between us, always took you as someone who wouldn't bother herself with that kind of stuff." "Good, keep that mindset because it's true. I'm just making an exception this time. But luck. Go get him, tiger." With a final deep breath, Izuku let out a battle cry and set off. Dashing down the street and crossing the road at the appropriate crossing, just because the boy was going to punch someone in the face, doesn't mean he needed to jaywalk over it. His mind was racing, he had yet to ever throw a punch at someone in his entire life, but now he was going to do it toward one of the most violent people he knew. He thought back to what All Might told him when he first got One for All. "How do I use it?" "What do you mean, young Midoriya? Is there a special technique or kind of punch I have to do? Because I don't feel any different. It's going to take a while before you can use it, but when the time comes and you're determined, you'll know." Izuku shook his head. "No, it was something after that." "You're still curious about how?" "The good stepping stone is how you throw a punch." "The punch, huh?" "Right. Show me how you punch, Midoriya." "That's not how you throw a punch, it lacks any sense of wanting to accomplish something. An aimless punch won't help anyone, no aimless action will do any good. When you throw a punch, it should have a determined goal in mind." As Izuku closed the distance between him and Bakugo, he yelled out. "Kakin." The blonde only had enough time to look back when he saw Izuku with a cocked back fist. Like instructed to him, Izuku grit his teeth, clenched his buttocks and yelled those famous words. Smash. His fist collided with Bakugo's cheek, the feeling of hitting bone vibrated throughout his entire body. A unique feeling he hasn't experienced before, the searing pain stung, but it wasn't the same feeling he felt from the multitude of times he's been in pain. There wasn't any angst in his pain. It was different, exhilarating to put it into words. Finally confronting someone he viewed as so strong he could never come close to and should never bother trying. All of Izuku's training and hard work had built himself up to this moment, accumulating strength in his body which gave him the power to not just disorient Bakugo's balance, but launched him off his feet and slam into the wall of a nearby building. As Izuku came to a stumbling halt, he looked down at his fist in awe. Did I really do that? He asked himself. The excitement from what just transferred made him want to chuckle. I actually did it. Right. His victorious shine didn't last for long, an eerie cold voice grunt rang out that sent a shiver down the boy's spine. He didn't realize that Bakugo had already recovered. With a big mark on his cheek, he staggered back onto his feet, still feeling the shock from the hit, but wasn't close to staying down. The eyes that looked at him might as well belong to the devil for how ferocious and red they were. With his quirk erupted in his hands, he let out another frightening growl. Brai. Bail, get away, avoid, flight, run. The yellow bold words surrounded themselves around the enraged Bakugo. Stepping back, Izuku tries to talk to the fuming Kitsuki. Let's not get crazy here, Kaken. I only meant to give you a light hit to show how much I've grown, haha, I guess I didn't know my strength. His nervous laughter showed how much he was panicking. To his surprise, Bakugo did stop using his quirk, stating, "You're right. Did that actually work?" Rumi was right in this. Izuku thought. He was almost relieved he managed to come out of this unscathed. Almost. Cracking his knuckles, Bakugo gave him a crooked friendly smile that looked innocent enough at face value, but the demonic aura radiating off him would tell you a different story. Izuku felt chills when Bakugo opened his mouth and spoke in such a calm, cool voice as the blonde stepped toward him. "Let's see how much you've grown." "Run. Rune." Izuku called out behind him. "Rumi, help. What do I do?" "What do you mean?" she shouted back. "We didn't plan past this. Fight." Crack. "Ow. That wasn't part of the agreement." "What are you doing? Put up your guard. Haven't you been in a fight before?" "About that." Crack. "Ow. OWWW. AHH. Fight back. Do something. Don't just take it." "Barrel. Fuck. Let go, Deku. Why are you biting him?" Muffled, "I don't know what else to do." "Ow. Okay, now this is just embarrassing," Rumi stated, staring at the chicken scrap in front of her with disdain. "Alright, I'm coming." "Why didn't you tell me you've never been in a fight?" Rumi asked, bandaging up Izuku's bruised face with equipment she brought from the store. "It was embarrassing. It's not easy confessing to someone that the entire time you were bullied you never once fought back," Izuku answered, looking down at the ground. "It was a lot easier making it ambiguous on what happened. You said that you didn't have bullies anymore. Unless they had the greatest character redemption arc ever, I doubt they just decided to leave you alone. Who took care of them?" "Hacken." "Fuck, are you kidding me?" "I know and I'm not. Talk about there's always a bigger fish. Either way, I call this a success." "How?" "If I'm being honest, I expected you to get knocked down or flat out lose. Just not like that. I didn't even know what I was doing that entire time. So you purposely sent me to get beat up. I was testing you, you wanted to see if you were brave enough to do something when you're not in a forced life or death situation. So you confess. It worked out in the end. You took a hard loss, but that punch is going to leave a mark on the blondie, he's not going to forget that feeling anytime soon. The biting part was a bit weird though. I couldn't think of anything else. No one taught me how to fight yet, they just kept telling me to work out. How did you do so well against the slime villain? You weren't perfect, but for a guy with no training you made it pretty far." "I don't know. I just kept flailing and it kept working. It still amazes me that I didn't die either time I ran into that thing. I swear something happened to me that day that gave me a godly amount of luck. Probably me, that was the day you first met me and I saved you with these bad boys," Rumi states, slapping one of her mighty thighs. "Must have the ability to bestow extreme luck with them." "As if," Izuku exclaimed. "And I thought girls usually call their muscles girls." "No, a lot of us call them boys as well," Rumi answered. She then directed Izuku's attention to her chest. "These are my girls." "Ah." Izuku went, looking away with a blush. "Admit it, meeting me was basically the best thing to happen to you. My thighs changed your life forever." "That's impossible, way too much happened that day that you weren't even there for. That's why it's called luck. I call it a coincidence." "You can tell yourself whatever you want, but we both know what happened." Izuku didn't answer, but he did a mental eye roll at her boastfulness. No matter what happens between them, she was a blessing to his life, and he'll never forget that. But he couldn't believe her assumption. Can a girl's thighs really change someone's life? In the silence between them, Rumi took the chance to hum a tune. "Suki Suki, Oniku Suki Suki." Izuku's face immediately turned red, covering his face as he stammered. "Oh my god. It's catchy, okay?" Rumi laughed, trying her best to remove his hands so she could continue treating him. Sighing, Izuku said. I feel like life loves putting me up with hope only to slam me back down and crush my pride. They do say struggle builds character. Seeing you, I can believe it. As Rumi said this, she took the hand Izuku used to hit Bakugo and bent down to plant a kiss on his welt knuckles. Looking up at him from his hand to say to him. With my lucky kiss, next time you punch someone, they should stay down. With a goofy smile on his face, he rubbed the back of his head, chuckling. I'll try my best. That was when something hit the boy. Wait, where's our bags? Izuku asked, noticing how the only bag Rumi had on her was the one for first aid. Rumi looked confused as she answered him. Of course I had to drop them when I broke up the fight. She says, turning around to where she placed them. They're right over. They were gone. The bags were gone. Uh-oh. And my meat. Izuku shuddered, his body was shaking as if he was about to cry. Rumi was more casual about the whole thing, stating. Damn, whoever did it must be fast and I'm kinda impressed. I'm still going to kick their ass 30 times over if I find out who did it. Please do. Those thieves won't get away with stealing my meat. That was when a porky-shaped police officer approached them to talk. Were you kids victims as well? The officer asked. Oh god, not this pig again. Rumi groaned. Rumi? Izuku shouted, surprised at her rudeness. No, it's okay son. The officer said, putting a hand up. I knew what I was getting into when I joined the police force with a warthog mutation quirk. That was an insult just waiting to happen. On the second look, the man did have a lot of resemblance to a warthog. He had the snout and tusk to match, and despite his porky shape, Izuku's instinct has yet to consider him easy prey. He must have more to him than just his shape for that to happen. Izuku continued. Well, sorry anyway for my friend's rude behavior, officer. Oinks. It's pronounced oinks. Officer Oinks explained. Don't let the fancy markings fool you, it's literally just saying oinks. Honestly, I question why I ever thought this career path was ever a good choice. Okay officer. Oinks. Anyway, so you kids got robbed as well. Rumi doesn't answer, she just gave one of her more steely looks. Izuku on the other hand, immediately answered. Yes. Someone stole the meat I bought. We've been getting reports of a lot of thieves in the area. The officer explained. Someone is yanking a bunch of people's things and disappearing before anyone can get a look at them. Nothing dangerous has happened yet, but based on witnesses we're suspecting the culprits are a group and have some sort of snatching or invisibility quirk. That'll explain how they were able to make as many hits as they did while still not being seen, so please be careful with your things. I will, sir. Izuku told him. The officer then turned toward Rumi, giving a friendly bow as he said. Bye Rumi, give your father my regards. It's Rumi, M.I. The rabbit girl shouts. For the first time in his life Izuku witnesses a blush come across the girl's face. I told you to stop calling me by that name. You were the one who called yourself that first. The fox boy looked between the two before asking. Wait, do you two know each other? These some fuck my dad knows. Rumi begrudgingly answered. Oinks answered the question properly. I was an associate with her father and babysitted her a bunch of times when she was younger. Worst time of my life. Rumi rudely added. I remember a little bunny crying whenever I couldn't babysit. That was because the replacement was always the worst. It was this guy who looks like he wanted to die that always complained about his eyes and his stupid girlfriend who never shut the hell up with jokes. And I'm not a bunny. The officer chuckled. Oh little one, despite your mysterious resentment toward me, it warms my heart to see you're well. Officer Oinks then checked his watch before stating. I have to get going, you kids be safe now. Keep your things well secured until we take care of this snatcher business. Yeah whatever, go eat some donuts you fatfic. Rumi told him, crossing her arms and looking away. Her face has greatly decreased in tension since Oink's arrival, now sitting at a more childish pout than anything. When the officer had left, Izuku turned to Rumi and asked. He seems so nice, why were you so hateful toward him? Because I hate authority. That'll explain a lot. Okay funny guy. Come on, let's redo our shopping. Crap. Izuku shouted, his tail spiraled out of control. What? I can't. Can't what? Rebuy the meat, I'm all out of money. Oh. Okay you made it sound like it was the end of the world. It is to me. I'll die if I go another week without meat. Rumi thought to herself for a bit before asking. Can you survive another few hours? Izuku looked at her confused. Why yeah. Good, then let's go out tonight. Rumi tells him, giving him a coy smile. 7:49 p.m. Rumi, are you sure we should be here? Izuku asked, looking around the area the bunny girl had brought him. Why does she know of a place like this? It wasn't some nice house or fancy street, every building on this street looked abandoned. The street lights were cracked and crooked as if something busted them, but no one bothered to repair them. Windows were broken, brick buildings that looked like they were falling apart, and the streets themselves were littered with the most random of things like a busted washing machine. You have two problems right now. Rumi told him as she continued casually walking forward. You can't fight and you don't have any meat to eat. I took you to a place that'll provide both. I don't think I want anything this place is offering. Oh, you'll be fine, this place is awesome. Almost when we're here, never call me Rumi, only Miruko. How? 1 second. Rumi interrupted, stretching out her legs as she turned toward a building. Confused, Izuku asked. Why are you? Crash. Without warning, a brown cow with flowing blonde hair burst out the window from one of the buildings. The cow? Izuku shouted, more shocked than anything of a rampaging cow here of all places. Yup. Rumi calmly says, bending down into her bunny-siding stance and facing the approaching monster. Sit back, she's mine. She? Preparing herself for the stampeding cow, she walked until it was less than a few feet away before acting. Using her foot as a pivot, she spun her body around and delivered a strong kick to the side of the cow's head. Well, it didn't stop the beast, it did knock the cow off course, sending it away from Rumi and ramming into one of the light poles. The impact with the pole seemed to have been enough to finally make the cow stop and it dropped to the ground. Miruko, let's go. Izuku states, grabbing onto her arm. This place isn't safe. Of course it's not safe, that's the fun of it. Rumi replied, resisting him. Don't worry, Cassidy's rashness is her best trait. You named a cow. I ain't just a cow. A voice called out from where the cow was. Slowly the body of the brown beast began shrinking as it morphed into another form. I'm the best darn stampeding beast out there, if you need something destroyed hun, just give me a call. The red-faced Izuku covered his face when he saw her form. Sitting there on the ground was a blonde girl with blue eyes in her birthday suit, causing the fox boy's reaction. She spoke informally but upbeat in a weird accent, sometimes saying words in English instead of Japanese. Despite her indecent appearance, she nonchalantly greeted them, raising a friendly hand as she said, Howdy, I'm Cassidy Gozu. You can just call me Cassidy the cowgirl at your services. Sup Cassidy? Rumi says, walking up to her. Hey, Miruko, who's the greenhorn? Just a friend of mine. The friend, are you getting soft on me now? I didn't take you to be friends with someone who seems like a yellowbelly. Me? Soft? Ha, you fucking wish. Do I need to give you another kick to prove it? Maybe you should, you've yet to challenge my charge head-on before. You've always been avoiding it by hook or crook Cassidy states, confronting Rumi by getting up in her face. You got guts for it. Meeting the brashness with her own, Rumi bashed her forehead against Cassidy's and gave the blonde a close look to her aggressive smile. I got the guts for anything. She growled. It was similar to watching two bulls charging at each other, heads repeatedly hoping one would give an inch only to be left in a stalemate. Lightning sparked between their eyes as they stared each other down, and the trash talking began. You're going to get trampled. The only person who's going to be slammed on the floor is you, cowgirl. I'll send you flying into next week. I'll smack that stupid accent out your mouth. It's sweet you think you have a chance against me. It's funny you think your bloated beefcake of a body can do shit. At a dime, I can stomp you out. Why not right now? You scared of a little rabbit like me? Are you going to scurry away again? I'm right here. Can you put some clothes on? Izuku shouted at the busty blonde, trying his best not to peek through his finger to get a look. He was failing horribly, but it's the effort that matters. The new guy is right. Said a voice behind Izuku, causing the fox boy to look behind him. Walking past him was a boy a bit taller than him. His green hair was lengthy and messy, with most of its length being put into a braided ponytail he left hanging on his right shoulder. Most of the right side of his face was covered by his hair as well. He took one lazy passing look at Izuku, staring at his cold blue eyes that seemed to sparkle before turning back to the girl without so much as a greeting. He wasn't the only one who appeared. From the other buildings around them, 4 people stepped out from the shadows to approach them. Unlike the guy before, each one seemed to have some animal-based mutation quirk or dressed similar to an animal. The normal-sized girl who was dressed like a lizard, a much bigger guy with the ears and look of a bear, a girl with a frog-like face, a dark-skinned girl dressed like a sheep, and a guy with a lion's mane. Oh great, the whole gang's here. Rumi states, pulling away from her and Cassidy's little contest. Turning toward Izuku, she gestures to present everything to him and says, Welcome to the Assay Alley. You know young Midoriya, I've been wondering something. What is it all might? Since inheriting One for All, how are you doing? I'm sure they should have experienced some change from all this. They did, I can. Them now. Really? That's great. Have you told your caretakers about it? I'm sure they'll be mighty happy about it. No, I'm going to hold off on that for now. I've been quite lucky no one has brought it up yet. Why? This is amazing news for you. Are you shy? No. You see the issue is. Mr. Yagi. Nezu called out, snapping the skeletal man out of his trip down memory lane. Is something on your mind? The two had agreed to meet in Nezu's office on Yue's ground, a place where they can speak more freely about certain topics without fear of someone overhearing them because of how late it was. Yet, they were still able to enjoy the pleasures of a cup of tea. Shaking his head, the hero known as All Might said. Ah, I was just. Oh my god. The eyes of the hollow-cheeked man almost bulged out of his eyes when he saw a grenade live in the air, coming right at him. Instantly, All Might went into his buff form and completely encapsulated the bomb with his muscular body. He already used up a lot of his time for today, but he only needed a moment to tank the explosion. Except it never came. Chuckling to himself, Nezu informed him. Don't worry, it's a replica. The modeler is actually quite talented, don't you think? Going back to his small might form before he starts spitting up blood again, All Might shouted. Are you insane? You can't go around dropping bombs on people like that. Yes I can, and I'll do it again. I'm not ready for it. You'll be fine. Now, let's chat. Our tea is getting cold. Izuku and the rest of Miruko's gang of friends had settled themselves inside of the abandoned buildings that seemed to have furniture left over. The furniture looked cleaner than Izuku expected them to be, meaning someone was taking care of them, which is good because being the sheltered child he was, he did not like things that are just an abomination to the basic standards of hygiene. Miruko had Izuku sit by her, trying to make him feel more at home, as she told everyone else to introduce themselves. Luckily the others made it easy by going by tallest to the shortest. With this and the fact that everyone here seemed to have a quirk based on an animal, Izuku was easily able to remember and compile everyone's profile. The first to speak was by far the biggest in the group, both in height and girth. The guy who looked like a bear. He had light beige yellowish white fur that could spread over his forearms, ears, and chest, though the fur on his chest was strangely more pure white than the rest of his body. His hair, which was the same color as his fur, was covered by the red beanie hat he wore. He seemed to have cut holes in his beanie to allow his fur-covered barriers to stick out from them, leaving most of his medium-length jagged scruffy hair to flow out through the back and a green scarf wrapped around his neck. His most noticeable feature was his triangle black nose and small round eyes. From far away his eyes looked like dots, only when Izuku paid real attention did he realize that the guy's eye color was red. He spoke in such a nice and humble tone. I'm Yogi the Grizzly. Don't let the fur color deceive you, I'm not a polar bear. I'm just albino. Albino bears exist? Izuku asked. He remembered the question popped once before in his youth, but it never got an answer. Everyone just yelled at each and went home, mostly because Bakugo was a part of the conversation. I assume so. Either I'm that or I'm a Kermode bear. Never really got an answer to it. Doesn't matter anyway. The girl with the reptile mask says. Yogi is a bear, why good guy. The two then exchanged comedic finger guns. Miruko let out an exhausted groan at the pun, an expression shared by a few other people in the room without the vocals, and said to Izuku. Be careful with your food around this one, he goes into eating crazes easily. She's right, I can be a bit of an eater. Yogi says, pridefully slapping against his large stomach as if it was a bongo drum. On the plus side, it means I know a lot about food. If you want to know the best things to eat around here, just let me know. Name? Yogi Epitaph the Grizzly. Age? 18 species. Albino grizzly Kermode bear. Quirk. Mutation type. Interest. Food and food application. Reputation. Being a bear, why good boy. The next person who introduced himself was the lion guy. Compared to Yogi he wasn't that big, but to everyone else, he stood tall, having the most visibly well-built body. He dressed the most stylish out of the group, with a tribal but fluent style that spread from his black hair to his clothes, and finally his accessories. It was lucky the guy had a lion's face tattooed onto his arm, besides his bushy ears, it was difficult to determine what animal he was at first. The bright yellow fur of his black leather coat was mistaken as a golden lion's mane on first look. He spoke in a more fruity voice, which accompanied by the sharp look he gave with his green eyes and his grin, gave off his assertive demeanor. I'm Simba, the Lion King of the jungle. I'm the leader of this ragtag group. Leader is a harsh word. Miruko bluntly said. More like, the guy we all usually meet up with since he's the most connected with what goes on here and can make things here 100 times more entertaining. Like a good leader should. Save your boastfulness till after the new guy actually gets settled. Your epitaph is the pride, not the Lion King of the jungle. I'll get there eventually. Whatever. Either way, I'm the one with the best resources here. If you need help fitting in or finding something, let me know. Name? Simba Epitaph. The Lion King of the Jungle Pride age. 19 species. Lion quirk. Mutation type gives the user physical traits and strengths of the fierce predator interest. Getting to know others and networking reputation. Known to be the noble ruler. Stepping up to introduce herself was the dark-tanned girl with purple hair, who was dressed in clothes that were composed almost completely of sheep's wool. The most interesting thing about her was the contradiction between the way she dressed and how she acted. She opted for a small crop top that only covered her moderate-sized chest with black straps to make sure it won't fall after the slightest of tugs, and a miniskirt that looked like something an office lady would wear. Except it was completely covered in wool. Yet, her posture was very modest, reserved even, and never gave off the impression that she was a person who was close to being wild or confrontational like Rumi is. The noticeable feature Izuku saw that made the animal she was based on obvious was her rammish horns that were also well trimmed and shaped to be small, with only a bit of curvature. It made her black spikes look like they were a cutesy headpiece that cosplayers buy for anime conventions. Pleased to meet you, I am Mary the All-Caring. I'm not into roughhousing or getting into shenanigans like all the other troublemakers here. I will tend to all their woes and try my best to make sure they don't get themselves killed. Miruko nudges Izuku's arm to get his attention before stating. That's why we call her Mary the Mom. The blush came across the lamb's face, quickly retorting. Can you not tell others of that nickname? It's already hard enough getting you all to stop calling me Mom. But you're a great mom. Yogi says, he had such a wide honest smile as he spoke. The best I've ever had. But it's embarrassing to hear. You've suffered worst. The reptilian mask told her. You've dealt with us Bayad kids for far too long to have that be the worst we can do. Another painful groan at the pun was shared among most of the room, even Mary had to divert her eyes to avoid people seeing the look of cringe she had on. It took a moment before she could get back on the subject. Thank you for the kind words, but… She collapsed her hands onto her red cheek as she spoke with the shyness of a schoolgirl before she confesses. Whenever I hear myself being called the word mom, I get a bit anxious thinking about it. For most of you guys, I would only be a year grade older. Do you all really see me as that kind of figure? It is not just a tease. The room, excluding the guest Izuku of course, gave their own varying degree of a nod. Well, in that case. Physically or mentally, don't be afraid to come to me if you need something taken care of. I'll do my best. How can one dress so immodestly yet seem so docile? Name. Mary Epitaph. The All-Caring age. 17 species. Sheep quirk. Tending wool. Emitter type user can emit special wool throughout most parts of her body. The wool is generated based off of how much protein she eats. Interest. Nursing reputation. Known to be a total mom, even if she denies it. Alrighty, I'll be going first if you don't mind. A certain cow-transforming blonde said to the cold-looking boy with green hair who paid little mind to Izuku's presence earlier. The group has been introducing themselves in terms of tallest to shortest, and these two seem to be the same height. It was a bit difficult to tell because while Cassidy is standing tall, being about the same height as Rumi, the boy stood with a bit of slouch, making his exact height blurred. He might have been a centimeter or two taller, but he didn't seem to mind being forced back a place for the more rambunctious individual. Stepping up and reacquainting herself was Cassidy, who had yet to put on any clothes. She made it worse by being extra vibrant with her introduction, constantly moving with sharp and powerful motions. You all already know what I'm about. I'm Cassidy, but I don't mind being called Cassie for short. Can you put on some clothes? Izuku exclaimed, covering his eyes again. The blonde looked down at herself, expressing surprise at her nudity. Oh shoot, thought I covered up my knockers. No. The room shouted at her. The stoic-looking greenet stuck out his arm, holding her clothes in his hand saying. Please, put on some. I would like to not have female nudity become numb to me. The frog-like face girl rolled her eyes at the boy's comment. It ain't my fault. Cassidy tells them, taking the clothes and dressing herself. My darn quirk tears up my clothes every time I transform. Can't afford that to happen, my folks back home sent me these. Folks back home? Izuku repeated, curious by what she meant. Her tendencies for a while have been disturbing him as something in his mind makes him think that he encountered this before. Does your family live in the rural area? Can't you tell? Rumi asked. She's a foreigner. That's why she speaks broken Japanese with those annoying English slang thrown in between. You're from America. Izuku exclaims, it was all coming back to him. His idol All Might always used English words, though he was mostly a Japanese person speaking English version, and he only heard him use it to say some certain places' names or small phrases. Cassidy spoke in a more America person speaking English version that uses phrases he never heard before. Darn tootin'. The cowgirl declared, finally getting most of her clothes on. She preferred wearing more Western style of clothing which almost made her stand out among the group if she kept her clothes on. Born and raised in Arlen, Texas, nice to meet ya. Izuku can barely get the core concept of what she's saying. We're trying to help her speak more fluent Japanese. Rumi informs him, sensing the confusion within him from listening to the Western girl. And by we, I mean Mary and Yogi, because no one else has the tolerance to deal with that accent for extended periods of time on purpose. You better watch your mouth bout my accent, Cassidy retorted. It's a part of the pride of my hometown, and I ain't afraid of stomping out a bunny over it. I'm not a bunny. Miruko snapped, her face quickly changed into a ferocious one that stared daggers. Could have fooled me. Cassidy replied, meeting her aggression with a smile that tormented the bunny in the right way. You little rascals all look alike to me, all it takes is one good hit to deal with you. You're implying I'm weak. I mean if the boot fits. Simultaneously, Rumi kicked the closest stabled away, while Cassidy effortlessly tossed a chair that was behind her aside, making space for what's about to happen next. How about we settle things right now? Way ahead of ya. The two declared this before charging at each other. Luckily they were stopped by Yogi and Mary got in front of Cassidy before she could take her clothes off again to transform, while Rumi was held back by Simba and the green-haired boy. The others tried to tell them that they didn't have time for this and that they had plans they needed to get to later. Although a total of 4 people were between them, the two struggled to reach around the group to get at each other. They were 2 cats clawing at each other from their separate cages. Come here. I'm right here, these guys are just in the way. Your charge can't even topple a mailbox. Your stubby little kicks are mosquito bites to me. Something told Izuku that destruction between these two was extremely common. Name: Cassidy Epitaph. The cowgirl age: 15 species. Cow quirk. Cow transformation type quirk grants her the ability to transform into a strong cow interest. Exploring reputation. Her rowdy antics makes people think of her like a wild animal. Berdero is my name, said the greenet who's been impassive throughout this entire roll call. That was it. That was how the boy decided to introduce himself. Simba called out to his fellow member. Come on Berdero, put a little bit more effort into it. I did. Berdero calmly replied, scratching the right side of his face which his hair hid. Told him my name, that's all he really needs. Tell him something interesting about yourself. Berdero spared Izuku a short glance before stating, I hate jarred food. This response was unsettling for Izuku to hear due to how off it was. Did the guy hate Izuku already even though they just met? Rumi assured him by putting an arm over his shoulder, which only really served to slightly distract him from her words, sighing before telling him. He's a difficult one. Agreed Ribbit. The frog girl added in. Fucking bite me and see what happens. Berdero muttered to the two calmly. With that and his introduction done, Berdero retreated to the wall, distant from the gathering. It was only later that Rumi told a bit more of Bedero's, mostly just his age. Name: Berdero Epitaph. Age: 16 species. Quirk: interest. Reputation: being difficult. The girl with a reptilian mask introduced herself next. Kitsune the silver-tongued. With her more noticeable features being her hair that looked like seaweed, that mask of her made out of what looks like the skin of a lizard, and her honeyed smile that showed off her sharp teeth. Rumi pulled Izuku real close to her as she informed him. Be careful with this one. She's not to be trusted, and any favor she'll do might as well come at the cost of your soul. I bet Kitsune isn't even her real name. Oh, it is. Kitsune told her, giving a coy smile. Instead of going through the trouble of creating another fake name and trying to maintain that secret, I thought it would be a lot more fun to tell people my real name. With my reputation, they'll assume I gave them a fake name and will assume every other name except the one I gave them was my real name. See? Rumi exclaimed, gesturing toward the ambiguous-sounding girl. Convincing as fuck. Who'll think of doing something like that? And again. The sharp-toothed girl continued. I could have just said that so that you'll believe the fake name I told you by revealing a believable truth of how I could have lied. Oh my god, why would you say that? Now I'll think about it all week. Maybe it's because I want to instill a constant sense of doubt revolving around my name. You'll never be sure if you have the real name that I told you guys, so you'll never guess it or a fake name I'm making sound real by pointing out a very obvious trick I would most likely use. Arg. My brain hurts. Overall, you're just going to constantly think whether or not the conclusion you came to is the one I planned for. Shut up, shut up. Alright, I'll stop for now. You've gotten enough of a. Kitsune snapped her fingers before getting close to Rumi and pointing toward the aggravated bunny's long ears. Earful already. Arg. In her frustration, Rumi used his leg to swipe at the sharp-toothed girl to make her back off. The greenet's eyes then set its predatory sights on the fresh meat in the room, Rumi's guest. Holding out a friendly hand toward the boy, she greeted him. Despite my habits, I do hope we do become good acquaintances. If you want, I can even teach you a few tricks. The Izuku stared at the hand, straying away from taking it. Instead, the green fox took a quick glance at his friend for a second opinion. She obviously shook her head at accepting it, advising against it. His stomach felt queasy about his decision, but he accepted Satsuna's hand with open warmth, thanking her for her generosity. That'll be great, you sure you want to give out your secrets like that? Not like knowing my tricks will do you any good. Besides, I don't like using them against friendlies. Well, that's great. Pop. For some reason, the hand Izuku sent out to shake Satsuna's hand felt weird. Slowly he looked down, seeing that he was holding a detached human hand. The boy promptly freaked out. Chuckling as she brought her detached hand back onto her wrist, Satsuna said. Except when I need a good laugh, of course. Warned ya. Rumi told Izuku, who was still recovering from the mini heart attack he had. She's like a snake. Name? Satsuna Epitaph. The silver-tongued age. 15 species. Reptilian. Quirk. Lizard tail splitter. User can split up her body into many pieces. Each split piece is able to levitate and move freely through the air. Interest. Magic reputation. Nothing about her can truly be confirmed due to her lies. Finally bringing up the rear was the girl with a frog-like face, who like Ridero, made her introduction quick and to the point except less awkward. Kiro, I'm Tsayu, but just Tsu is fine. I don't need anything extra around my name. I like the rainy season and jelly while I don't like the cold seasons. So don't worry if you don't see me often around winter. If you decide to come back here often, I'll most likely be at home. Ribbit. Nice to meet you. Izuku said, happy to get a more regular introduction. His tail and ears became less tense thanks to her normality. Name? Tsayu, Tsu, Epitaph. None age. 15 species. Frog quirk. Frog. Allows her to do anything a frog can do. Interest. Swimming and reading. Reputation. None. You already know me, Miruko the White Whirlwind. Rumi told him, unsubtly putting extra emphasis on her name to remind him not to call her by her real name. Izuku felt nice meeting some new people. Between moving into a new house and all his nice changes, his circle of people he can talk to was very limited. Now there's a whole new group of colorful people, who almost all have some animal-based quirk he can talk to despite his fox attributes technically not being a quirk. Best of all, none of them, excluding Rumi, knows about his past. It's a fresh slate without stigma to bully him or think lowly of him. Some of them seemed a little rough on the edges toward him, but at least they were kind enough to greet him without any unneeded insults. That's all he could ask for. Now all he had to do was prevent himself from doing anything embarrassing in front of this new group of people, like trying to eat any of them. Mostly toward the girls, since 3 out of 4 of them, not including Rumi, have animal-based quirks that are easy prey to a fox, and the remaining one is going to trigger a different bodily instinct if she keeps taking off her clothes. Though he did wonder, what would Rumi be doing in a place like this? He was about to ask her this himself, but then Simba looked at his watch with shock and called out to the group. Oh shoot. Guys, we're going to be late to the X Games. We better get moving then. Yogi tells the group, grabbing a nearby crate and lifting it up by himself to take with him. The rest of the group started mobilizing to leave as well. Is the X Games some kind of sports event? Izuku asked Rumi, following behind her because he had no idea what he should be doing. Sorta. Rumi responded, grabbing the bag they brought here when they left the house. I'll explain on the way. You brought what I asked you to write. An extra pair of shorts I can move around in. Yeah, I'm wearing them underneath as you told me to. Great, then let's go. Rumi cheered, leading him out with the rest of the group. As the group began exiting the building, Izuku noticed Tsayu split off from the group and went the opposite way they were going. Are you leaving already? Ridero called out to her. Yeah, Ribbit. Tsayu told him, stopping to turn to him. You sure you don't want to come along this time? We're breaking the new guy in, and a few good matchups are happening. You know I have no interest in any of that stuff here. Besides, it's getting late, I should get home in case my siblings need anything. Thanks for the offer though. Ridero shrugged. It's not much to me, we were going to celebrate after with some grilling, and you know how Yogi likes it when everyone is there to eat together. I'll make it up to him another time. Tsayu told him, she yawned before turning away. I am actually tired, see you guys later. Yup. Ridero replied, shoving his hands into his pocket and returning to the group. Seeing only a part of the interaction, Izuku softly asked Rumi. Does she always diverge from the group? Only when we do things she doesn't like. Rumi answered. She finds some things we do a bit too iniquitous for her. She's cool about it though, never condemning us by belittling our activity. She'll just state what she thinks about something we do, and we'll either stay out of it or just leave in general. That's considerate of her. But, what do you guys do that'll be considered heinous? Rumi didn't answer, instead she let the chilling silence get to the boy before striking him with a wicked warlike smile. She gritted her teeth, barely able to contain her excitement and ruin the surprise. Enjoying their tea and talk, Nezu and All Might discussed many casual topics at first. such as the rise of a few golden rookie heroes Hawks, Blue Note, and Uwabami. How Yue's new teacher Eraserhead is holding up in his first year and All Might's process on earning his certification to teach came up as well. Even the Ryukyu and Endeavor drama even made its way into the conversation, though they both found it weird why heroes from two separate generations have so many issues with each other. Then finally, All Might eased into more essential topics. I'm grateful you took my young apprentice under your wing. For the time being, it's a bit embarrassing to admit my lack of knowledge on mutation quirks. I can advise on how to combat them, but personal care might as well be me taking care of a newborn baby. It's nothing at all. If anything, I call all our paths meeting a miracle to behold. Maybe even fate depending on how you view it. Nezu says, stirring his tea as he smiled to himself. Strange how the stars align at times. Yeah. Was All Might awkward reply, rubbing the back at his neck at the mini bear's uncanny use of words. I just hope helping him isn't too much for you or is causing any problems in your household. He's a great kid. Rumi has already taken a liking to the boy and they seem to have become close. A positive influence would do wonders for my daughter. Really, Rumi? That's a pleasant surprise. From what I last heard, she's been giving you trouble for quite a while. It's not her fault. Nezu calmly tells him, taking a moment's break to sip his tea. She was basically a baby when the situation with her parents happened and I had to adopt her. It was only natural that she had difficulties adjusting to such a different environment. I've been trying for years to help her integrate into a more proper society to decent success, but her rebellious nature always seems to draw her toward the more juvenile personalities in any society she's in. How far away is the entrance exam again? In about 2 years and 10 months. All Might momentarily pause. His face, while frail, was still able to display a perturbed expression. He says, that's a little under 3 years. I hope she grows out of that phase soon before she gets into UA. It would spell trouble if she partakes in delinquent activities as a student there. Even as the principal, there's only so much you can do to protect her. Which is why I'm relieved that she finally made a friend with someone who's more, how you say, outwardly emotionally compassionate. Compared to her usual rowdy friends, whose presence only makes her boast her more quarrelsome traits, the few tender-hearted people she associates with seem to be able to bring out a different energy from her. Nezu's mind wandered to people like Officer Oinks, 13, Mandalay, Midnight, Azawa's girlfriend, and surprising even Azawa himself. Hopefully, if that side of her keeps popping out, maybe she'll change her more chaotic habits. Spoken like a true hypocrite. All Might thought, eyeballing the bear creature that made a joke out of throwing a grenade at an unexpecting person. Besides, he knows to watch his hands with my daughter. Unless he wants something worse than tasering. What? Finishing his cup and denying the offer for another, he told his colleague. Anyways, I don't want to take up too much of your time. How goes young Midoriya's training? Must have learned or at least be working on something new by now. Taking a long pause, followed by a sip, Nezu answered him. About that. I honestly didn't expect any less. That was the thought that ran through Izuku's mind when they arrived at their destination. He should have known that Miruko would be this excited over going to a makeshift coliseum in the middle of a junkyard. There were multiple fights going on at once, each had a large group of crowd surrounding them. Despite no real construction being done, the residents were extremely creative with their resources. Some arenas were your standard flat arena in a circle, others were cage matches, and some had two fighters fight on top of a huge stack of cars. They were insane, had to be for them to agree on punching the crap out of another human being while keeping their balance on such uneven ground. One bad fall is all it'll take for a long-term injury or worst. Do you think we're going to see a wipeout today? I hope so, that'll be wicked cool to see. Overhearing some of the conversation being had here, that kind of mentality might be the norm here. If there was one strange thing he noticed from all the rowdy going on was the people. All of them had mutation quirks, whether partial and full. The abnormality was the division among the crowd. The side he and the rest of Miruko's group were on only had people with a type of animal mutation, while on the other side, the crowd had mutation types that made them appear more alien-like. Every match he saw was like this, an animal-type user against an alien-type user. The crowd supported the fighter who shared the same quirk-type appearance, while wishing for the downfall of the other fighter, throwing out curses and slurs to the opposing audience. The amount of passion in their voices and actions was extreme to say the least. His tail began to quiver. This wasn't your average sports fan quarreling, it felt as deep as blood. Come on. Rumi exclaimed, repeatedly shoving Izuku to move him along. You can go sightseeing after we do something first. Wait, why are we separating from the group? Where are we going? What is this place? I have so many questions. I'll answer them in a moment, we don't have much time to lose. With her aggressive manner, she shoved Izuku toward the back of a small shack that was positioned around the perimeter of the area. It was within decent range from one of the fighting stages, but far enough to where the crowd gathering wouldn't obstruct a path to the front door. Miruko took out a key and unlocked the door before quickly pulling Izuku inside. As Miruko locked the door behind them, she acquainted Izuku with the interior of this private space of hers. A large portion of the room's space was devoted to a boxing ring located in the middle, with the wall usually occupied with equipment such as lockers and sandbags, or even more residential equipment like chairs. He noticed a few of the training gear that littered around the room were ones personalized for Rumi's use, seeing as things like headgear had pieces cut out to accommodate her floofy ears or shorts with holes from the back. With her workout scent being found all over the place, it became obvious that this must have been a personal locker room for her. Did you build this place or buy the premium ticket here? Izuku asked her, admiring one of the posters hanging up. He remembered it came from an extremely old anime that remained iconic for centuries, featuring a humanoid white bunny that loved carrots, who had just taken one of her friend's straw hat to wear for herself. The boy thinks her name was Kakarot or Sulong. As Miruko walked over, opening the bag she brought with her, she explained to him. No, when you then suddenly she stopped mid-sentence, realizing what poster he was eyeing, and swiped it off the wall with a blush coming across her face before continuing. Giving him a look that said that she'll kick his ass 30 times over if he said anything. Smiling, he turned his head away to look elsewhere so she could keep her. When you win enough matches here and get a good reputation you get some pretty cool stuff. So, you come here often? Only when I'm bored or haven't gotten a good fight in a while. So at least once a week. For how long? Over a year, I guess. I don't know, never really kept track of it. How do you forge Aya? Izuku almost shrieked when he turned back and spotted Rumi bent over pulling down the jeans she was wearing. She looked up at him, confused as to why he was standing there making weird noises. When he didn't say anything she told him. What are you waiting for? Drop them trousers and get in the ring, we're going a few rounds. The green fox's puberty-infected mind as always went to the most depraved conclusion, which conflicted with his slight Christian morales from his Buddhist faith and made him instinctively cover his groin. What? Why? I'm going to show you how to box. You said you're wearing your shorts underneath, right? She casually told him, showing how she did the same, choosing a black tight-fitting sports shorts. It went along with the black sports bra she also wore underneath her top. Right. She makes it so hard sometimes not to think dirty thoughts, other times it's just him being a horny bastard over everything. Either way, if his last dream foreshadowed anything, it's that he's the one who's going to be fighting the hentai yakai in the end. So he better get his libido in control soon, or else Lai and Nana are going to be swarmed by a bunch of tentacles-wielding bunny monsters. He questions his life at times. Mostly at the fact how that's a legit worry he needs to think about, and how that's probably not going to be the most ridiculous thing he's going to need to think about in the coming times. Rumi's eye lit up for a moment as if a thought crossed her mind, and she went into her bag, pulling out 2 pairs of different colored boxing gloves. She tossed the red-colored ones over to him, while keeping the blue one for herself. That reminds me, you're going to need these. Taking the gloves he went around behind one of the hanging sandbags to use as cover before he began taking off the first layer of his pants. However, Rumi wasn't going to stand for as she pulled it out the way to ask him what he's doing. The hell are you doing back here? HSHSHSHSJDJF, changing. Izuku replied, almost having a heart attack. Then what's with the hiding, you're not getting naked or anything. We lived together for like 2 months, and I often walk around the house naked, what you gotta be shy about? You're just dropping your pants for the shorter version of pants you have under. I know it just feels weird too. Kitsune Fox. Izuku has stopped working. Rebooting. Ding. Kitsune Fox. Izuku has been rebooted successfully. After a deep breath, Izuku said with an extremely calm but exasperated tone. Hold up, repeat that last part. Nonchalantly Rumi answered. You're going from pants to. No. Right before that line. Oh, I walk around the house naked sometimes. Since when? This isn't news. To me it is. How? I do it at least twice a week. If you catch me when I decide to take a shower right after waking up, sometimes I just forget my towel or was too tired to be bothered to take one. How did I miss this? You're asking me? I'm surprised you care so much to see me naked. Ugh. No. It's. Oh, so my body isn't good enough to be peeped on. The bunny told him teasingly. Course not, but. Wait, no, I meant. Not that I like to, but just because there's a gold-plated box on the top of the shelf doesn't mean I always want to see it, but it's interesting to know that the producers took time. What the hell am I talking about? He screamed, internally of course. Breaking the bumbling mess that he was, Rumi groaned as she told him. You can stop now, I know what you meant. You're not the kind of person who'll be like that. Izuku wasn't sure, but hearing those words spoken in that way felt more like a wound was being inflicted on him than anything else. It was a compliment, right? Compliments from secret crushes, close friends, are a good sign of a healthy relationship. Why does it only make him yearn as if he's being dragged far away from what he wants? Rumi then suddenly states, "I really gotta put a bell on you." Izuku gave her an exceedingly off-settled look. He wasn't one to kink-shame someone, but at least give them a warning before you drop a bomb on them. She must get that from her father, well, adopted father. Seeing his expression, Rumi quickly went to rectify her previous statement. "Oh no, not you, Izuku. I was talking to the morbid sack of human flesh behind you." Izuku looked behind him to see the green-haired Ridera there, who greeted him with a lazy hand gesture and a nonchalant, "What's up?" "Oh, I'm doing good, how are you?" "Wah." Took a bit for it to hit him that time. "When did you get here?" Izuku shouted. "Like, half a minute ago." The greenet replied. "I came in from the front." "Oh. Sorry, I didn't notice you." Your response is like a grain of sand in an hourglass, definitely not the first, nor will it be the last time that it'll be dropped. It happens more than I want, so any repentance over it is meaningless. The green fox stares at the older male with a deadpan look for his overly long response, thinking to himself, "You could have just said it's fine." Ridera then nudged his head toward Rumi before continuing. "She's the only exception, mostly because she never lets her guard down." "Damn straight." "Oh, if you're here, that means you got it set up right?" Rumi asked him. Ridera nodded as he told her. "The guys' match is in about an hour." "An hour? Talk about lucky, that's plenty of time. Are we waiting for a specific match?" Izuku interjected. "Who's fighting?" "You are," the two said in unison. One last round of applause for that great act. The stage announcer exclaimed, motivating the crowd to cheer louder. "Now let's try to end this junior high talent show on a high note. Let's see, our last talent is Izuku Midoriya. Come on stage." The younger green fox spat out the water he was drinking when he heard his name. "Why did my name come up?" he shouted. "I never signed up as a talent." He remembered volunteering to help with the stage since his mom suggested it'll be a perfect chance to make some friends, but he never dared think about actually applying to perform on stage. Right as he thought about slowly creeping out the back and pretend like he had to go home early, he felt a cold arm come around his shoulder. Izuku looked to his side to see one of his larger classmates next to him. "Oh, don't worry about that," his classmate said. "We took care of it so you can finally express yourself freely. You're always so quiet since Katsuki is always hovering around you. Since he's homesick, why don't you finally show the school what you got?" Without giving the green fox time to even object, the boy and a few other of his friends grabbed Izuku. Looking as if they were some cheer crew, and they brought him toward the stage. Wait. I shouldn't be on the stage, I don't know what to do." Don't worry about it, do the first thing that comes to mind." "No, stop it. Get off of me." "Stop. Are you kidding me?" Izuku asked after taking a deep breath. His voice was calm, but his tone completely changed again. Chilling and stern, with eyes that matched the tone. Mentally waving off the boy's abrupt inflection, Rumi tried to talk to him in her usual chaff tone. "Don't worry, it'll be fun. All we gotta do is..." "No." Izuku shouted at them. "I'm not getting my ass kicked again because of you." Taken aback by his outburst, the bunny girl's voice unconsciously turned a bit softer as she spoke to him. "It's not that I just..." "Just what?" Izuku snapped at her. "Wanted to drag me by the arm without telling me anything and tell me to go fight someone just so I can get beat up again. This time in front of a crowd of people and all your friends, so now there's a new group of people that can laugh at my flaws. What am I, a clown to you?" The meat-deprived hunger mixed with being tired of people doing whatever they wanted with his life was getting to him. Something like this that comes greatly and solely at his expense to this extent should be consulted with him ahead of time, not already arranged with him being the last person to find out what's being done to his own life. As if everyone else has more right to his life decisions than himself. It reminded him of how Katsuki tried to shallowly convince him to stay home to train with him by just telling him to do it, as if he'll just oblige and miss out on a wonderful opportunity. He only lets the situation with Lai slide because first off, it's a dream, and by the way things look, it seems more real-world events affect that DREAM world than vice versa. Second, it's a more private event in a world he has near zero understanding of, not a public event where literally dozens of people will see him get his ass kicked. Third, Lai actually started giving him some insight about the thing he wants him to do or what's to come, despite being on a once-a-month meeting cycle. He couldn't imagine if during his last visit to his DREAM world he woke up inside Izuku Forest with the Hyakai being right in front of him, and then Lai told him, "Hey, this thing popped up because you were horny, good luck." Ridera looked more shocked at Rumi's reaction, her eyes lit up like a deer in the headlights, for once the confidence and vainglorious attitude melted off her facial expression. Almost as if the bravado she's been showing off since the day they met was made out of glass and got shattered in an instant. He only saw this side of her on a few occasions, which could mean only one thing, but for a moment he thought it couldn't be with this kid. Her usual brash way of speaking had begun to fade away as well as she spoke. I just wanted to help. We had all day, you could have taught me something before we came here, not an hour before I go into a match I didn't even know I was going to do. Izuku told her, swatting his hand into the air in frustration. Your dad is already stagnating me with my training, now you want to do similar by waiting till the last minute. The hell. Of all people, Ridera was the one who stepped in between the two of them and raised a hand to cut him off before he could say any more. Calmly, he states. Suo, by my guess, there seems to have been a lack of communication here which led to a disagreement. So instead of a melodramatic argument, how about I just skip over all of that and suggest a fair proposition? He looks to both of them seeing if they agree. Rumi slowly nodded, looking away from them as she timidly held her arm. The short break Izuku got gave himself enough time to take a breather and calm down, he really needs to eat. Right then did he see a chocolate bar being tossed at him, which he stumbled to catch the suddenly thrown treat. It was something called a Snickers bar. He looked up to see the stoic Greenet offering the same kind of snack to Rumi, in a kinder manner, who accepted it with a low thank you. At first, Izuku just took this as him being naturally more considerate toward the friend he knew for longer, nothing to think longingly about. Then Ridera whispered something into her ear, which made the distressed bunny smile before playfully hitting his arm. She seemed to have been cheered up near instantly. Why did Izuku's eye twitch seeing that? As the two enjoyed their candy, Ridera suggested to the two. I think it's fair that at the end of the day Izuku chooses whether he'll fight or not tonight. Though before he makes that decision, let's give him a few minutes to warm up and tell him who his opponent is. Then he can decide. Everyone seemed to agree to that, the Greenet then continued. You should be grateful to know that I managed to get an open slot for the no individuality boxing ring, which means you won't have to deal with any of the other crazy setups they have here. It'll be a plain boxing match, even the use or activation of quirks are forbidden, perfect for beginners like you. I got some information about the guy you're fighting, if you choose to, from Kitsune. He goes by the name Mizo, a Spacian of course, and must have some confidence in his capabilities to agree to a fight on short notice. 1. Wait. Izuku interrupted, confused by the terminology that was used. Spacian. What's that? You know those guys across the stage that look like aliens? Rumi reminded him. Around here they're usually called Spacian, since they usually look like they might have come from space. On the opposite side, we who appearances usually resemble those of animals are called lagas. I feel like I remember that phrasing from somewhere. It's probably from Save the World building for the guy who lived on this planet for over a decade after my exposition. We got an hour, remember, and by the sound of it, you're going to need as much of it as possible. Ridera told them, having no interest in watching the two talk. He had a feeling he wouldn't enjoy it. As I was saying, Mizo is new as well in this community, seeing as he doesn't have an epitaph nor much of a reputation. My guess is that this will be his first match as well. It's a tradition for everyone here to fight at X Games Arena at least once for initiation to being a part of Yasei Alley at age 14. If sources are correct, he should be 15, which means he's completely new like you and hasn't had much experience fighting in these parts if he's doing his now. Sinking in this information, Izuku thought to himself. Well, at least it sounds like there's an age limit to who they get to fight here. Along the way here I saw a couple of people walking around who looked a bit young to be involved in activities that were hazardous to their health. Unless you have shit luck, his combat skills should be no better than an average teen picking a fight on the streets. Ridera continued, as he was spoken he dragged out the drawing board that was in the corner to give them a visual as well. Surprisingly, his drawing skill wasn't the worst, it actually seemed pretty good in terms of visuals. The most common mistake I see for first-time fighters that joined after the age of 14, like you two, is an over-reliance on pure power. Most from that category come off of being the strongest among their group of friends and never had to worry about anything else, leaving their other stats unattended. So what do I do then to win? Izuku asked him. Rumi looked at him surprised by his response, which made him quickly add. If I decide to fight, that is. There's not much you can learn with the time you have left, but you won't need much since you're battling a novice. Do you have decent strength? It's alright. Izuku told him, being modest as always about himself. Rumi wasn't having that and yelled out. Yes. Last time you punched someone you sent him flying off his feet. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the green fox looked away, rubbing the back of his neck as he replied. Oh, it wasn't that impressive. Just don't stand there after the first hit and get your ass kicked. Besides that, you were pretty alright. The boy continued to be bashful to his crush friends' continued praise of him. Seeing them together made Rideru squint his eyes. He scratched his hidden right eye again before reminding them of their limited time. Then all you need to do is strike his vitals for critical damage. He draws attention to a human body's most famous weak spots, consisting of the liver, head, and groin. So I suggest you be smart and see if you can cram the basics of boxing in before the fight. If not, then, well, you better sneak out quietly because 9 out of 10 a riot might happen, and if you're still around, you will wish you would have just lost the match. A riot. Izuku repeated in his mind. In retrospect, it shouldn't be surprising. The same thing would happen if this was a legitimate sports match. Curious, he asked. What happens if I lose? Not much. Rideru replied. Think about it for a second, around half of all first-time fighters here have to lose their first match. Can't really do anything about those odds, so losing your first match ain't bad, most of this is for group pride anyways. As long as you show spirit and give a good match, no one would give you any trouble. Oh good. Though all your friends will hold it over your head for the next week or 2. Or 5 depending on how bad you lost. There it is. Izuku sighed. There was never an easy moment in his life. There's always that'll rattle his life. In many ways he liked it better than his old life of constant sulking. On the other hand, it can get old real fast without any breaks. If you really don't want to, you don't have to fight. Rumi offered. Her eyes diverted its sight to everywhere except Izuku, scratching the back of her head to appear more casual. We can do this another time or not at all if you're against this or whatever, I guess. It was clear to Izuku that Rumi still had some intention for him to participate, but was still unsettled from his earlier outburst and was being more considerate of his well-being. If this was in some kind of martial arts dojo, then he would have been fine with trying it out once, but with its location being extremely shady, he feared he might be entering into a brutal underground match. By the sound of it, this seems to be a more light-hearted fight club a bunch of kids in their free time will create, but then again, this is a place Rumi seemed to love. She's a bit crazy. And excessive. And radical. And insane. And extreme with a lot of her daily activity. A deathmatch could look like a casual sports match to her for all he knows. With her only backup being the phlegmatic guy who sometimes speaks weird he just met, it wasn't the most convincing deal. But taking wild chances when being around Rumi has been beneficial to his life multiple times, and now there's an established objective he was involved in that wasn't him just being dragged into something like a child. I mean, let's just see how quickly I can pick up the boxing, okay? Izuku tells her, rubbing his neck. Springing into life, Rumi slammed her fist together, declaring, I'll be the best damn couch you can ask for then. This is going to be more painful than productive, ain't it? Izuku sighed, sweat dripped from his face, seeing the girl's old enthusiasm propping up again. That's a sign of oncoming recklessness in the future. Nothing harvests the results of training better than pain, blood, and more blood. Wait, why are you double downing on spilling blood? Shouldn't sweat or tears be in there instead? Meh. There it is. Anyways, come on, let's get started already. We got so much to learn that I gotta beat into ya. Rumi states, fully prepared to spar in her black sportswear. She tied her hair back into a ponytail as she stepped into the ring. It was at that moment Izuku realized he chose the worst choice he could to express his discontent by literally putting himself in the ring of the person who can completely kick his ass 30 times over. He yelled it right after the occasion. In other words, he fucked up. Better get to it, he thought, preparing himself as well to get into the ring with her. Then, in that short time that Rumi wasn't paying attention to them, Rideru walked by Izuku and whispered an ominous message to him. It'll be easy to steal Rumi's heart from you, the way you are now. Was that a threat? That was the question that ran through his mind. He felt like he should have acted on it, but he didn't want to jump the gun too early, especially since it seems like the guy is close to Rumi. For the moment, all he could do was watch as Rideru walked off without another word and began casually chatting it up with Rumi. Putting on the boxing gloves given to him, he got in the ring. Stomp that guy into the ground, yelled Cassidy at one of the rings where a blue hedgehog was battling against a weird purple dragon reptile thing on the alien side. She thought she heard one of his friends call him Ridley or something like that. And tear off his darn head off. Oh my gosh, Cassie. A wide-eyed Mary says. Yeah, it's just a nib. They're not allowed to use quirks and they're just boxing, very little chance that we'll see something that gruesome. Kitsune added, mildly getting entertained by the fight. Sadly. What do you mean by sadly? It's a good thing that these kind of matches are low risk, or else Miruko's new friend would be in some serious danger for his first time here. Mary stated. Also. Where's your left ear? Oh, you know. Around. Nosy as usual. Haha. Though, violence might not be the Rumi's friend we'll have to worry about. The green-haired girl stated. He seems to be fresh meat to this culture, the divisionism here might spook him off. The cowgirl then popped a question. Yeah, what's with that? I've never heard about it in my hometown. I don't need to snoop to figure that out. Kitsune mumbled to herself. What? Nothing, just wondering if I made the right bet on this match. Entering into the conversation, Simba asked. Wait, no one told you yet. I'm pretty sure we explained it to you once. Sitting next to all of them but still being able to watch the match comfortably because of his size was Yogi, who answered Simba's question. Nope, never have. Are you serious? I remember telling someone this a few months ago. That was Tsu, and she left midway because she had little interest. Oh yeah. The blonde then barges back into the conversation to risk her question. Tsu, what's the deal? Simba cleared his throat as he gave Cassidy a quick rundown. It all started when quirks began manifestations. Obviously, people suddenly gaining amazing powers that came from genetics brought up a lot of, caused a great amount of stir about if they were humans or unholy creatures that infiltrated society. Luckily, due to their human appearance, the discovery that quirks are more of a genetic evolution if anything, and the fact that many people that once thought of them as monsters suddenly developed quirks later on in life or had children that did even though they were supposed to be pure-blooded. The conflict didn't last too long and ended in less than a generation. For emitter types anyways. Oh? Cassidy went. Why only them? Like I said, emitters mostly having regular human features made it a lot easier for the quirkless to accept them as humans. Not to mention it was a lot easier for them to hide who they were, so if they ever got discovered, the people they lived with for years might still accept them. Years of trust won't go away just because a kid can now shoot lightning or can make his fingers glow. Transformations had a similar path, but it took a lot longer since when people discover their quirks, it's them turning into something people will consider a beast, but they were saved since they were born normal looking, and their abilities were transforming into those things. It made a great case to prove their humanity. They used the claim of their abilities just being a more physical version of the emitter type that were already getting some acceptance. Mary added. The term emitter and transformer didn't become separate types till way later. That's nice and all. Cassidy says. But what does all that junk have to do with the Lagas and Spatians business? It's called storytelling. Simba exclaimed, taking a moment to call himself before continuing. Anyways, as you can tell, the other types naturally had something that helped them be accepted into society. Mutations types didn't have that privilege. By nature, our quirks make us look less like what people considered normal, leading to us getting the worst of the ridicule. Not to mention that some people being born with their mutation attribute didn't help the case that we were just regular humans that gained a genetic evolution. Our conflict lasted for nearly a century. I ain't asked for a history lesson, I asked what's with the. I'm getting there, Simba exclaimed, annoyed at her impatience. Long story short, when it came to mutation types getting accepted into society when we first appeared, those with animalistic traits got accepted first, since people can't understand where their mutations came from, and some even found our animalistic appearances to be physically appealing. Unironically, said Kitsune. The love for catgirls helped end racism. I wouldn't go that far. Mary interjected, nervously laughing at the bluntness of the statement. I would say they just helped mend the prejudice that was going on in multiple areas. Making some spaces like certain parts of Japan safe havens for people that fell under the Lagas category. Then what about the Spatians? Asked Cassidy, leaning on the railing as she continued to listen. Shouldn't they have been accepted around the same time? Those with traits unidentifiable to any animal on Earth weren't so easily accepted as they had nothing to use that can connect them to even living on Earth. Prompt the name Spatians, aliens if you want to be offensive about it. What? Cassidy questioned, confused about what he said. Nothing connecting them to life on Earth. The hell does that mean? Simba sighed as he said. Alright, look at Mary, what's the first thing you think of when looking at her? A motherly figure. I'm not a mom. Mary exclaimed, quickly blushing when she realized how loud she shouted in a public place. True but no. Simba told her, much to the tanned girl's annoyance. Something else. A young woman with a lot of modesty. Cassidy guessed. And no. Simba says, facepalming himself. Physically, what does she make you think of? Think of the physical attribute she has. Cassidy stayed silent for a while before saying, snapping her fingers at the realization. Oh, I see. She's a tan busty girl, I heard men really like that combination. I didn't see it at first, but now that you point it out, and with that outfit, I can see why her popularity among the guys here skyrocketed like they're witnessing a girl back home tame a raging bull. Wait, what's wrong with my outfit? Mary squeaked, instinctually covering her endowed top heaviness in a mini panic. Feeling like 100 were all glaring at her, even though they weren't because they were all watching the two guys who were beating the hell out of each other, she slowly sank toward the ground to decrease her visibility. Her reaction makes people wonder why she constantly goes out like she was a regular at a nightclub. Rubbing his temple, Simba told her. Dear Lord, I don't believe in. What animal do you think of when you see her? As if a light bulb finally lit up in her head, she exclaimed. Oh, a ram. Yes. Simba cheered. Mary seemed a bit rattled from the misnaming, prompting Simba to quickly correct her. Well, actually no. She's a sheep but close enough. You've seen a sheep in your life, right? Yeah, I've seen those and a few rams before. And when you look at Mary you get reminded of a sheep at times, right? Yeah. The sigh of relief came over the lion man as he was finally getting through. Now look at that Spacian girl over there. Directed Simba, poking over to the other side of the ring. Watching the fight was a pink-sized girl with black sclera, pink hair, and horns sticking out of the top of her head. She seemed to be enjoying her time here, having a similar reaction to the crowd at the spectacle in front of them. Uh-huh. Cassidy responded. Is there anything recognizable about her? I mean, she's obviously got a good set of girls on her. Wah. No. Is there an animal or living thing on this planet that she's recognizable from? Oh, then I guess not. There you go, with Lagas, despite how often our appearance may devoid from being humanoid, we're still recognizable to get accepted easier, rather than support their fellow mutation quirk people. So from what I got, one side hates the other for getting accepted faster because of catgirls over some rumor hundreds of years ago that has very little information to go, and no one could confirm if it was true or not. Yeah, basically. I'm not the smartest chicken in the farm, but that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. If you think that's dumb, just wait till you hear about how the Salem witch trials got started or the football war. Why does my face hurt? Izuku internally asked himself this, feeling the stinging pain on his red cheek. He stared at the rusted ceiling of this shack in a daze, flat on his back, and not knowing why he's here. Is that a sign of a concussion? He wasn't sure, it was a bit hard to think. Only the sweet echoes of what sounded like a caring angel called him back to his sense. You got knocked the fuck out. Exclaimed Rumi, resting against the boxing ring railings with a triumphant grin on her face. You need to start avoiding my punches better before I bruise up that cute face of yours too much. I told you, duck and weave. You're only ducking, we need more weaves. Midoriya then added. From what that silver-tongued lizard heard, Mizo only has great strength to his name, but he doesn't display like a bozo. To have that much restraint in a place like this means he won't be swinging wildly and has enough sense to be more coordinated with how he uses his strength. All that means is getting better at dodging becomes all the more important. Sitting up, Izuku took a much-needed breather. So far things have been going smoothly, with 20 minutes left before the match, he already had the offense down and only needed to work on defensive tactics. Or in Rumi's words, he only needed to dodge. Wah. An object then suddenly dropped straight on Izuku's chest, making him hack up from the force. He sat up and grabbed the item that slammed onto him. It was a water bottle. You're going to need better reflexes. Rumi called out to him, unscrewing the cap off her water bottle. If that was a punch it wouldn't announce itself first. Unless the person was stupid, then they'll go on a monologue before throwing a punch. If that happens, you go in for a speedy strike, probably in the gutter balls if you want to be cowardly, they'll never expect it. Your punches are so fast. Izuku responded after enjoying the cool liquid to refresh his body. His throat was getting parched from all the exercise. It's hard to react to something that's like a blur. That's a good thing. Rumi states, leaning her body back far onto the railing that it looked like she might fall off. The buzzing light shone down on the bunny's sweat-covered body, glistering her chocolate-colored body like a rare gem that was having all its value displayed. If you train with something faster than what you'll be facing, then that thing you were going to face will feel like it's going in slow motion. Uh-huh. Was all Izuku responded with, his mind was slowly being drawn away to other distractions. The attention to his blissful view was quickly disturbed by the presence of the other green-haired boy in the room. He dropped a towel in Rumi's hand, allowing her to wipe herself stainless once again and destroying the slimmer the young fox was enjoying. The half-sided greenet made eye contact with Izuku again, noticing his reaction to Rumi's fading radiance. He didn't react, coldly staring at him before turning back to Rumi. He bent down and whispered something in Rumi's ear again, gaining a similar reaction, as before gaining an extremely rare modest chuckle from the snowy-haired girl. What did he just tell her? Izuku thought, he found himself peering at him again. A strange corrupted feeling began bubbling in his chest, it felt aggravating and spread fast. His breathing suddenly became unstable, speeding up without explanation. Yet, despite his whole body seeming like it's working itself up, he felt more down than energized. The feeling only worsened with what followed. Playfully, Rumi pushed Midoriya back, almost knocking him off the platform. Trying to collect herself from a laughing fit, she manages to say. Shut up already, you fucking captious marauder. Oh, you getting wordy now. Midoriya replied, his tone still kept its firm, but the vibe to it sounded different. Weird flex but okay. I let it go since it's an infrequent occasion where you show that your mind isn't as thick as a bowl of oatmeal, a stark contrast to the rest of you. Oh my gosh, I'm so done with you. She says, walking away from her friend and heading back to the center of the stage. She looked back to jokingly tell the half-sided greenhead. By the way, I want the key I gave you back. You gave it to me the sparing cause your dumbass loses the original. Which I'll remind you, no .02 is still in my possession. You probably burned your way up to no .13. S again, the one I keep at home is no .05. Ha. What number is the one you used today? No .09. Wow, I'm impressed you kept it to single digits. Whatever Ryu, keep your comments to yourself or else some of the more aberrant ones will reach the wrong tympanometer. Blackmail. How low? Rumi rolled her eyes with an annoyed expression before attending back to Izuku, asking him. Anyways, you ready to start again? You better be since time isn't exactly on your side to be sitting around since. And never mind about that last part. You good to go? There was a more surly attitude in the green fox's voice as he answered. Yeah. Whenever you're ready. Alright. Shouted Rumi, knocking her gloves together to pump herself up. Up and at him, try to remember to do what I told you to do. Can we focus on teaching me what you want me to do? What you mean? I'm not sure how effective your method is, I get what you're trying to teach me, but all you're doing is hitting me yelling. Dodge. Be it. Squealed Izuku, luckily his guard was already up which allowed him to block the straight punch that was sent toward him. Though blocked, the force still sent him stumbling back. Recovering, he says. Like that. I don't think that's helping at all, I'm just getting beat up. I mean, of course you gotta get hit a lot, it's dodge training. You wouldn't be needing dodge training if you could dodge properly. No, I meant like teach me how I'm supposed to dodge first, instead of just hitting me. There's not a book I can pull out on this stuff, and I showed some weaving moves. With what time we got left it'll be best to let you rely on your guts and find your way of dodging. She, for once in her life, got somewhat of a point. Rideru interjected, lazily leaning against the rope. Granted, it'll be better to understand the basics and rules before you break them, but having your unique way of doing things can be helpful to make up for weaknesses at a novice level. If you ever experienced something weird your body does when it comes to this stuff, it'll be smart to put some investment into seeing how you can exploit that aspect. Izuku caught himself giving a low groan hearing the boy speak, preparing himself to continue. He thought of something weird that happened in the past that could help. The last time I actually dodged something important was against that slime villain. What happened exactly? But so many months passing by since that day, a lot has stayed in his mind as feelings he'll never forget. At the same time, so much had happened that it was easy for some things to be under review in retrospect. With a bit of reviewing, Izuku was able to discover the treasure left behind among the sea of rubble. That twitchy feeling. He concluded, remembering that tiny feeling that saved his life several times over that day. It's been so long since he last felt it, or at least noticed it was happening. Would it work for him now? It's been nearly untrained since that day, and it wasn't like he was in a threatening enough situation to force it to act up or become more noticeable. And again, it was so useful even though that was before his fox attribute grew out due to One for All, maybe the enhancement might make it easier to use. Only one way to find out. As he inches closer to Rumi, waiting for her next strike, he closes his eyes. He was going to put all his concentration into waiting for that feeling again. Was it risky? Yes. Closing his eyes and hoping to get a smallish base indicator to dodge a strike from Rumi who wasn't really pulling her punches, was only a few staircase steps away from trying to get himself killed, but it's the madness he needs right now, as it's his best shot at getting that feeling again without actually trying to get himself killed. I'll be nice and warn you ahead of time. Rumi announced. Here I come. Taking a deep breath, he let the inner workings of his body take the steering wheel. All he needed was to be attacked. Twitch. A spark of joy lit up in Izuku feeling this, claiming. It's right T. There. Shouted Rumi, landing a clean shot on the boy's face that made him drop to the floor. He wasn't moving. Whoops. Lessons that were learned that night by Izuku. 1. Just because you can anticipate an attack doesn't mean you can always dodge it. 2. Rumi hits fucking hard. Add that to the list of things he won't be forgetting soon. That reminds me to ask. Kitsune tells the group. First impressions on the new guy. Yellow belly. Cassidy exclaims. Gonna take a while to get him to be tough as nails. I wouldn't go that far. Mary says. Most people that come from outside Yasei Alley or don't rely on it as an essential place to live in often don't show a super aggressive nature this place is known for. Granted, only the ones who are aggressive usually stay here or keep coming back. It just depends on how he handles being here that'll determine if he stays. I hope he does. Yogi tells the group. I like it when our group grows, they make meals taste better. Simba chuckled. If he does, it'll be entertaining integrating him. All good points. Anyone else felt like petting him? Everyone else gave their own versions of agreement. Dodge. Another blow that blew the boy back. Luckily Izuku didn't get knocked out from that earlier blow, the only thing that stayed down was his pride and self-confidence. Having to take a quick breather, he held up a hand, signaling to his bombastic friend for a break. "Hey, you mind getting my bag? I need to see my phone," Rumi asked, looking back to the boy still leaning on the ring rope. The ragged green-haired boy looks to the side before asking. "Which one?" "The yellow one by the corner." Izuku picked himself back up to prepare for another round. The twitchy feeling sense wasn't going so well, it worked, he just couldn't physically dodge what was coming at him. Yet he still wanted to try a bit more, each time the twitchy feeling got a bit better to notice without the need of utter concentration on it. When he looked up, he saw the two had barely moved from their spots within the few seconds he wasn't paying attention, except for one thing. "Here you go," Ridero plainly says, holding the bag next to her. "What the?" Izuku was almost confused at what he witnessed, he was sure that Ridero didn't move an inch, yet he still managed to grab the bag. I may have not been looking at him completely, but he saw his feet, they only barely even shifted, and didn't even turn in the direction the bag was. Did he use his quirk? He shook his head, now wasn't the time for that. Regardless if he was going to fight tonight or not, this was good training in honing a forgotten skill he had. With the short break over, they both prepared for another round. This time, Izuku noticed the twitch sense with his eyes open and for a moment he thought he could. Nope, the same result happened. If the rope wasn't there to suspend his inertia, Izuku might have been blown out the door. His head was spinning as he recovered from the hit, he was surprised himself how many of these hits he was taking and getting back up from. These were strikes that were flying at a speed that he couldn't react to even with this strange advanced sense, and Izuku knew Rumi wasn't one who was a lightweight in strength. He remembered an occasion when she was so mad that a sports team she liked lost, it was surprising to see the least what she did to the things she punched. While he was thinking this over, he heard a voice by his ear. "You probably now feels like that guy who blew up Hirozu Street." Izuku almost jumped out of his shorts when he saw Ridero next to him, the green braided hair boy was nonchalantly leaning against the rope again, peering at him with the one glistening ivy eye that wasn't covered by his scruffy hair. Unmoved by his jolted body, he mutters. What was his name again? "Oh yeah, Istok Imperium. What happened to that guy again? He kinda just dropped off the map after a while." The entire time the stoic boy was speaking, Izuku was constantly looking between the place Ridero was and the spot he was at less than a few seconds ago. "Ignore that," went on a mental tangent. Ridero told him, before whispering a strange statement. "Do yourself a favor and pay attention around her rack. Tell me what you see." Rightfully confused and a bit flustered with his wording, he didn't have time to question those words, as Ridero pointed toward Rumi who was very eager to continue their session. Deciding to attend to her over dealing with whatever Ridero suggested, though, his mind still pondered over it regardless. Pay attention around her rack. Those words haunted him, terribly influencing him to direct, not just his sight, but his entire head toward the directions of Rumi's bountiful set of breasts. That black tank top revealed just enough treasure to be hanged in a museum, while also leaving room for a little imagination to spice things up. A blissful sight that was quickly ended by a blue boxing glove colliding with his face. With him being flung back to the rope, Ridero calmly asks him. "Suo, what you see?" "Heaven covered in sweat." Izuku almost robotically answered with a tiny drizzle of blood leaking out of one of his nostrils. He quickly wiped it away before hiding his mistake. "I mean, just distractions." "I said around her rack, you little pervert," quietly scolded Ridero, pushing the fox boy back to the center. "Now try it again and don't get distracted by her holy treasure. I know it's hard, but you can worship them later, most likely in the sanctity of your room or later, depending on how well you follow orders." No time to reply, a wildly attractive bunny girl who can kick his ass was fastly approaching him. Twitch. There was the twitch, meaning he was about to get attacked. As dumb as it was, Izuku still followed Ridero's advice, not like anything else he was doing was working. "Around her rack." Izuku repeated in his mind, making sure to focus his sight around it and not at it to avoid his mistake from last time. It was hard, but he did see something of note before he was blown back again. "You'll make for a great pinball with how well you're getting your ass beat," Ridero said at the rope, lazily looking at him. "Oh, and what you see this time?" Coughing a bit, Izuku tells him. "I noticed her shoulder moved." Finally, invest more attention to her shoulders and elbows, they're an critical part of the human body for a reason like a dick for sex or breast for breastfeeding. In most scenarios, they give away where they're attacking and what type of move they're performing. Oh, that's going to be helpful too. Wait, what was that part in the middle? Use that to increase your avoidance. Go. Once again the green fox was ushered in the direction where he can get his ass kicked. Which? There it was, and he could see her right shoulder beginning to move, which meant that she was going to come at his right side. This was amazing. He had some inkling of where she was going to strike at, not just an indicator that he was going to get hit. It didn't matter if that sense was dulled from lack of honing, he had more of a chance. Now all he had to do was dodge. It's still too fast. Izuku exclaimed at the person who was apparently giving him advice. There was now a red mark on the side of his cheek. Ridero scratched over his covered eye. I mean, duh. Knowing where it's coming from before it was thrown doesn't change how fast it is. Izuku was again hurried off only to get flung back again, in which Ridero casually continued his lecture as he pushed him forward again. It's like if a fucking bomb dropped on you. The older Greener took a break from speaking to wait for Izuku to be flung back again. You looking up and going, is that a fucking bomb that plane just dropped isn't going to make the explosive smaller or any slower. He started to enjoy hearing how the elastic stretched every time the boy crashed into it. It just helps give you a few extra moments to dodge an attack. During this break, his mind wondered what kind of sauce he'll use for the barbecue tonight. And can help with planning a counteraction. He then sighed to himself as he realized this barbecue was going to be a bit less enjoyable for him due to the absence of a few important things. Not to somehow allow you to do the same thing the same way, but somehow succeed. Why didn't you just tell me that in one go? Shouted Izuku. He was quickly getting covered with more bruises each time he came back. For a moment, Ridero's eyes wandered around as if he was thinking of something before he said, "Good question." Izuku felt a vein bulging in his head from hearing that. He was about to say something before Ridero cut him off with a statement of his own. "The real question is, why are you being passive about it?" "What?" Izuku responded. "You know what she's about to do and she isn't trying to be discreet about it. If you can't dodge her attack, then why wait for it? Pretty sure she already sorta advised on this." "She did? When?" "Something about monologuing. This is where paying attention to around her rack is going to be useful. Go." Here we go again. The entire time as the tense wait for the Rumi strike to come, Izuku thought about what Rumi might have said that applied to this situation. Ridero mentioned it was about monologuing, but where did monologuing even fit into this sparring? Then Izuku quickly thought. Knowing her, if someone was monologuing during this she would've. That's it. Which? There was the cue. There was no time to second guess the results. He had to act as soon as he saw the opportunity, or else he wouldn't be able to react to it. When the slightest movement of Rumi's right shoulder happened when she went to wind her punch, Izuku's body sparked into action. The sound of splitting wind echoed through the room. Boing. In the silence, Izuku decided to open his eyes. He had closed them when he made his move as a here goes nothing reaction. The first thing he saw was Rumi's face. Her once energetic expression was now staggered with surprise, as her eyes seemed to be drawn downward. Slowly, Izuku widened his view to follow where she was looking, spotting where his red gloves were pressing against the black fabric of her top. Right on the bullseye. Rumi gave a few blank blinks at the fact that a hit landed on her that she didn't completely allow the boy to get. There wasn't much power in it seeing as she wasn't blown back by it, but still, and she wasn't even using her strongest or faster moves, but it was shocking that it happened nonetheless. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. She thought. Ryu was whispering advice in his ear. I probably should have just handed over the training to him. Among our group's great trainers like Simba or Yogi, if there was anyone who would have a trick that can close the gap of skill they need for this, it would be him. Izuku's eyes widened out because his brain couldn't process that something which should only really be possible in an anime just happened in his life. Ridero looked unmoved as always, commenting a simple phrase. I think he took my advice too literal. I meant to notice when she breaks half her guard to throw a punch and strike her chin. I guess his hands couldn't resist reaching for Paradise's holy relic. What do you mean you haven't trained him yet? All Might yelled, slamming his cup on the table. Nezu calmly stirs his tea before responding. That's very expensive china you just slammed. I shared the usage of it as a symbol of our friendship, but so help me if I find a crack in it later. The boy has been here for about 2 months, and you haven't taught him anything. All Might continued to shout. He was getting infuriated at this revelation. After Izuku came to him with fear of what he might do, I was almost relieved when I remembered I was in your good graces, Nezu. I thought I knew someone who could help him with his unique situation. Oh, I am? Nezu calmly. It's just extremely slow-paced and involves a lot of doing nothing. That doesn't sound any better. What have you done for him so far? Drinking tea, suggested some stretches he can do, made him go without meat for extended periods of time. And by that I mean none at all in this house, and he was already doing light exercise to keep himself fit, so you should be very proud of him for his. What are you doing? This isn't a game. Exploded the number 1 hero. For a moment, his outburst had caused him to go into his big might form. Volume please, it's night time. Nezu tells him, rubbing his ear to help with the ringing. Calm yourself, you shouldn't get riled up over this. You were the one who entrusted the boy to me as you lacked the knowledge for the task. Now you want to scoldingly criticize my methods and something you so quickly passed on due it being too complicated for you. All Might winced hearing this, a burning coal of regret and inadequacy had dropped in his stomach. It burned deep, charring the very core of his being. Yet, like many other occasions when a troubling situation occurred and someone's good livelihood was put in danger, he pushed through it. I'll admit it was my own incapabilities that lead to me asking you for help, that fault falls on me. Regardless, I had hoped that the place I sent him off to, you, would provide him with what I cannot. I let you know that as soon as I requested it, if you had little intentions to help either, but still took him in only to use him as a tool to assist Rumi, then it's completely unforgivable. The dead silence of the night expanded between them as the last words of All Might echoed out to a tiny shimmer. Despite it, Nezu still seemed unmoved by those words. He sighed, setting his cup down on the table next to him, saying, I wish there was something that easy to deal with that girl. Unfortunately, it'll most likely end in failure, and if she ever found out I was behind it, she'll never forgive me. As much of a handful she can be, I can appreciate the fact that she still tries once in a while, and I prefer things being natural over artificial, despite the difficulty that comes with it. You can relieve your worry if you think I only accepted Izuku out of some sick game. Trust me, I have other ways of entertaining myself. Then what's with the inactiveness? Allowing him time to settle in is one thing, but why for 2 whole months with very little to even break him into his regiment? That's simple, his body is way too unstable physically, mentally and emotionally to do too much with. What? Yeah, as you know, One for All is mixing with his body abnormally and quite slowly. Like cooking, he's not ready to be cooked. Instead, I'm choosing to simmer him and get the preparation going as his body ripens. So far I've been having him drink tea to dampen his fluxing emotions and rapid new senses as much as I could. Stopping him from eating meat, at least in this household, was just a pseudo form of something I plan on having him do later and to keep him calm as they finish up in there. Now all I need to do is sit back and wait, at least, that's what that masked fellow told me to do. Masked fellow? All Might repeated. Nezu went as if he wasn't aware of what he said. Oh, Izuku must have not informed you on the full extent of his special condition. The full extent? There's more to this he didn't tell me. Not that I can blame him, that lie might not have even fully told the boy himself. Lie? What are you talking about? You know of Izuku's special situation? Of course I know, or at least, I know the origin of his mysterious features. They're not as unknown or random as you may think, I say they're more of a fabled trait, belonging to certain kinds of people. How do you know that? Nezu smiled, picking up his cup and giving a toasting gesture to him before stating. Simple, I am a part of that group. Why does my face hurt? Again? Izuku questioned himself, he looked down at the muddy ground beneath. A small broken object was on the ground in front of him, it had a metallic outer shell and was beyond saving. Why did I have this again? He had his answer when the piercing sound of nearly 100 people's scream echoing in his ear. It felt like his eardrum was going to burst and his ear would bleed at any moment. That's right. My earplug. How we get here again? Izuku made the cardinal mistake of getting confident enough that he agreed to do the match. With Izuku having a life outside of this place, Rumi thought it'll be best to hide his appearance like she does so no one would recognize him on the streets afterwards. What disguise they decided to go with? Forgetting to get clothes for a disguise, they had to go with what was lying around the shack, resulting in Izuku now having a giant black afro with a comb pick, a devilishly evil mustache, black eyeliner for a sharp look, and a red, blue, and yellow trunks. Thankfully they had enough sense to have him wrap his tail with a cloth and then around his waist to make it seem like an accessory as well. Did he look absolutely stupid? Yes. Did he care? Yes, extremely. He almost felt like crying when everyone gave him a weird look when he stepped out. Does he have regrets? Enough to make even the Buddha get tired of hearing them. But will no one be able to guess who he truly was? Outside of Rumi's friend, no. He sees this as an absolute win. Only because that was the only win he can take from this. His fight with Mizo has gone not as terribly as he expected. For the most part, they've been in a stalemate between Izuku dodging most of Mizo's attacks, but having his strike not affect the silver-haired octopus-looking person too much. While a good amount of the reason was the tall Spacian's natural endurance, Izuku's hesitantly not putting his back into each punch he threw out contributed to it as well. He didn't want to seriously hurt someone just for sport, though he was assured that most of this posed little actual danger toward the fighters, it still felt off for him. He never had an interest in most contact sports. He thought that light punches would make it so that little opportunities would happen where Mizo would get hurt, but so far it seemed like half-assing things weren't going to get him a win. Though he knew that Mizo could only take so many blows without getting tired out, not like he had some shock absorption quirk that would just be cheap. Things were mostly going Izuku's way until something caught his eye. More specifically, he got distracted. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a certain pair chatting it up once again, almost as if the match they got him to accept wasn't at all of their concern. Then he got punched in the face. Now his face hurts again, his earplug is broken, and he's in intense pain from all the noise he's hearing through his fox ears. They had started working properly not longer after One for All changed his body, the only issue was they were working a bit too well, making everything being heard through them feel like a TV's volume being turned up to 100. He decided it was best to keep this little fact to himself, since retroactively it didn't change from his current situation. It's basically going from being unable to hear causing a need for earplugs, to hearing too much, so he needs to use earplugs. Worst timing ever. He could barely think straight when his ear felt like it wanted to explode. Instead of standing straight and continuing the fight, he was hunched over trying to cover his ear. Well, he's done. Cassidy calmly states, she tauntingly turned toward Rumi to purposely annoy her. She leaned on the metal fence that served as the outer shell. Guess that means I win this round betting on the other side. Shut up, it's not over yet. Rumi told her, turning back toward the stage to cheer Izuku on. Sure looks like it, he got hit pretty hard and he's not getting back up. The yellow belly is done. She says with a smug smirk. Rumi turned a ferocious eye toward her before declaring, call him a yellow belly one more time and… yellow belly. Suddenly Izuku witnessed both Rumi and Cassidy tossing the other into the ring, tussling over each other in the dirt. He didn't know how to react to what he was seeing, all he could do was blink blankly as he watched them fight. The crowd on the other hand did know how to react by cheering on the girls as they continued to beat the shit out of each other. Thankful, their friends quickly came to drag them off before they completely stole away the attention of the actual match and before Cassidy took off her clothes again. As abrupt and nonsensical that quick intermission was, it was exactly what Izuku needed. It gave him enough time for him to find some comfortable way to cover up his ear with one of his ears. It didn't completely block out the sound, but it was enough where he could concentrate on the fight he was currently in. He needed this fight to end soon, and by soon he meant right now. Not only because he could only go so long covering his ear, but also because his annoyance meter had spiked suddenly. Too many humiliating things at once, he was getting quite sick of it. This was supposed to be the time where he left most of that behind him, not having it increased tenfold. It was going to end now. A small growl escaped under his breath. Standing straight, he cautiously approached Mizo, waiting for the tall octopus man to do another wide swing. Which came thankfully sooner than later. As the silver-haired boy's shoulders shifted as he winded up for a punch, Izuku's eyes sharpened. You're one of them? All Might repeated. You're not explaining yourself. Nezu casually tells him. I kinda have to. Got to be careful with what information you tell others on this stuff. You're already involved in one secret that puts a target on your back, you sure you want another? All Might gave a grave face hearing this, what did he just stumble onto? He was able to respond, but Nezu stopped him by warning him. I must warn you, if you get involved, you're going to be entering a whole new world that exists alongside this one. The rules there can be extremely different than how it is now. Here, when you know a secret, you're typically safe, as long as no one knows you might know a secret. Over there, the fact that you know a secret can have you hunted even though you made sure no one knew you knew the secret. Just knowing will always put that target on you depending on who you pass by on the streets, like blood on a blade, you can wash it off to where the entire sword is spotless, but that won't remove the smell of blood. Knowledge can be an extremely dangerous asset to have, it's the same reason I'm guessing why Izuku's masked friend has kept him in the dark. How come you know it then? You're saying how dangerous it is to know anything yet here you are, and most of the time you look like you don't have a care in the world. I'm in a special position in all of this. With a role as a passive spectator, as long as I don't step on too many toes, I often fall under that world's radar, and most know it's best to leave me be. You on the other hand, don't have that privilege. Can information like this truly be that deadly to have? What kind of secret can this be? That depends on your definition. What would you think will happen over a secret involving the truth of the world? Life is strange as the mysteriously unpredictable will always happen that'll be out of our control, but that doesn't mean there never is an explanation for some of them. People like Harold Holt don't just disappear without reason after all. What? Oh my, there I go again. Suddenly the darkness in the room seemed to be menacingly enveloping itself around him like a good old friend. He happily took another sip of tea before continuing. I might be saying a bit too much again, you better make your decision quickly before you know enough to be hunted for one reason or another. So I ask again, you sure you want to know what we are? We can be quite the dangerous bunch without proper caution. The crowd was silent for a moment as they all took in what happened. The limp body of Mizo lay against the metal fence that was supposed to be the edges of the ring. The entire fence was bent out of shape and disfigured that one would think that someone ran a car into it instead of a human body. The blue mask that he used to conceal his mouth had been torn right at the spot he was hit, white steam still rose off his face. The silence only lasted for a moment before the crowd erupted. The Lagas cheered their kind's victory, while the Spatians groaned at their defeat. Izuku was lifted up and hauled off by his friends in a victorious cheer. While he enjoyed the sentiment, he had to look back to see how Mizo was doing. He did not mean to hit him that hard, it just sorta happened. Thankfully, he seemed to be alive, but the silver-haired boy had to be dragged off by a pink-skinned girl, probably a friend of his. Later, on the rooftop of the building where Izuku was introduced to everyone, the group as promised held their barbecue with a small campfire in the middle to enjoy the Green Fox's victory. "Food will be done in about a minute," announced Radaru to the group as he manned the cooking, getting a cheering reception from the rest of his group. "There we go," exclaimed Mary, drawing away from Izuku after tending to the marks on his face and plugging his ear with her wool. "I tied my wool up nicely so you can reuse it until you can get another earplug." "Thank you very much," thanked Izuku. "Sorry for the trouble." "It's nothing, trust me, I've treated worst with those two ruffians," Mary told him, nudging her head toward Rumi and Kazdi who were chatting quite friendly with each other. "Doing some kind of joint dance. You'll see two drunkards performing at a bar when their team wins. You wouldn't think that these two had no issue punching the other in the face a minute ago." "I can believe it, more of my injuries surprisingly were from Rumi with boxing gloves on than the guy who actually wanted to knock me out. Then again, what was the difference?" Mary covered her mouth as she giggled. "That girl doesn't know how to hold back sometimes, guess that's why she gets along with Cassidy so well. They're like children, it's going to be up to you to make sure she shows some restraint toward you, everyone has a limit. A scolding or two can keep them at bay. For a while. I'll keep that in mind, I might need it later. I'm just happy it all worked out and I won." Izuku sighed. "I heard of last-minute cramping for a test, but not for a fight, never doing that again, especially in that stupid costume. Speaking of which," Simba says walking over. "Not bad for your first fight here, didn't expect you to win the way you did. You may not be that big, but you're certainly packing a punch. You fight often?" "And no," Izuku stuttered. "I don't get into fights like ever, unless by a string of unfortunate events, and usually Rumi is there." Chuckling, Simba told him. "Sounds like you often find yourself in trouble then, it'll be smart to become better at handling them. You're a fox, right?" "Why yeah. Then I have a few moves you can try out, for Lagas like you who are based on a predator type of animal, there's a few interesting ways you can fight." "That'll be helpful," responded Izuku. "I've been having way too little to do and I've been looking for something to improve my combat abilities. I'm sure me and the others will be happy to teach you some techniques we know, ain't that right, big guy?" The lion called out to his bear wife friend, who responded only with a nod as he continued to eye the cooking meat and vegetables. "See, so come back anytime and we'll see what we can do for you." "It's done." Radaru mumbles to the group. "Get your shit, I'm not going to stand here forever to serve you." Izuku never felt more joy eating than on that day when he finally tasted meat again. If he wasn't in public, he might have started singing again, that didn't stop a few tears from leaking out his eyes. "Taste good?" Rumi asked, sitting down next to the green fox. "They say victory is the ultimate spice. You could have seasoned this with sand and it still would have tasted amazing," was what Izuku meant to say, but it was between a lot of crying, chewing, and Izuku being himself. Rumi couldn't help snickering as she got a basic concept of what he said. "Glad you're enjoying it and I hope you're finding everyone, or at least most of my friends here to be pretty cool. They seem nice. They offered me something interesting." "You mean like drugs?" "Wah. No. They offered to teach me a few moves or something to fight better." "Ah, right. That's kinda why I brought you here in the first place. You've probably noticed, but this place is quite rough by nature, and most of these guys are not so bad fighters because of it, though compared to me they may as well be doing WWE wrestling, but they know a few things that can help you out. Your groups are like another mini family, so don't be afraid to ask them for help, they can be surprisingly reliable." "I'll keep that in mind." It's been quite a while since an awkward silence happened between the two of them, except this time it's not just Izuku who is being fiddly. The usually aggressive bunny girl seemed to be hesitant to speak, rubbing her neck in an attempt to rid herself of the discomfort she was feeling. "Fuck it," she mumbled. Izuku tilted his head at her, wondering what she meant. "I'm sour." "You're sour?" "And no, I'm SSS sure." "You're sure?" "Fuck, why am I like this?" the girl mumbled to herself before stating. "About before, with the whole dragging you around and making you do things that end up humiliating you. I'm SS sword." "Are you trying to say sorry?" "Yeah, that." Right next to Kakin, you're probably the only other person I know where it's somehow physically impossible to apologize. Shut up, I'm trying. I barely ever make a mistake like this, so this is new. Well, you were patient with me for a lot of things, so I guess I can let it go this time. Next time though, please at least try convincing me first before volunteering me for some extreme act. No promises. Slowly Izuku panned his head toward her, giving her a slightly annoyed look as he did before. Her eyes comedically lit up like a deer before Rumi quickly continued. Oh, but I'll try my hardest to keep to it. Probably the best results I can get from this. Izuku teased, chuckling as he went back to his meat. That comment struck Rumi different, the tiniest tint of pink appeared across her dark-skinned face. Hey. You should be happy, my lucky kiss worked, you TKO the next person you fought. Wasn't that technically you? The smart person will make sure their own attacks won't work on them because you truly can't trust anyone, not even yourself. That's why I never let my guard down, not even when I'm alone. Except when you wake up in the morning apparently. Izuku slyly mutters. Rumi's ears turned red at this, defending herself. My guard is still up. I just don't pay attention to other things because they're not important. Which reminds me, if you start waking up earlier just so that you can see me naked, I'm going to kick your ass 30 times over. I wouldn't dream. I wouldn't think. I wouldn't consider. It's not something at the top of my priority list. The chance of me doing it will not be happening soon. Ah, come on, it's not fun if you don't try a little bit. Yeah, but. Wait, what? Ooh, nothing, just trying to keep things interesting. Either way, thanks for bringing me here since they were nice enough to throw an entire event like this for me. Simba then called out from across the campfire. Oh, don't mention it, we were going to eat good tonight anyways since Riduru happened to hit the jackpot. Yeah, some dumbus left a shitload of perfectly good store-bought meat on the street earlier today. Riduru casually adds. Even Rumi's face changed hearing this, stuck between wanting to laugh and concern of the green fox's reaction. With wide eyes, Izuku calmly asks. What? Oblivious to it all, Riduru continued to say almost tauntingly. Yeah, I think some dickhead got into a fight or something, not sure, didn't even get a look at them. That meat was free real estate, and so I just took it like a. You bastard. Izuku screamed as he already pounced on Riduru, tackling him to the ground. With tears flowing down his eyes again, he gave the older greenet quite a passionate scolding. That was my meat you stole. Do you know how long it's been since I've eaten meat? Months. But I finally managed to buy some, and you took that bliss away. It's like almost drawing in the ocean only to luckily come back up before you die just to get full Nelson and have that people drag you back down. Hey, get off of me. Never. You'll hear my complaint so you may know my pain. Watching them tumble around the rooftop, Mary suggests. Should we stop them? Nah. Simba chuckled. They don't seem to be taking it too close to heart, besides, in the jungle a bit of roughhousing can do a lot of good. They remind me of us when we first met, Cassidy says to Rumi. Except he didn't talk as much shit as you did asking for a fight. I'm pretty sure you started it. Rumi replied, brushing some of her hair back. You barely knew the norms here and stepped on one too many toes, lucky I wasted time explaining it instead of just kicking your ass and leaving. Pretty sure that didn't happen, but you can cook up whatever crap you want in that cuckoo mind of yours. I will because it's usually the truth you West Country lunatics. Same to you, you overconfident carrot sucker. Eat shit and die. Yeah, fuck you. The two stared at each other before bursting out in friendly laughter. Followed by tackling each other, getting into another fight, this time with hair pulling. The energetic youth. Simba mumbles to himself, looking down at all of them with a smile on his face. So full of potential. Hey Mary, you wanna fight? Setsuna asked, looking excited. No. Inside the dream world, Lai was staring out the window looking up at the stars, despite the mask he still looked disturbed. What's wrong? Nana asked him. Lai scratched the side of his face as he said. Seems something had occurred that'll cause us to make a slight arrangement to our deal. The raven-haired girl groaned as she said. Are you kidding me? We were done. Don't worry, we're keeping nearly everything the same. The only thing we're changing is the order we're doing things. Good. Nana exclaimed laying back on the floor. I swear you guys are purposely difficult to work with. What even happened anyways to cause the change? Something big. It's nothing too important. Lai replied, shaking his head. Seems that our little kiddo just encountered another of his kind, at least, one whose abilities are partially awakened. Already? I thought not telling him everything was to avoid this. No worries, this should be one of those freaky coincidences that happen. The masked man assured her. Despite us being scarce compared to the rest of the world, us mythical creatures still have a decent population and can get around. Now if he ends up running into his specific kind of mythical creature, then we might have trouble. Lai then faced away from Nana, turning his attention completely to the stars above. As the voice that came from behind the mask changed again, a long black fox tail appeared behind him. For now, let's decide what Izuku will learn first. Something fitting for a Kitsune. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.